Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number one is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number two is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my two strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball, I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see I've triggered my striker's run and I have two strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space and I get my shot off before the centre back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance. So my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass and I'll see you all on the pitch.
What's going on, everyone? Olelito here. I'm a professional FIFA player for Ninjas in Pajamas, and today I will be showing you a masterclass how to defend in FIFA 22. In this masterclass, I will be showing you first of all how to play a switch, how to pressure play, and how to use your center backs in the best kind of way. First of all, I have the ball with my CM here. The thing is that I play a very sloppy pass here, trying to reach my other CM. The thing though is that the R1 pass in FIFA 22 is super effective. And why? Because the accuracy of the pass is very good. So the thing I want to do here first of all is to bumper switch to the closest player, in this case that's closest to the striker making a running behind, which is my center back. So I'm switching to my center back here, as you see, and from now on I'm in front of the ball. So most likely I will get it, which happens, and after that I can start my attack and hopefully score a goal. The second topic I want to talk about today is where to press, and I can tell you for a fact that this will improve your defense in FIFA 22. So as you see here, I'm brave enough here to be able to control my center back and trying to put pressure on his winger. And I'm actually, at the same time as I'm putting pressure on his winger here, as you see in this clip, I'm also cutting off the passing lane to his winger, then making a run in behind. So the thing I'm doing here is to always still put pressure on him, because he feels like I'm very close to him all the time. He makes a rush decision, and the outcome of this then is that he is running out with the ball, I'm getting a throw in, and I can start my attack from there. The third topic of today is how to use the center backs. And I think it's a very hard thing in this FIFA to do. First of all, I see that he is starting a very dangerous counter-attack. So he gets the ball into his striker. The thing that is going on in my head here is I need to put pressure on the ball holder. So the thing I'm doing first of all is to put the R1 pressure with your R1 bumper on your controller with my right center back here, which allows him to basically don't have any passing options here. As you see, the only thing he can do is to go forward. But at the same time here, I see that he has tried to do the play lock option, which you do by pressing down your L3 and R3 at the same time. So I'm switching to my left center back here to be able to cover the space in behind, which can be very dangerous because we know these through balls in this game are effective. So I'm switching to my center back, but at the same time trying to put pressure on the ball holder, which then results in me getting the ball and starting a good attack. So guys, this has been Olelito for you all. Thank you so much for watching this masterclass. See you on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, 795 days, FIFA 20-foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. And on the line, $50,000. The tension gave you goosebumps.
It's R9 to step up for Lucas. It's into the back of the net. Cezinio.
That's beautiful.
It's Mbappe. That could be dangerous. It will be as well.
Vasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, play one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Dasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores.
Little did we know this
Cezinio will be your FUT Champions Cup winner.
would turn into this.
Welcome everyone to the FIFA 20 Stay and Play Cup.
These little boxes. We kind of just started getting used to them, but it just doesn't feel the same. For us, for them, and for you. After 795 days, we are back.
Off the restart, Tex in control.
Fnatic maintain their winners bracket run.
I can feel the energy's a little bit different in the room.
Wow, MS Dasari, take a bow.
Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup Day 2 starts now.
To day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup, the biggest 2v2 FIFA LAN event of the season. Yesterday we kicked off the competition with 32 of the best FIFA pairings on the planet, and we had to say goodbye to 8, meaning we start today with 24 teams. At the end of today, 16 more go home, and we have our final 8. And tomorrow they'll all be battling it out to take home some big money. Yes, it's on the screen right there. $500,000 is a total prize pool, and the top pairing go home with $100,000 US, which they will split in half, of course. Hi guys, we are back. Rachel Stringer and Mike LaBelle for day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup. Listen to the energy here. Guys, don't stop now. Keep it going. This is what it means to be back at LAN. The atmosphere yesterday, Mike LaBelle, was something special, wasn't it?
We haven't had an ambiance like this. You saw people popping off. There was good moments, there was bad moments. The energy, undeniable.
It was indeed something special to be back here live in London, of course, for 3 days of competitive FIFA 2v2 action. Mike, we had to say goodbye, as I mentioned, to 8 teams. Who was the biggest surprise?
For me, Inter Esports going down with a couple Brazilian players that have so much experience. Also, FUTWIZ went home early.
They did indeed, and they were sitting just there, so we really
both
felt
of them right here.
That emotion. And talking about emotion, this is what it really felt like to be here yesterday.
The FGS Team of the Season Cup is back in person and it's back live.
I'm so excited.
That's Tex doing Tex things. Take a bow. Big goal. Big win on the board.
What an incredible day 1 it has been.
You can see how stressful these games are for the pros.
Woo! Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, oh wow!
What a day it's been here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup.
Aren't we lucky that we have 2 more days of that? And it's quite lucky that we don't actually get eliminated, Mike LaBelle, as well on day 1. We don't get culled like 8 of our teams did. Let's talk then about the 24 teams still in the competition at the moment. We'll lose 16 more today. Who really stands out at the moment, who's still in with a chance of taking home that top prize?
Well, I'd say a lot of the household names, well, they're in the house. They didn't get eliminated. They look good. We're talking about Fnatic, we're talking about Falcons, we're talking about Guild, and I know one of your favorites, Dire Wolves, in action. These guys are all matching up.
I mean, maybe because I'm a Team Falcons fan, I've been talking, of course, to Dasari and Nightwatch quite a lot. They're going up against Dire Wolves, so first up. And remember what happened with Dire Wolves yesterday? They went out on penalties, didn't they, to Fnatic, so it meant they had to drop down. And then a 120th goal there in extra time over Ajax, which was something special. So I expect a really awesome matchup. Do you with those two?
No doubt. I expect all these opening games especially to be very close. People are feeling that tension, that tension and that pressure. And of course, if you're in that lower bracket, every single game is an elimination game.
Well, someone who isn't in the lower bracket, of course, is Fnatic Tex, and he's with Carl Walker.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Yes, I'm joined by Fnatic Tex. Tex, through to day 2, huge matchup in that second round of games today, taking on Guild Esports, Nicholas and Umrasuk. How are you feeling about that? How have you and Diogo prepared last night ahead of this huge game?
We haven't done too much to prepare. We just came to the arena today and we've been practicing 2v2. But the skill gap in 2v2, it's not big at all. It's going to be close games. It's just penalties, extra times, close games. So it's just about not making mistakes and taking your chances.
Now, you've been talking a lot, especially with me. You've been very confident. You've been putting it out there about what you can do at LAN events. We've seen what you've managed to do at previous LAN events. So being here, talking that talk, do you feel that pressure sometimes that you have to perform because everyone's looking at you, everyone wants you to do well, but there'll be a few out there that'll be listening to the words you're saying and maybe hoping that you don't do too well?
You know, when I was younger and I used to talk a little bit, I used to get a bit scared about it. But now, 3 years on, loads have happened. I just don't care what anyone says anymore. I honestly just couldn't care less. So I talk my talk and yeah, and deal with the consequences.
Final question, is that a sign of maturity then from you? Do you feel like over the last few years, obviously having all the tournaments remote from your setup, now being here, do you feel like you've matured as a player, as a person, you can handle these situations better?
Absolutely, innit? I used to come to tournaments every week, and you didn't really appreciate it. But now it hasn't happened for so long. You're just much more appreciative to be in the situation. So yeah, I've matured, and yeah.
Right, well, let's see what you can do with a football. We know what you can do with a PlayStation pad. Now it's time for you to show us your skills with this one. So, Liv, it's over to you. He's taking his sliders off.
Oh,
you
wow,
take it away.
He's not messing about, is he, Kyle? Straight to the action. Tex, I want to test your nickname. You're called Tex. I want to see if you've got the Techers. We've got 5 balls, 5 crossbar shots. How many do you think you're going to get?
0, I'll be honest.
0?
The thing is, my teammate got 0, so I'm just trying to not ruin his confidence.
But you want to beat him,
I'm going to go a little bit further back to the penalty spot.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
Don't be cheating. You're not going forwards. So your teammate got 0 out of 5.
0 out of 5.
But our record is 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5.
You reckon you got it?
No, I told you this. I'm getting 0. Right, here we go.
I'm trying to get that confidence out here. Let's go. Oh, that was close.
I think it skimmed it, I think.
No, you don't lie.
A skimmer?
Ooh. So you'd have to get the next 3 to match MS Dasari, who's our highest scorer. Oh, the technique's nice though. I'll give you that.
Yeah, green.
Is it one more, right?
Yeah, one more.
All right, come on, last one. You got to get one. You got to beat your teammate. Oh, Tex. It's all right.
As I told you,
Diogo's happy
I don't
about
want to
that
ruin
one.
the teammate's confidence. 0 out of 0.
Is that something that's important though in these kind of competitions, like making sure your teammate's confident? And
Yeah, because if they keep losing the ball and you can get on the neck, they'll keep losing the ball. But bring the spirits up and yeah.
How are you feeling about the rest of the competition then?
I'm good. I'm a bit out of breath now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm breathing a bit.
It's a lot of activity, that.
No, it is. But yeah. As I say, no one's really that good here, I don't think. So,
wow.
But including us.
I like the fighting talk.
Yeah.
All right, well, awesome. I'll let you get your breath back and get on with the competition. Brandon and Richard, it is back to you.
He's got a massive game coming up in this day 2 here with the Team of the Season Cup. What a day yesterday was, Richard. We're so happy and excited to be back here on the big stage, but this is where we get to a new level of FIFA esports. Knockout play, lower bracket play, upper bracket play, Championship Sunday, only 24 hours away as well.
Yeah, this is where it really matters. This is where those grinding sessions really pay rewards, because yesterday we did have to say goodbye to 8 teams. They were unsuccessful in the Team of the Season Cup and they will be crashing out of the tournament. Today we start with 24, but let's have a look back at our fallen teams who did crash out of the tournament. MGCF, they were a big exit, Brandon, you've got to say. Barreto and Crapaldi. Alongside that, Nom Esports as well. They had such a good tournament last weekend at the Champions League. Couldn't replicate it here at the TOTS Cup.
Yeah, there was 4 more teams as well that did, unfortunately, not find their way through to day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup. Obviously, one of those being Levante.
Oh, massive shock.
Spanish side, Maestro and Papsity not making it through. Footwiz as well, the 2 Aussie lads, Jamodo and Marco, unfortunately could not do their part to get through. But I think the biggest storyline yesterday was Resende and Tor, Richard. A Masters team from Brazil with, I mean, look, a huge football club behind them, backing them, the Italian side. They just could not get going yesterday.
No, they really couldn't. They struggled in their matches, and unfortunately Resende and Tor do crash out of the tournament. But they're the 8 teams who have gone home. We have 24 teams remaining. 16 matches in the winners bracket and 8 teams currently waiting in the losers bracket. You can see the lay of the land right there. In the winners bracket, some incredible matches that we will be focusing on here in this opening round of play. Team Falcons against Direwolves, Makers Sweden against SPQR, CF Montreal against Crew Esports, and our featured match for this first set, Brandon, XL Esports against Atlanta United.
Absolutely, as I said, we'll be playing one half of the top half of the upper bracket now, and then we'll be playing that second half following it. Fnatic Guild Esports is certainly going to be a game we can't wait for. But there's teams in the lower bracket that you might have expected to be there. Complexity, one of them. There's a long, long, long road to Championship Sunday and to crowning our Team of the Season Cup final winner tomorrow. Let's look at the games that are live this round in day 2 of the tournament. We're going to be taking you through XL Esports against Atlanta United. Our B stream with top quality commentators. We'll be taking you through Team Falcons and Direwolves. Makers Sweden, SPQR is stream C, and then CF Montreal against Crew Esports will be available to watch across our multi-feed option here, available in the Team of the Season Cup. So many games taking place, Richard. Catch it all live.
Yeah, absolutely, and our very own Kyle Walker will be joining us throughout the course of this opening round, keeping us up to date with all of the games. We mentioned our featured match is going to contain XL Esports and Atlanta United. If you're wondering a little bit more about XL Esports, well, they've got 2 of the household names in the UK and world FIFA scene, Gorilla and Tom. They picked them up at the start of this season. I mean, Gorilla is a former world champion 2017 E-World Cup, and in also very good so far here this tournament. Tom, do we even need to say anything about Tom? He's been there, he's done it. The last couple of years, he's been regarded as one of the best players on the planet.
Yeah, on the flip side, I mean, this guy has also been very committed to his team. Palanetto of Atlanta United has been there for quite a few years now. He obviously had some success in the most recent EMLS Cup as well. Teams up with Vinny, former of Footwiz, now at Atlanta United. The 2 Brazilians have been making some noise for the American Football Club. They play in this upper bracket round, and I'm just looking at the fixtures coming into this one. They've had quite a hard run, Atlanta United. 2 penalty shootouts, a 5-4 win. They haven't been off it, I would say. I mean, Tex said the words, the skill gap, the level of competition here, penalties have featured a lot, extra time has featured a lot, and low scoring matches have featured a lot.
Yeah, they've not looked comprehensive at all, have Atlanta United, but now we're going into day 2, we're going into the bracket play. Elimination FIFA is about to take place, and I cannot wait to get it underway.
Here we go. Day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup is live for more FIFA 22 FGS action. Atlanta United, who are just alongside us here in the commentary booth, take on a team that I believe are making their stream debut, XL Esports. We didn't really get to see them at all yesterday.
Yeah, we saw their one game, a 5-3 victory against Dux Gaming in that group standings. They went through top of the group with 2 wins. We get to see them today. They've been warming up for the last 1.5 hours. I'm looking forward to seeing what Tom and Gorilla have in the locker. Both of these 2 teams, FGS Masters winners from their representative regions over the course of March. We had the 16 Masters teams all competing in weekly tournaments. XL won week 1 and Atlanta United won week 4. So they both got a little bit of 2v2 synergy. I'd expect a really competitive game here.
Yeah, there were 2 of our Masters teams that didn't have to go through that qualification of the FGS Open back in December that 16 teams did have to do here. As you rightly said, there is a little bit of data to go off for both of these two teams. Back on March 7th, it was where XL were able to take down Fnatic of all teams in that grand final, Richard. $15,000 they picked up in our first of 4 Masters Cups. And in week 4 in the Masters Cups, Atlanta were able to pick up a huge win as well against Inter.
Yeah, that was in the grand final. A good win as well for Atlanta United. Pablo Neto was incredible during the online era as well, alongside Tom Lees for XL Esports. Both of those two players in their respective regions, Europe and South America, were performing to a very high level, making online tournaments and making numerous different bracket runs in their respective FGS majors.
Yeah, Atlanta United to come forward their first real chance of the game. Pele will play a short back to Jude Bellingham. Possession changes hands again. While we are changing possession of the two teams, let's check in with Carl Walker for the first update here in day 2.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. Yes, there's plenty of goals going in across the different games already. Team Falcons against Dire Wolves. Dire Wolves, Mark 11, Mike J were there. Surprisingly, some would say, 1 goal up in that first half of the first leg of their matchup. They are beating Team Falcons by 1-0. Maker Sweden, they are taking on Team SPQR. They're 1 goal up as well. 40 minutes played in that game. And then the other game that I'm currently across, CF Montreal 1, Crew Esports 1 as well. We've had plenty of goals already. I'm sure I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Carl. That was the main update there from Dire Wolves against Team Falcons, Rich. They lead by 1-0. Mark and Mike travelled from literally the other side of the world to be here. Found their way through to the upper bracket after a difficult run of play yesterday. Here is Atlanta United with their first real opportunities. Very much been the story of Defence Wins Championship so far in this tournament, Richard. It's been low scoring. Spoke to Guild Esports earlier today, Nicholas Razek. They said only yesterday they conceded 3 goals across the 3 games they played in groups.
Yeah, very good defensive performance from Guild Esports, but no one's won anything yet. You certainly, over a course of a 3-day tournament, you can't win a tournament on day 1, but you can certainly lose it. And you can go out and you can be eliminated from the Team of the Season Cup, but you have to maintain and you have to keep consistent. That's the big thing. A 3-day tournament, that's 3 days of keeping your levels at a very equal pace. There's no point starting day 1 hot, winning both games and then losing your first match on day 2. You'll put yourself in a real awkward position going down to the loser's bracket.
Well, they only had 1 game to play yesterday, XL. It came against Ducks Gaming. It was Daniel Aguilar and Gravison, which they played a very difficult 2 legs of FIFA. They're able to get the result regardless in the end, 5-3. And they had to wait quite a while to play their first game yesterday. 5 o'clock was when they got their game on main stage, but nevertheless they got the top seed spot from Group D. Well, that could be easy onside. No, he's not. Jude Bellingham slightly off. Who impressed you yesterday?
There were a few teams who really did impress me yesterday. I think Crew Esports, I didn't really know what to expect, but obviously Valon and in particular Yago have got a lot of LAN experience. They really showed up. Makers, the Italian FGS Masters side, were very impressive. Obviously we expected performances from Falcons, from Fnatic, from Team Hulk Ninjas in Pyjamas, but there are a few of those teams. I think Dire Wolves, look, there were a lot of talk about them coming into the tournament, but they were extremely impressive. And also Safka Live Gaming, you cannot forget about those guys. Top the group, incredible penalty shootout win against Atlanta United, who are in action right now, and a really, really good performance.
And it's sort of helped them as well that they've had not really much hype or talk about them, in all honesty, Saf and Goliath. They've got their head down and they've got down to business here. Winner of this game will play the winner of CF Montreal against Crew Esports in the next round of the upper bracket. And I believe there has been more goals going in our other featured matchups. Carl Walker, take it away.
Brandon, there has been another goal, and it's in the game between Team Falcons and Dire Wolves. Dire Wolves have managed to double their lead. It is 2-0. 56 minutes gone. However, I'm sure Dr. Nightwatch and MS Tasari will not be worrying too much. We know that they can overcome a deficit. We've seen them do it before. Could we see them do it again? I'll keep you updated.
Wow, that's a serious result coming in there. Direwolves 2 goals up to the good against the king of the jungle, MS Dasari, and his new teammate, Dr. Nightwatch.
There's a lot of FIFA left to be played, though. I think Dasari and Nightwatch went down a couple of times yesterday to an early goal and then just turned the game around. I think they won 3. They scored 3 quick-fire goals in their first match. So slow starters, I think, is a way to describe them, but they have such a high ceiling. Good whip into the box. Jude Bellingham won the header. Van der Sar with a good save.
First shot, first warning sign, fired towards XL Esports from Atlanta United. They've been looking for that cross into the box for Jude Bellingham. On that occasion, they're able to link up with the perfect effort. Bellingham recycling back to Mbappe. So far, it's been all Atlanta United. Just pinned in ever so slightly XL. They've had quite a story, XL Esports. They were sort of one of the real orgs that pushed FIFA forward many, many moons ago when there wasn't really an ecosystem for FIFA esports. They had the likes of Gorilla on their books a long time ago, and it was sort of a homecoming for him when he put pen to paper again at the start of this year. They made a huge investment into the scene, picking up 2 big UK and worldwide FIFA stars. I mean, what, you've got an E-World Cup winner on there, you've got E-Premier League, no doubt one of the best players in the world for the last couple of years. Tom, many would regard PlayStation across any console. He was dominating.
No, he certainly was. As we get back underway here inside this second period, 45 minutes played so far. XL Esports probably, I mean, there's not really been any chances. That one whip into the box, the deep cross from Atlanta United, it can be a goal. It can be a goal-scoring opportunity. Jude Bellingham, maybe not the player you want to be receiving that header, but I think Atlanta United going into the halfway point will probably be a little bit more happy with their performance at the break. But there's so much FIFA left to be played.
Yeah, there is so much FIFA left to be played. Loving the setup here with our partner of the tournament, Astro Game, and providing headsets to all of our players. Just being able to be in the conversation, the coaches. Everyone's got their own coach for their pods here in the Team of the Season Cup. Some more involved than others. Some are, you know, resident coaches for these teams. Some may be friends or family members, depending on team from team. I mean, Fnatic, they don't need a coach. Diogo and Tex, they have not needed a coach since they arrived yesterday. There's just been some really interesting conversations that have been happening. Tactical ones, certainly, with how narrow the margins have been in this 2v2 format here. I believe we're ready to jump into this second half now between XL and Atlanta United. It's 0-0 so far in this first leg. It's upper bracket play here in day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup. Still waiting for the first goal. Atlanta United certainly have been the better of the two, and it goes. It could be a chance. 2 hands on the ball. Van der Sar. We'll check in with Carl Walker again. It seems like a lot is happening, Carl, in this opening game.
Yeah, it is, Brandon. You're saying you're waiting for your first goal. I've had plenty of goals going around, but I've got to focus on this Team Falcons against Direwolves matchup just here. 3 goals Direwolves have scored. Team Falcons not managed to find the net just yet. Direwolves look like they're in the driving seat. They're dominating the possession as well. Remember, if you are watching on Stream A after this matchup, after this first leg, well, we will have highlights of all of our games. And let me tell you, you do not want to miss these ones. CF Montreal, Crew Esports, that is 2-2. And in our other game, well, Maker Sweden, they are managing to find the back of the net plenty of times. You do not want to miss this, guys.
Carl, yeah, that match is really heating up. Direwolves are coming into day 2 on fire. First real chance in the box for XL. It was time green from Cristiano Ronaldo, but it was better defending from João Cancelo. You can catch that game with live commentary, by the way, between Team Falcons and Direwolves via the B stream in the multi-view option here across the 3 days of this Team of the Season Cup. Serious first result out, Richard, for Direwolves so far. Knocking on the door, XL. First real sniff they've had near the box. Can't latch on to Ronaldinho, unfortunately.
3-0. Direwolves leading against Team Falcons. I mean, a lot of people have been saying for a long time, Direwolves, even when I came into the hotel on Wednesday night, Direwolves are decent. They're a dark horse. They're a serious dark horse for this tournament. They can cause upsets. And I mean, we've seen that upset come into fruition right now. 3-0 against one of the favourites in Team Falcons.
And look, they had a very difficult game yesterday against Fnatic that went to a deciding penalty shootout. Ajax are in that as well, that group. They just about pulled themselves out of it. It was MGCF Esports that were the team that did crash out of Group B. But nevertheless, they were the team that have been feared. Spoke to Heretics yesterday. The only team they said that they were a little bit worried about was Dire Wolves. They played a friendly against them on the build-up to this tournament. And they just said that they look good. They're just playing this game a little bit differently.
Well, Dire Wolves have actually been in the UK since the 21st at the XL house. They've been playing with XL, they've been playing with Tom and Gorilla and getting those reps in, getting the European competition in, and it looks like it's certainly helping them right now.
As we said, we are sort of splitting the upper rounds into two. The game in our second featured matchup today looks to be Fnatic up against Guild Esports. That one is an incredible game of FIFA. We can't wait to see that one. Diogo, Nicholas Razak and Tex all involved in that one.
Unbelievably stacked. We'll be coming up in probably about 45 minutes time if you're setting your alarm for that particular game.
Certainly feel like they've been building their way a bit more into this XL. And Mbappe down the byline, lovely ball into CR7, who still can't get that leap above Akimi. Massive switch of play. It's a running race at the back. Marcelo, FUT captain, proving why he is good enough to be in these teams. Is that good? On the side of Atlanta, he's actually pushed out João Cancelo from the team.
Chance?
Well, this could be, oh no, and back to goal. Coming together at the back between the two Brazilian defenders, just about gets that clear.
Just couldn't quite get the ball to drop on Ronaldo. It was a lovely little pass through the lines, but couldn't bring it down and then get his shot away. You saw he was trying to rifle the right boot away into that far left corner. So
that could be a ball and a half. Oh no!
An own goal?
It looks to be an own goal. It was Jude Bellingham that jumped up for the header. He didn't get a touch on it. Marcelo put the ball across the goal, and the animation of the player there is just completely unfortunate.
It's Marquinhos. He's got to head it away. He's headed it into the back of his own net. Van der Sar rooted to the spot. He tried getting down, dove over the top of the ball. It's a comedy club at the defence.
Yeah, just not so sure you can explain that goal in the nicest way. Atlanta United up by a goal to nil. More updates happening in other games. Carl Walker, what's happening?
Brandon, 2 games have finished. I mean, Makers Sweden beating SPQR 4-0 in that first leg. And it was 2-2 after the first leg between CF Montreal and Crew Esports. But that game between Dire Wolves and Team Falcons, well, Team Falcons managed to get one back, making it 3-1. Dire Wolves did hit the post in the final few seconds. It is all to play for in this second leg.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, I got a goal back at least, Team Falcons. There is a second leg to play in that one, but XL are going to be feeling very hard done by there. The animation just completely all over the shot. Marcelo whipped it in, came off Marquinhos, and Van der Sar, unfortunately, nowhere to be seen.
But they've shown for a couple of times that that's a way that they're going to score goals. Do you remember back to the highlights we saw yesterday, final game of the day with Atlanta United? They scored 2 goals, getting that ball out wide and then whipping it into the box. It might not be the most beautiful way of scoring. It might not be the tiki-taka FIFA, but a goal's a goal at the end of the day.
It works for them. Who's going to be laughing if they're lifting the trophy come Sunday evening here in
I'll tell you, Paulo Neto, he'll have a big grin on his face.
Cruyff does come on to the field for XL Esports. His prime icon moment does offer you Sally and outlook going forward, runs out of play there, just not clicking at the moment. They're just not in their groove so far, XL. They haven't really been able to play.
No, they've not. Atlanta United, they've defended quite well. They've made sure that the only space to get in is out wide. They've not allowed them to come into the middle of the penalty area. The couple of times that they've had opportunities to maybe play through those through balls or maybe a little double tap pass, it's ran through to the keeper. They've had men behind the ball. It's been frustrating. I think that's the word to describe it for XL Esports at the moment. They might not even get a touch of this ball before the game ends.
Ousmane Dembele Lovely little flick on Mbappe. Tries his best to put on the burners to get past Marquinhos. That should pretty much do us
I might get
for
one
the
more.
first leg here, unless the referee will play on the extra chance. It's a minute of additional time. Are we still in play at this extra chance? Yes, we could be. Cruyff is in a running race with Marquinhos. Little ball roll scoop turn, whips it in. CR7 could be there. And again, every single time, team of the year Hakimi has beaten Ronaldo in the air. Every single time.
He's been equal to it, has Hakimi. They've defended well so far, Atlanta United, and you can see frustration there from XL Esports. The South Americans lead 1-0 at the break.
Yeah, they do indeed. Still plenty to come here from the Team of the Season Cup in day 2. But at the break, it is XL Esports to trail by 1-0 against Atlanta United. Second leg coming up after this.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player lock as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
Welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here for day 2 of the competition. You join us for our first opening matchup in the upper bracket between Atlanta United and XL Esports. There's been some highlights in another featured game, though, that Carl Walker's going to be taking us through before we jump into our second leg.
Yes, plenty of goals to go through. Let's have a look at some of these highlights just here then. Team Falcons taking on Dire Wolves. Dire Wolves boys travelling all the way from Australia to be here. Team Falcons made up of Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari. They'll be hoping that they can continue their form from yesterday. Getting into this first leg, though, it was the two boys from Australia who opened the scoring. A goal just there for Dire Wolves, a fist bump all round, but looking very nonchalant in their celebrations just here. It was another shock, another surprise as they doubled their lead with that goal just there. Fist bumps once again, the same celebrations, back to work, and they definitely put in that work as they managed to find a third goal in the 63rd minute. And once again, as I said, double fist bumps just there, but it was Team Falcons who were on the hunt for at least a consolation going into that second leg, and in the 78th minute they managed to get that just there, and both of those with the awkward handshake, fist bump it was. Now we get into the second game that is currently on stream number C. SPQR taking on Makers Sweden, and it seemed like Makers Sweden were not coming to play around in day number 2. They opened the scoring 33 minutes into the game, and those goals just kept on coming. A beautiful goal just there from Usman Dumbele, and it was Makers Sweden who continued. Ball over the top, ball across, and a great finish. St. Maximum with that finish just there. Now you thought the goals would have stopped there. 3. Oh no, Makers Sweden said, let me go again. And with a little bit of luck and a cheeky celebration from the team, they looked at each other in surprise, but they managed to make it 4. They apologised, and all I'm going to say, that second leg, the goals have not stopped. CF Montreal and Crew Esports were our third game on stream. That first leg, well, both of those were hoping that they could push to see where they can take it. They're hoping to go on to day number 3, and it was CF Montreal who opened the scoring. That fist bump, as we're seeing from all of those players. But Crew Esports, they equalised 27 minutes into the game, making it 1-1 just there. The goals, though, they did not stop, and it was CF Montreal who managed to pull it back, making it 2-1. Just how many times have we seen that type of goal in FIFA 22? And it was Crew Esports who had to find an equaliser. They managed to do it in the 70th minute, and that game still remains 2-2, even in leg number 2. Richard, Brandon, back to you guys.
Cheers, Carl. Great to see what's been going on in our other 3 games in the upper bracket there. Any big headlines? I mean, the biggest one, it's got to be Makers Sweden.
Makers Sweden have not come to play games. They've come to win trophies. Currently flying in their round 1 winners bracket matchup, and they will be taking on the winner of Falcons and Dire Wolves. So at the moment it's going to be Makers Sweden against Dire Wolves in the winners bracket quarterfinals.
On the other one, Richard, it's the winner of CF Montreal and Crew Esports that will play the winner of this game. You're joining it back live now. This is our featured matchup between Atlanta United and XL Esports. In the break, we turn around and look down at XL Esports. They seem surprisingly positive, bearing in mind the goal they just conceded.
Yeah, I think they know that they were a bit unfortunate with the goal that they conceded, but they've got the game to take this game away. However, Atlanta United are no pushovers, and they will hold this lead. They will see this lead out if they're allowed to, and they'll keep scoring as well. That cross is dangerous.
They're looking for it every time, and what's more impressive, it's the deep run of Jude Bellingham, isn't it? There's every single time he's looking for that ball. Ball over the top. Eventually able to play it back into Atlanta United. It is Palanetto and Vinny that do make up the all-important duo for the American football side. He's had quite a long period of his career at Atlanta United as Palanetto.
Yeah, it must be weird for him as well to be playing without a big picture of himself behind him, because he plays with a mural, typically, that's painted on his wall of himself.
What's more interesting, Richard, is our last tournament was in Paris, February 23rd, 2020. He was playing for Atlanta United at the tournament years on from that. So a great working relationship with the club. And they did become one of our Masters teams at the start of the FIFA 22 year.
Top 8, I think, at the Paris tournament.
Yeah, one of his better runs.
Yeah.
Bellingham building up nice. This is XL. Haven't had much luck. A few times they were looking for that Sort of back post cross to Cristiano Ronaldo, but Hakimi kept CR7 at bay pretty much for the whole game. This is nice. One more pass. Maybe get a tap in if they're fortunate. The ball was just not bouncing kindly back to Kylian Mbappe.
If you're an XL Esports fan, though, it's much better from Tom and Gorilla, working the ball into the box instead of looking for that back post cross, which you've not had any success with so far. Kylian Mbappe, he was the extra pass, couldn't quite manipulate the ball into a space behind him with the pass. It was quick decision making to take the shot, and a good save from the goalkeeper. Save that you'd expect him to make, though.
Pull it. This could be cheeky. Lacroqueta in his way past 1 or 2. Still in possession. Still is the Dutch midfielder. Plays it into probably a better option in front of goal. R9 slows it down eventually, and I'm pretty sure Atlanta looking to recycle this one perfectly. Little Lacroqueta, Mbappe, possession changes hand. Kyle Walker, what is the latest?
Let's focus on Team SBQR taking on Maker Sweden. Maker Sweden 3 goals up in this second leg, but get this, 7 goals up on aggregate. They are just continuing to go forward, push. They're even pushing for an 8th right now. Stick with me, let's see if they can get it. They try that shot, but it does go out. No, it doesn't. The keeper manages to save it just there. So guys, 7-0 to Maker Sweden.
Wow, 7-0. Just looking down at SBQR, they're a team that didn't show a smart reaction yesterday. They were very cool, calm and composed in their approach via their last game, which they did win via the all-important penalty shootout. They're a 5-4 win. They lost on penalties after a 4-4. Then were able to keep their nerve and hold their nerve from the spot.
XL are building. There's a goal in this game for them.
The game just so close moments ago.
Yeah, they did, just as Kyle was giving the update of the Makers Sweden demolition job. They're looking for that extra pass every single time.
If you have just tuned in, you're wondering what you're looking at. This is the top 16 upper bracket side here at the Team of the Season Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong, Richard, 2 big wins today could take you into the Championship Sunday.
Certainly could, yeah, in that winner's bracket. You win this first match and then you win your quarter-final tie. You've guaranteed top 4 in the winner's bracket. And you're guaranteed Championship Sunday football.
Yeah, you will be in the semi-finals of the upper bracket. XL yet to score here in day 2. Still trailing by a goal. Ronaldinho looking to change that now. Nice cutback, finds Jude Bellingham. Waiting for the perfect pass, the perfect extra pass. Maybe so, why not? Kept at bay though by Ruud Gullit, corner.
It is more promising for XL, but Atlanta United are defending really well. They're marking the extra pass. They're looking just sort of defensively sound at the moment. I think it's going to require something magnificent for XL Esports to break down this Atlanta United side.
Ruben Diaz very far forward from that corner naturally. Looking to try and get head on the cross that originally came in. Double tap pass was an idea that Gullit was trying to do to intervene. The interception from Ruud Gullit in an Atlanta United shirt. At the moment, it's just very all in control from the Brazilian duo. Palaneto and Vinny, our Masters Cup winners in week 4 back in March. I believe there is more goals going in. Kyle Walker, I heard a massive roar from Crew Esports. What's happening there?
Well, they've managed to score another one, Brandon, making it 4-2 on aggregate to Crew Esports. CF Montreal, they're going to have to pull something out the bag if they are going to want to progress. Now, obviously, the game that you're watching on Stream A, the winner of Crew Esports and CF Montreal, they will meet in the next round. But, guys, right now, it looks like Crew Esports will be facing either Atlanta United or XL Esports.
Yeah, they've been making some noise, haven't they? As well, just 2 booths to the side of us. Thank you for all your updates, Carl Walker, who's down on the ground, checking in with all of those scores. At the halfway point, Rich, it's 3 halves of FIFA. 135 in-game minutes of FIFA. They haven't been able to find the back in the XL. 45 minutes to do so now. What do they need to do other than obviously score a goal?
I think they're doing all the right things. They're building up. They're looking a lot more creative in this second 45 minutes in the second leg. However, they just need to show a little bit more punctuality in the final third. There's got to be a little bit more snappiness to their play. Because when it's played maybe at a slower pace, Atlanta United are just going to defend that all day long. They're going to sit bodies in front. They're going to make sure it's difficult. And as this game draws on, the potential more bodies going forward for XL Esports. You know what's going to happen. There's going to be spacing behind Atlanta United, couple of balls over the top, and there's a chance to really pull away and go 2-3-0 goals to the good.
Well, that change has to be implemented now. Lovely little pass around the corner from Mbappe. Cheeky little double tap. Dink into the feet of R9. Whipped in, CR7, he's had a quiet game so far. He looks to come alive now. It's the first aerial battle he's seemingly been able to win against Hakimi. This time round. He's able to get head on the ball. Had some of those scores coming in though. Team makers dominating their tie at the moment. They're on their way through past SBQR. They've made it look very easy indeed. It seems like we've chosen one of the most quietest of matches. Carl Walker, is there more goals going in with you?
Well, there's been plenty of goals, and it seems like Maker Sweden, well, they're on the hunt, and they've managed to find the 8th in the 91st minute. That seals, I'm sure it was sealed a long time ago, their victory and their progression through to the next round. They will be facing in that next round, well, the winner of another matchup that is quite close, you could say, even though the scoreline doesn't really reflect it. Dire Wolves, though, they're coming for a 4th, and they managed to get a 4th. As I said, it was close. Well, they decided that I was not going to be telling the truth right there. Dire Wolves make it 4-1 against Team Falcons. I was only going to update you guys that Team Falcons had missed a brilliant opportunity, and we get a goal live on stream. Richard Brandon, maybe I'm the lucky charm.
Sign up for a commentary gig, Rich, I'm thinking. Carl Walker there on the mic. Dire Wolves, that game is heating up. It's getting a bit more competitive, but nevertheless, the two Aussies, Mike and Mark, have come to the UK for business. They, as you rightly said, were scrimming all week long with XL. They've been here since the 21st of April, grinding away for this weekend. And now they're getting their chance to show just what they can do on the world stage. Keep in mind, XL lose this, they're not at the tournament. They'll be in the lower bracket. It's not going to be an easy game for them.
No, it certainly won't. That game that's coming up is going to be an incredible match in the losers bracket. Everything is on the line. Hakimi whipped into the box. Ruben Diaz does well on that occasion to hook it away. But XL Esports, they've still got time. 25 minutes left on the clock, but they can't give possession away like that. And potentially Atlanta United with a green time finesse sails over the crossbar.
Yeah, just about sails over the crossbar, that one. In the end.
Here we go.
Check in with Dire Wolves. We'll see what Carl Walker's been telling us about. He said there was goals. He said there was action. How about that one? Mbappe, cheeky little reverse elastico. That's against Emis Dasari and Nightwatch. That is a massive situation there and a massive job on the hands for Coach Enzo and those two players. Only 39 minutes left to play.
Yeah, really, really important goal there. 3 goals and, 20 minutes left to play. We have just heard if XL don't turn this game around, they will play the team to their left in the booth currently, which is AFC Ajax in a losers bracket round 1 matchup. So, very important to stay as long as you can in that winners bracket.
How many times have we had that, though? Players playing next door to each other, one above the other one. It's been really sort of in your face, to be completely honest, with your opponents here. XL just sitting to the side of AFC Ajax. They're sitting waiting patiently to play their first game of the day. There's not long left of this game. At the moment, Atlanta still up by a goal to the good. It's good spirits, though, in the XL dressing room still. Not there yet, the duo of Finn and Levi Frederico. They'll be there very soon. Ready to play. Coach Bass behind them. A legend in the game.
And Danny Hackenberg will be there. He's currently warming up. I think he's in the vacant Inter Esports booth at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's sitting in the Inter Esports booth with Tony Koch, the coach of Inter. Probably playing some 2v2 division rivals or something on those lines. We're back to coaching duty very soon indeed. 20 minutes left to play here. Atlanta United still in control of possession, still really in control of this game. And right now, I can't see anyone taking this result away from them. And to think, I was going to say it in the last game, Rich, imagine if that goal was the goal to separate the winning moment of this game. It looks to be that.
You won't have to imagine for much longer.
They're going to look to push for another goal here. Usman Dembele, fresh on the pitch. That foot fancy in-game item. Certainly is good enough, and certainly still has the value for it. Cruyff. Hill to Hill finds Hullet now. This is where they really need to turn on XL. Time not with them. They've not had much possession either with how well Atlanta have been keeping it. They win a corner. Well, 13 minutes left to play. Vinny Jr. comes onto the fray. I mean, they need an injection of something in their attacks. XL. Fake shot does well. Hullet. Ruben Diaz just brings that calmness into the defensive third again. Atlanta United, they've not put, until now, a foot wrong, really. They've done everything right. Defended well, they've kept possession well. They're being really clinical. Neither team has really created much.
No, they've not. Neither team has attacked as well as they know they can, but that's because they've defended so well, both teams. And yes, it was a very scrappy goal to put Atlanta United in front, but they'll not be complaining one bit.
And this is where they can pull a Ajax down. Look at R9's run there. Nice scoop turn from Cristiano Ronaldo, brings in Marcelo. They've got 6 minutes now. This game is literally in their hands. One more win, Richard, for Atlanta United. They will be on their way to a Championship Sunday to final eight if they can beat what looks to be, last time we heard, Crew Esports, Cristiano Ronaldo on his bit of a solo run.
It's got to go now for XL.
3 minutes left. Last chance saloon for XL Esports. It's a long ball forward. Vinicius Junior, look at the numbers. They're queuing up. What a chance. What a chance. 4 XL shirts in the line. It was R9, it was Cristiano Ronaldo. Cruyff was there. There just was not enough power in that cross from Vinicius Junior.
Oh, that's outrageous. They're holding each other's hands. Any of them can take it if the cross beats the first man.
Do you think it's one of them when they looked up on the map and they just saw 4 players? I've got to get the ball in the box as soon as I could, and then
the cross is woeful.
Yeah,
that's what's happened. Number 1 rule in football: beat the first man. All he needs to do is just any sort of loft on that cross. There's 4 of them. It
beats Ruben Diaz.
If you want an extra pass, that you stood in a line, you're line dancing. Extra, extra, extra tapping. That's it, surely. 89th minute.
Well, they speak about it in 2v2. The skill gap may have been very narrow and the margins have been so small. So many games this weekend have gone to extra time and penalties. I mean, the only game that we have seen a real blowout has to be Makers Sweden, who have absolutely just dominated SPQR. They're at their booth now. They're back down, probably refreshing, saying, right, let's get ready for whoever's standing in our way in the next round of play here. XL will get one more chance, Richard. Pele looking to drive us forward and maybe looking to drive us into extra time for Gorilla and Spencer.
That's it.
That's got to be it. That will be it. XL Esports will drop down to the loser bracket, where they will face AFC Ajax in not too long at all. Just a few hours' time. Atlanta United, though, did not put a foot wrong defensively. They kept possession so well throughout the game. They win by a goal, a very controversial goal, for being completely honest, Richard. It was something that I'm sure Mike LaBelle won't be breaking down in post-match analysis, because it was an interest animation from the defender Marquinhos van der Sar. The ball went underneath. It was an own goal in the end, and that's the only goal that separates this.
It was a very, very technical game, that one. It was like a chess match. Both teams going back and forth. The creativity in the final third was lacking on both fronts. Atlanta got a goal. Doesn't matter how it goes in. They got that goal, and then they sat on it. They defended well. They made sure that chances weren't coming easily, and they will take their top 8 guaranteed finish.
And look, they're not going to be moaning about it. They're into the next round of the upper bracket. That will be, as we said, against Crew or CF Montreal. But that is it from our first top half of the upper bracket. I said it soon. It's going to be Fnatic against Guild. But for now, let's pass it down to Rachel and Mike.
Thanks, guys. I mean, that was pretty exciting, Mike, because it was 2 qualifying teams there who are continuing that run in the upper bracket, which we possibly didn't expect. Dire Wolves and Makers Sweden, who have all the noise up there. An 8-0 victory over SPQR. And they were great, weren't they, SPQR, yesterday, defeating Levante on penalties, and then Houston as well. So 2 top teams, and then obviously they lost just that 8-0 to make Sweden. Did you expect a defeat of that quality at this stage?
That's what I was going to say. I think the more impressive part of not only them getting these wins, but dominant fashion. We really haven't seen any victory like that. If we're going through yesterday's results, that type of separation. Usually we're talking about slim margins. Even if you're talking about Direwolves beating Falcons
4-1.
No one is going to debate who deserved to win that game. If you watched it in its full length, it was on Stream B. From start to finish, confident, composed. They had a game plan. They executed on that game plan.
Well, both those teams must be brimming with confidence right now, but let's have a quick check-in then with the bracket and see exactly what that means. Okay, we'll zoom in on it so you can get your eyes across there. So, obviously, we can just go through this. Falcons, they lost 4-1. We just mentioned that. Lakers Sweden 8-0 over SBQR. Crew defeated Montreal 5-2. Then finally, XL lost to Atlanta United 1-0. Own goal, wasn't it, Mike LaBelle? Jude Bellingham there. Talk about that.
And I like both of these matchups. We have Direwolves and Maker Sweden, both teams that I feel kind of went under the radar. We might have been talking about them, but in general, maybe not as favorited. And then even with Crew going up against...
Crew went up against Montreal.
Up against Montreal and getting that result. And in their next matchup as well, they have Argentina versus Brazil with Atlanta United.
And this is obviously what it now means for the lower bracket. So the guys that just got the loss there, they now drop down, don't they, to go into the lower bracket run. So
Starting to fill out a little bit.
Neo Falcons, and then obviously this is how it works out for the day. So loads of matches still to come, of course. And then we have the second side of that top half there. Quick word then on the Wolves. The Dire Wolves, of course. Coach is Zach as well, who we saw at the ECL with Cosmin. They've got a great setup going on, haven't they?
And they got here a week early so they could play against all the European teams, and they've been dominating. I think it also built their own confidence, just a little reminder, and they've been able to carry that into this event.
Well, the Wolves are ready. They're standing by. I'm trying to think of a Wolf analogy here, but I can't think of one. Hopefully Kyle Walker has one with Mike and Mark. I can't wait to hear this interview.
Thank you, Rachel. Put me on the spot there a little bit. I don't know what we're going to do for this analogy, but I am joined by the Direwolves. Unbelievable performance just there. I mean, Mike, I'll start with you. How did it feel going into the game? Probably people would say that you were the underdogs going into it. Did that help?
Yeah, no, I definitely think it helped. Like, since we got here, everyone's thought just, OCE, we're a free win. So it's always been good. We go into the games. I feel like we get a little bit of a leg up. We get sort of 20, 30 minutes where, they're sort of taking it a little bit easy on us, so to say. So no, it's really good. But I think we're showing that, there are some good players in OCE and definitely some good teams to watch out for.
Over the last couple of years, I've obviously followed your region very closely, working on lots of the events, and I always get the feeling that some of your players feel a little bit disrespected, that you don't get enough places at some of the events, and also that maybe some of the other teams around the different regions, that they maybe don't give you the respect that you deserve. You're here. Mark, your first LAN event as well. You're certainly showing everyone that you deserve to be here.
Yeah, it feels really good just being in the same environment as my team and just seeing everyone, like when they score, they just go off. It's just a good feeling to be around here. I really enjoy it a lot.
Well, let's have a look at some of the goals from your game. Obviously, you were taking on a very difficult team in Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari in that matchup. Talk me through this one, Mike, because you start the game and then you're preparing for it. How do you play against MS Dasari, the king of the jungle, and Dr. Nightwatch as well, two experienced players? How do you even prepare for that?
No, look, it's two players that Mark and I both have a lot of respect for. They've done a lot in the game and out of the game. So, we just went in, played our game. Just, there are two other people holding a controller, so there's no reason to be scared or intimidated by them. So we just played our own game. We just relaxed, and the result just came as we did the right things.
Now, looking at this one, looking at this goal, I mean, you managed to make it 3 just there, but Mark, they did manage to get another goal, making it 3-1. Was there a point where you were a little bit worried, thinking, this is MS Dasari, this is Dr. Nightwatch, they could come back in this?
Yeah, I was a bit worried. I was hoping we could take the 3-1 lead to the second leg, which we did. That was a good confidence booster. Have a 2-goal lead with a whole game to go. I was confident to get the result after that.
Now, final question. I just want to talk about Maker Sweden because you will be facing them next. You just heard that from me. I told you your reaction when I told you the score that they won as well. I mean, for the viewers at home, you wouldn't have seen this. Mark, you had your hand on your belly. So it looked like you felt a little bit nauseous at the thought of that. Every match here is going to be difficult, but one more win, you go through to Championship Sunday. Are you guys confident?
Yeah, definitely confident. Obviously, they had a big win, but, again, they're just two people holding a controller. I don't see why we can't win. So, we go in full confidence and see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens indeed. I've still been thinking of the Wolves analogy. All I can say is that you beat the king of the jungle. Maybe the Wolves are the new kings of the jungle right here. Now, you guys are going to stay exactly where you are because after the break, you'll be joined by Liv Cook. You'll be taking part in the Crossbar Challenge, I think it is. I'm looking forward to seeing that one just now. You've got your socks and sliders on. You've got trainers on just there. Hopefully, you're feeling slightly more confident in those ones. You've shown us some incredible skills on the pad. Let's see what you can do with an actual football. Don't go anywhere. These guys have got the crossbar very soon.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the McKeedy cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the McKeedy cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
I'm going to enjoy this one. It's Dire Wolves.
Is he going to get the touch onto this? Volleys his way through. This usually results in one thing only. There's 1-0 from Dire Wolves, and it's game on all of a sudden.
Should we just go to Sydney because we're keeping them up?
Where's he going? A good save from the keeper. The lead is there, heading to that second leg.
This is the decider. It's really win or go home.
Neymar finds that little bit of space.
Dire Wolves, they are our Open champions, and we'll see them at the Team of the Season Cup.
Well, they had they had
And what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the FIFA Global Series, and I'm joined now by the boys themselves, Dire Wolves. How you feeling, guys?
Yeah, good. Very, very good. Good win before, so
Yeah.
feeling very confident.
Mark, how you feeling?
Pretty good first lane. Feels good to be very close to a championship Sunday.
Yeah, well, you just got a good win, but I want to test your skills now. It's Crossbar Challenge. This is our first one where we've got teammates going against each other, so pressure's on to set a nice standard, a nice high bar.
Yeah.
5 shots each. We're going to alternate.
Oh.
Who's going to win?
Me. Yeah. I'm going to win.
You're a goalkeeper,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Like-
I'll back myself. Gotta back
He's a
yourself.
goalkeeper, but
Yeah.
he's backing himself. You're going to take that?
Yeah, you can have it. I'll leave it for now.
Okay.
I'll show when the
I
actual
like
game.
it. I like it. Play it calm. Well, you can go first then.
From the white dot.
Yeah. Ooh. Whoa! I think we might have broke a camera.
Jesus. I barely tapped that.
Expensive equipment, that. Yeah, maybe take a bit off, Mark.
Yeah, all right. I'll
Accuracy was almost there,
It was pretty
though.
good.
Yeah, it was good.
Maybe I'm stronger than I thought.
Oh, yeah, you can have that. That's one.
All right, okay.
1-0
I'll
Mark.
try not to kill this camera.
I think the power came because you're a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
You got to
It's
kick
like
it
a goal
far.
kick.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. That was lovely.
Jesus.
Almost a perfect
Hope the
crossbar
camera's
there.
all right.
Looks dead.
1-1. Oh, still. Lovely techniques, guys. I'm here for it.
Jesus Christ, really wellied the camera again.
Yeah, that camera's gone now. Look at it facing the ground.
It's seen better days, that's for sure.
Let's go, Mark. Oh, nice
No,
top
no, no.
bins, though. Oh, unlucky.
How many's what?
It's 1-1.
Okay, all right. Jesus.
It's going downhill now, Mark.
All right, so one more each?
Yeah, that's right. Has one of these balls reappeared?
So I'll win the game if I get it.
Yeah, this is it.
No
This is the
pressure.
decider.
No pressure.
You can shut him up with this one shot. Oh, and he's done it!
PG.
Oh, I'm going to have to hear that all day now.
That's great, guys.
Jesus.
2-1 win. Well
Thank
done,
you.
Mark.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you, though, guys, because obviously you came from a loss. You've got your win.
Yep.
How did you manage to turn that around? What went on in your heads?
We lost our first game against Fnatic, first day yesterday, but, you know, you lose to Fnatic in pens especially, you think, you know, you can beat anyone. You know, they're one of the best teams in the world, so no shame in losing to them in pens.
Absolutely. How are you feeling for the games coming up?
Yeah, good. Just got to keep doing the same things that we've been doing to get us here. So, yeah, no pressure on us as well. Yeah, with the OCE players, no one expects us to win anything. So, you know, all these European guys, they're expected to win. We're not. So, we just keep playing with confidence and see
Sometimes
where
that's
that takes
nice,
us.
though, right?
It is,
To have that pressure
Less
off and be
pressure,
the
yeah.
underdogs.
Yeah.
Do you lean into that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's, we're playing on like house money right now. You know, we're just playing with freedom and. You know, whatever happens, happens.
Absolutely. Well, you did well in my crossbar challenge. One of the best, actually, guys, so thanks for that.
Thank you.
Alex and Ryan, over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Liv. That was Mike and Mark there. 4 Dire Wolves who advanced through into the next round in the winners bracket. They put in a very good performance, didn't they, Ryan?
Yeah, they were spectacular. Again, I just want to say, I'll be honest, I said that they were underdogs coming into it. You did in fairness as well, but Dire Wolves, they performed fantastic.
Yeah, that they did. You let us know exactly how you've been finding Dire Wolves' performance, and hopefully we'll see a very good game in the next round as well. But for now, we have got the next stage of the winners bracket, where we are going to be taking a look at Fnatic versus Guild Esports here on Stream A. If you would like to watch Stream B for Makers up against Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas, which that will be a fantastic game as well. Stream C includes Saf x Goliath Gaming against Stux Gaming, and Stream D, Team Heretics on Case Esports. Moving over to Fnatic, Ryan, tell me about them.
Well, we know how well Tex has performed over the years. The 5 times FUT Champions Cup winner, the E-Champions League 2020 Invitational winner, and the E-Premier League 2019 winner as well. And of course, he qualified for the World Cup in 2019. And Diogo, top 4 E-Premier League and top 4 at the FUT Champions Cup as well. So he's performed well as well. Again, not as coveted as Tex, but nonetheless a fantastic player. As we look into their squad, we're seeing the likes of R9, Ronaldo, the FUT item leading the line. You've got Patrick Vieira, Rutula in at centre-back, so Vieira could get extra chemistry for that, and of course Kante as well.
Yeah, Ronaldinho is one that I love absolutely seeing there as well. Tex known for how good he is with his skill moves. I'm looking forward to see if we can get that man going.
Yep, we've seen how well he used him at the E-Champions League last week, but let's take a look at Guild Esports with Nicholas and Nicholas Razek. Of course, Nicholas qualifying for the E-Champions League last week. They won the FIFA 22 FGS Masters Cup round to a few weeks ago together. So they have the experience in 2v2 coming into it. And of course, Nicholas is the only player to win back-to-back playoffs in FIFA 18 and 19. And for Razek, of course, was renowned as the nearly man up until he won the FUT Champions Cup #2 in FIFA 20, where he performed unbelievably well as we take a look at the players preparing for the game.
Yeah, the players there just getting ready. Nicholas, and obviously Nicholas Razek as well, with the headsets on, which are provided by Astro here today at the Team of the Season Cup in London. So massive thank you to them. We were having a chat before this, weren't we, Ryan, and saying that Fnatic 2-0 in the group stage, coming through into the winners bracket. For Guild Esports, they took that one loss and then had to come back through and make it through to get into that winner side. How does that kind of play out? Fnatic coming in with full confidence. Guild took a little bit of time to get going yesterday. How's that going to play today?
Yeah, but we saw the game for Guild up against M42, and if we're being completely honest, they didn't perform anywhere near the standards that they hold themselves accountable for. Of course, they ended up winning the game by a comfortable margin, but they could have easily lost that game. But as the day went on, they got into their groove a little bit more. They started to perform to the levels that they know they're capable of. And again, that's what sets this up to be a fantastic game. Not just the names on display, but the ability as well.
Yeah, that it will be. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win this game between Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, or Guild Esports of Nicholas Razek and Nicholas99 as we go ahead and kick things off. Fnatic kicking from left to right in the usual black Fnatic kit, and Guild Esports from right to left in the white kit. To start off with, how do you find both of these players going into this? What do they want? Do they want to have a strong, aggressive start, or just maybe be a bit patient and kind of suss each other out?
I spoke to Nicholas yesterday, and he was saying how it's two opposite sides of the spectrum in the way how both him and Razek perform in 1v1. You've got Razek, who is straightforward, but you've got Nicholas, who's more calm and more composed in his build-up play, as we see Fnatic building up here.
Yeah, we already see Fnatic Tex wanting to get towards that byline with Ronaldinho, using that ball roll scoop, looking to take them on. As we mentioned earlier on, Ronaldinho, a player which Tex absolutely loves. The 5-star skill move's working really well, and I'm sure we're going to see that a lot throughout this game. Messi just linking up with Kante in the middle of that pitch, looking to work their way into that final third. João Cancelo wouldn't know that. I'm very intrigued in this battle to see how Guild Esports are going to come out. Are they going to want to take that game towards Fnatic? As we see R7 come towards that byline, lays that ball back off to R9. Can they develop the first chance? That they cannot. It is going to be N'Golo Kante, which has been so crucial for a lot of players, having that man in the middle defensively, just covering that ground.
Yeah, of course, we know how good the Kante Team of the Year item in-game is with his defensive attributes. He cuts the lanes unbelievably fast, and he's very useful in helping to transition from defense to attack once he retrieves possession. But you can see for Fnatic, using Cancelo in at right back, Ronaldinho in right midfield. And I spoke about the E-Champions League for Tex, where he qualified last week. He made Ronaldinho look arguably the best item on the game. He was incredible with the skill moves, the execution, the finishing as well. And I think from that previous tournament, of course, for Diogo, it didn't go as well as he would have liked. But again, they can take confidence knowing that, for him, his sake anyway, he's playing with Tex. Tex is unbelievable in 1v1s and 2v2. But I'd say for Diogo, you would say maybe added pressure?
Quite possibly, yeah. Playing with someone as good as Fnatic Tex next to you can be a lot of pressure, knowing that you need to perform, you need to raise your game, which will be very interesting to see how Diogo is going to perform with that today. On day 2, Fnatic will be looking forward to try and make that way into Championship Sunday, which we'll have for you tomorrow. R9 driving into that 18-yard box, goes that finesse. Van der Sar with a very simple save. We do also have all of the action from Kyle Walker, who's given us all the commentary across the other games. Kyle, give us an update. What's been going on?
Well, it's 0-0 across all games, it would seem, so far in this round of games on day 2 of the FGS Team of the Season Cup. Makers taking on Team Hullets Ninjas in Pyjamas, 0-0. Saf taking on Goliath Gaming and Ducks Gaming, 0-0. And Kase Esports taking on Team Heretics. That game 0-0 as well. Don't worry though, guys. I'm sure there'll be plenty of goals, and I will be across them all. I promise you that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle Walker, coming across and giving us all of those updates. 0-0 across all games, which maybe these teams just wanting to find that way in. A little bit of nerves creeping in, knowing what's on the line. Going down into that losers bracket, Ryan, is just something that the players don't want. It makes things so much harder for you.
It really does. Of course, being in the winners bracket gives you that safety blanket, knowing that if perhaps you don't start the day as expected, you have something to lay back on, but you don't want to lose this early on. You want to make sure that you give yourself the best position to win the grand prize of $100,000 split between both of the winners for the winning team. But again, I'd say We haven't seen much so far in this game. We've seen 2 shots from the edge of the box from Tex, but other than that, no clear cut so far.
Nothing as of yet. Messi for Guild Esports coming through. He's going to be Nicholas Razek and Nicholas linking up Mbappe now inside that 18-yard box, but Ruben Diaz equal to it. And both teams right now defensively just doing enough to take that ball away from the opponent and say thank you very much. We'll look to build up our attack. Bit of patience now as we see Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. 30th minute on the clock. Over the top through ball to Ronaldinho. Just takes that with a touch on his back, manages to turn again and beat the left back. In Cristiano Ronaldo of all people in that defensive duty, but we see that a lot. Pulling those left attacking mids, right attacking mids, right mids, left mids. You need that from everyone on your team.
Yeah.
Come back, defend, create that brick wall and make it very difficult to break down.
Yep, it's very important, especially in 2v2, having the numbers behind the ball to help win possession. And I also spoke to Diogo and Tex yesterday. He spoke about how Nicholas is very, very good at retaining the possession when under pressure. As we see maybe a finesse shot, but Vieira.
Mbappe lays that into R9 inside the 80. He takes a shot and Van der Sar with what looked to be a fairly comfortable save, parrying that one in behind for a corner. Fnatic just doing enough to fight, win that ball and get that shot off.
Yeah, just enough. That's the first, I'd say, clear chance we've had. Of course, you wouldn't say it's a chance that should find the back of the net more often than not. But again, nonetheless, they've had the fair share of shots compared to Guild Esports.
Can I just say one thing? Tex, Diogo, they look calm. They're having a laugh. They're talking, they're joking. We saw a pause come in, which actually was from the side of Guild Esports with Nicholas and Nicholas Razek. You think they're not happy with something?
I'd say it's difficult to say so far based on just how the game's going. Of course, it is still 0-0, but maybe they're noticing something in terms of a tactical adjustment they could resort to this early on. But just following on from what I was saying before, Diogo and Tex, they're very, very confident. They know that they press really high up. But again, they said that the one thing that could work against them is Nicholas can play out pressure really well as Guild managed to break out from that corner and potentially could lead to a counter-attack.
Guild now looking for that counter-attack. Mbappe makes that run, but Kante is going to cover it, saying you are not going to look for that pass down the line. Does manage to find Marcelo, though. R9 just using a bit of dribbling, finds that ball out wide to Marcelo, who started this as a cross in at the back stick. Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't leap, red-timed. And Fnatic will be very, very happy to see that one go out for a goal kick, because João Cancelo versus Cristiano Ronaldo is not really a battle that you want.
It's normally a foregone conclusion when you see a player building up on the opposite side of the pitch and they lean towards a back post cross. When Cristiano Ronaldo's lurking, as we see another opportunity.
Messi wants to whip that one in, and Van der Sar will claim that every day of the week. We're looking for a few crosses here. They're trying to find a way to draw that first blood and grab that goal, which will be against either one of these teams. The first goal could be so crucial.
It really will be, and I think we're going to see Nicholas and Razek keep possession here towards the latter stages of the first half, just to die the clock down and try and push forward just before the half-time whistle in attempt to see if they can just break the deadlock and not give Tex and Diogo any chance to respond.
Mbappe down that left wing now, looking to go to that bar line, lays that pass in to Cristiano Ronaldo. The pass off across Ruben Diaz. He does lose that though. Ronaldo again at that near post. Schmeichel again, a comfortable save, not choosing to go far post. No time finish. They have got a corner for their hard work though. Can they grab the goal on the stroke of half time? Ronaldo leaps, goes for that green time, and Schmeichel just about does enough. And that will be the end of the first half, which is 0-0 between Fnatic Tex and Diogo, and Guild Esports of Nicholas Razek and Nicholas. Tell me, what happened in that first half, really?
Nothing to split them. We even saw a brief view of the stats. It's very much even in terms of possession, shots on target, XG. There's not much to separate either team so far. That was a big chance there for Guild at the end of the first half. I thought if maybe it was green time, they could have got more power and elevation behind that shot at goal. And it came from the mistake, though, from Fnatic. They done well to defend the initial pass across from the byline with the Ruben Diaz Team of the Year item. Of course, his defensive attributes are fantastic, but it was a slight error on Fnatic, but they could count themselves lucky for sure.
No, they can. You can see Guild Esports there. Nicholas talking to his coach. Nicholas known as the Iceman, so calm in these situations. What we have here between Fnatic and Guild Esports are two players on each team that are just so well known in the scene. They've performed at the highest level. They've won tournaments. They know exactly what they need to do in these situations. So it will be an entertaining second half in this first leg as we see Fnatic straight away. He's R9 at that near post. Van der Sar, a little bit of goalkeeper movement maybe?
I don't know. We're seeing some fantastic attempts here. Of course, none have led to a goal here as we see the corner whipped in towards the edge of the box.
Ruud Gullit tries to win that one against Ruud Gullit as well. Mbappe finds Patrick Vieira, not the man that you want inside that 18-yard box. Some good feet from Mbappe. The ball roll scoop, and it is going to be Marcelo for Guild Esports to break away. But that was an absolute huge chance there for Fnatic.
That was quick, it was snappy, it was executed really well from Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. And we saw there with Mbappe the intricate skill moves from Fnatic Tex. He's probably one of the most, if not the most dangerous player to have in a situation where he has a 5-star skillet on the edge of the area. You never know what skill move he's going to pull out. And he seems to always make the right choice at the right moments. But for Guild Esports, for Razek and Nicholas, for their sake anyway, they didn't end up conceding from that particular chance.
João Cancelo now. Tex and Diogo just knocking on the door ever so slightly. Ronaldinho looks for that 1-2. João Cancelo chooses to go back. Does find Kante though. Really good pressure from Guild just to say you're not going through the middle. The numbers are back. You can see Lionel Messi. R9 is practically 35 yards out and he is the front presser right now. Marcelo goes for that cross into the box. João Cancelo heading that one away with ease.
I think that's what we're going to see a familiar scene there with the cross in from deep, triggering a run just to try and move a defensive player out of position, but Guild could build up again. A CR7 lurks at the back post.
Messi whips that one in. Mbappe is going to jump for it. Green time. João Cancelo again. Both teams having João Cancelo. They're trying to go ahead and beat that man in the air, but so far he's answered every single question asked of him.
He has, and that's just something, again, they're leading to resort to crosses as Ronaldinho could be in.
Ronaldinho inside the 18-yard box, lays that one off to R9. R9 shoots across goal. Van der Sar with what is a huge save. Puts it behind for a corner. Kante now. Can Fnatic find that first goal, which will be ever so crucial? João Cancelo. Messi, Kante pressuring all that way, and they will be happy to break that one away. Now, I saw Diogo and Tex this morning. One thing that I've always noticed about them two, that they're practically best friends. They're with each other all the time. They're always wanting to get to know each other, more communication. We saw them yesterday have a bit of a difficult game against Direwolves in that first match, but then against Ajax having a very convincing 4-0 win as we see a CR7 break away, again defended by João Cancelo. How much does that play in the 2v2 side when you spend so much time with your partner, getting an understanding of how they work, how they want to operate? What does that do for you on the pitch?
I think that's something that goes, well, it's slightly overlooked. I say it is mentioned quite often, but for 2v2, of course, ability is very important, but you have to have the cohesion outside of it as well, the communication skills. In essence, even the friendship, that helps a lot to go into performances. And as you said, with Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, they spend a lot of time together. They're good friends outside of the scene as well, so that definitely helps.
And they were at E-Premier League a few weeks back as well, representing Liverpool, playing together there. As we've seen over the top through ball come through from Guild Esports, who so far in this second half struggled to get going a little bit.
Yeah, there hasn't really been too many attempts for them to break through, other than the attempted cross towards the back post for Nicholas and Razek. But again, as you said, they're defending superbly. They've got the bodies behind the ball well. They're jockeying well. They're squeezing in and pressing in the situations where they have to, and they're not leaving too many gaps at all, if any. So again, as we see Nicholas building up here with Ruud Gullit played into Razek, but again, nothing comes from it.
Right, let's go ahead and get an update from Kyle Walker across the other games in this winners bracket round 1. Kyle, what's been going on?
Cheers, guys. I do apologise. I did say before, I'd promise you goals. I lied in that Ducks gaming and Saf Times Goliath gaming game. That was 0-0 in that first leg. That's how that one ended. The second leg there has just kicked off, still 0-0 in one of our other games. Team Heretics, they are taking on Kasse Esports. That was 0-0 after the first leg as well. And another game, I spoke to two of these guys yesterday. Levi David, well, he and Ollie Lito teaming up against Makers. That one is 0-0 after the first leg as well. So curse to the commentator this time. I'm not a lucky charm. I promise you goals. I can tell you this though, Team Heretics, they have scored in the second leg. That one is 2-0. So at least I can say that one. I'm not too sure about the other games. Back to you.
Scott, I'm sure the people at home will want goals. and I'm sure we will get them. But thank you for the update, Kyle, as we do see a yellow card there given for R9. A pause coming in from both teams. Both these teams right now, I think if there's one thing we know about Nicholas, he's happy to grind out a 1-0 win.
Yeah. That's something that you'd associate with Nicholas throughout the years, is that he seems to be a player where if there's a 50-50 game, he comes out on top every single time, whether it's through a penalty shootout or a last gasp attempt to get the goal. And it seems to work in his favour more often than not, as we see some of the changes on screen for both of these teams. But as you said, they'd be content with the way that it's gone so far. They haven't performed as well as they ended yesterday, for sure. But they're still 0-0 up against arguably the favourites, you would say, coming into this Team of the Season Cup in Fnatic.
It's crazy, isn't it, that there's just so much talent here in London at the Team of the Season Cup. We have players from all over the world coming together. The first LAN event in the FGS series in person in 795 days. The players are absolutely ecstatic to be here. $500,000 in the total prize pool, $100,000 for the winner. You want to get through to that Championship Sunday. And the question that we want to know is, will it be Fnatic or Guild Esports taking that first advantage in this game? Remember, on this day, in the winners bracket, win this game, win your next one, and you're through to the Championship Sunday. 2 overall wins across those games of FIFA.
Yep, and of course, losing the game doesn't mean they're eliminated. They still have the loser bracket games to play as that's intercepted from Rutin, and a chance could be here for Fnatic.
Eusebio to break away. Mbappe's in the box. They've got runners coming in. Vieira comes out into that wing position, defends really well, covering for that fullback. And that is a huge, huge tackle. But like you rightly said, if you do lose here today, that's fine. You go drop down into that losers bracket, but it really does make things much, much more difficult for you. We have 1 minute of time remaining in this first leg between Fnatic with Tex and Diogo up against Guild Esports of Nicholas Razek and Nicholas 99. 1 minute of added time. The referee and the fourth official put that board up. There will be a foul. There is going to be one more chance, and it is going to go to Guild Esports. Can Nicholas and Razek find a way past what has been really a solid defensive display from both teams? Mbappe and Ruben Diaz clears that one out for the throw-in, and you would imagine that that is going to be the end of this first leg in this game, which it will be, and it is 0-0 between Fnatic and Guild Esports. They've got to do a little bit more in that second leg.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, it's been an even game. There have been chances for both of these teams. We can see Guild and Razek and Nicholas. Let's hope they can perform better in the second leg.
Yeah, we'll head over to a break. We'll be back with you very soon.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central center mid, I'm passing it to my left center mid, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left center mid is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. You're joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa, where we have just seen the first leg between Fnatic and Guild Esports, which finished 0-0 in the winners' upper bracket. It was a bit of a cagey affair, wasn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, to say the least. There were barely anything to separate the two teams, and of course we can see Guild and Razak and Guild Nicholas preparing for the second leg. I'm not too sure if they changed anything tactically or with personnel. That remains to be seen. But again, there hasn't been too many chances.
That there hasn't. And I remind you as well that which one of these teams advances through into that next stage of the winners' upper bracket, they will be coming up against Makers or Team Hullet x Ninjas in Pyjamas, which will be a very, very difficult matchup. I'm very much looking forward to that one as well myself. But let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights from the other games that have been going on in the upper bracket on this side of things, where we take a look at Team Heretics, who yesterday performed very well, very good defensively. It's no surprise to see that they haven't conceded. You see R9 coming through. R9 doing there what he's done in that game, which he didn't manage to do for Fnatic or for Guild either.
Yeah, but we see the second goal for Heretics building up with Mbappe. The reverse elastico on the shot through your opposite corner to make it 2-0, where it was Casa Esports building up here with Ruud Hullet on the edge of the box here. Played in and another extra pass there. Fantastic to give them a lifeline and make it 2-1 in this game in the second leg. So again, still all to play for as we go into the second half here. And it's another extra pass into Ruud Hullet. Green times from Heretics, Matthias, Bonanno and Hidalgo. 3-1 up as we go into the second leg now. Back to our main game in Guild Esports up against Fnatic.
So let's go and find out who will be victorious between Guild and Fnatic. Will it be the man, Fnatic Tex, and his teammate Diogo? Or will it be the Iceman, Nicholas99 and Enrazic? I'm very much looking forward to this second leg as we see R9 bringing out that ball to Marcelo up against his other Marcelo, but equally just as good defended. He manages to win that one though. Messi trying to drive that byline, and the byline is something that we've seen quite a lot from both of these teams.
Yeah, but it has to be utilised in the 2v2 format. They didn't do it too well there. It's the key to build up with one of the wide midfielders or the fullback and then play the extra pass across goal to the striker that makes the run towards the byline, and again another extra pass to lead to the open chance, but it didn't work out in that way for them.
Yeah, we see it so much in FIFA 22. It's what the players are looking to utilise, looking to find that deadlock, break away and try and grab that first blood. Kante now on the ball, tries that driven pass out wide. Ruud Hullet to intercept and an opportunity to break. Mbappe makes that run towards the wing. Guild Esports choosing, you know what? Let's just recycle and let's build up slow, which is no surprise when you've got someone like Nicholas99 on your team who can be so patient in that build-up and really unlock that defence.
Yep, he's in no rush to break forward and leave any gaps for a goal, and I think he's going to be just telling Razak here, let's keep the ball here, even though they gave it away briefly there for a second, managed to win it back. But again, they'll be content with the way the game has gone. They don't mind having a tighter, contested affair.
That's something that you mentioned as well, though, Ryan, that yes, Nicholas99 and Enrazak happy to build up, be patient and slow, but how difficult is that to do that against someone like Fnatic, Tex and Diogo? Arguably some of the best pressers that are here today.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's where the two teams oppose each other in that sense. It seems as if, for this start anyway, that Guild have control of the tempo of the game, but Fnatic, for them, they want to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Guild and Razak and Nicholas. They know that if they can press higher up and just lead them to making some defensive errors, whether it's a pass that goes astray or they lose possession whilst dribbling out, as we see Fnatic building up here.
Kante goes that driven pass into Mbappe. He turns, tries to find in the R9 the ball. Roll scoop turn, drives into the 18-yard box. The shot goes in, but the goalkeeper just about doing enough. The goalkeeper movement was there. Arguably a mistake from Diogo, not shooting that one across at that near post.
Yeah, the goalkeeper movement sort of gave her an open goal in essence, but it wasn't taken, and the chance there, I think it came off of Marquinhos' boot and went behind the goalkeeper, but for Guild's sake, they do just enough to break out there, and it will be Enrazic pushing forward now with Kante.
Nicholas99 and Enrazic very happy to see that one end up in Van der Sar's gloves. R9 now for Guild Esports, but Marcelo takes that one away. It's a brave decision to move the goalkeeper as much as Nicholas did, but fortunately enough, a little bit of a let-off. Fnatic again still knocking at that door. We saw it in that first leg. Chances at both ends, but arguably more towards Fnatic. Goalkeeper's coming up with some good saves. Pull it now on the centre circle. Lays that one out wide to João Cancelo. Nicholas into Razek. A little bit of patience in that middle. You can see how disciplined Tex and Diogo are. Not wanting to give up any space in that middle. Messi now finds Hullet. Edge of the 18-yard box for R9. We know he can hit them from range. He chooses to go for the green time finesse. And Kante, a big, big block. If that didn't get blocked, what's your chances of that one going in, Ryan?
It was a great bit of build-up there with the shot cancel initially to sort of bait the first finesse shot, which didn't come through. And then the second one, green time. I think if maybe it was, if it wasn't blocked, it could have led to a save. I don't think it would have hit the back of the net from that chance. But again, it's a bright spell there from Guild Esports.
Mbappe now on the 18-yard box, tries that one through, but again, it is going to be defended by Marcelo. Does pick it back up again. Marcelo and Ronaldinho just trying to battle with each other. Ronaldinho goes for that rainbow flick and Hullet. And that right there is what we see from Tex pretty much every single tournament, right?
Yeah, the confidence and the flair is flowing for Tex. He's starting to gain extra confidence from that. And I know he tried it yesterday in one of the games that we saw. He likes to be extravagant with his skill moves. But for that, in that case, it didn't work out as possession.
Mbappe manages to lay that one through to R9. A huge chance for that first goal. Marquinhos with a massive, massive block. Went round the goalkeeper. It looked like it was done and dusted for the first goal. But no, Marquinhos steps in with a huge block. Now, can Guild Esports break away and go down the other end and try and grab that goal? Messi driving towards that byline. Vieira is going to look for that Marcelo and Ronaldo. Not a battle that you want if you are Marcelo. And Fnatic will be very glad to pick up this ball and find their way out. But what a chance that was.
Oh, that was huge. As soon as you see the ball roll past the goalkeeper, you almost think it's going to be a goal. But defended spectacularly there from Nicholas just to get in front there and get the last-ditch block and stop it from becoming 1-0.
For the people at home, could Fnatic have done anything differently there in that one-on-one?
I don't think so. I think, as I say, the most sensible situation there is to ball roll around the goalkeeper. I think the angle was narrowed down.
Mbappe now lays that into R9. It's a big chance again. The block is there. Van der Sar. Guild Esports have got their back up against the wall, but every time it comes through, it just about ends up in the defence. And Guild Esports will be very happy to see that one go away again. But let's just say, Ryan, we spoke about Fnatic's press. That's 2 chances that they've got from being aggressive in that area.
Yep, and it's been working for them in this first half. Definitely pressing a lot higher than the first leg, and I think the tension is starting to build here for Guild Esports as Fnatic build up again.
R9 inside the 18-yard box. The pass off across is there. Mbappe takes the shot. A little bit of a rushed one. Can he find a way through that Vieira? Doing so well defensively. Forces him out wide. The Elastico. A little bit of patience. You can see how well they're defending. Messi's in at that near post. Goes for the shot, but unfortunately not timed to perfection. A corner on the stroke of half-time. Fnatic, can they find that way? Van der Sar will claim that every single day of the week. I am just not understanding, how have Fnatic not scored a goal here?
Saw that 1.8 XG for Fnatic. Oh, it's building up here, Alex. They're starting to get hot for Fnatic. They're starting to get into their groove a little bit more. But for Guild, again, so many last-ditch blocks there from Nicholas and Razek, and it seems to be Marquinhos, his team of the year item, seems to be stepping in and getting those vital blocks from preventing almost guaranteed goals, you'd say, if he wasn't there.
What do you do now when you're Guild Esports? Yeah, Razek and Nicholas, you really haven't done too much across these 2 legs of FIFA. Fnatic definitely being on top, and like we said, they haven't found a way to score, which has been crazy, really. Some last-ditch blocks, some big saves from the goalkeeper. What do Guild Esports have to do to come out in this second leg and find a way to win?
You could maybe look at a potential tactical setup adjustment, because I noticed that they seem to, well, initially were playing a 3-5-2 and they started to change to a 4 at the back formation. So maybe it seems as if they're trying to negate what Fnatic are doing rather than step on the ascendancy themselves. There's also that aspect, but for them, again, they'll be counting themselves lucky. And in this situation now, it's still 0-0. For me, I'll be delighted at the fact that I'm still in this game. So they could use that as a positive and try and build up attacks from that.
That they could. Kante trying to find that through. R9 battling with Hullet. And the thing to note as well is that the loser of this game will drop down into that loser's bracket. And they've got a very, very tough matchup in Complexity Gaming.
Yep, Complexity, of course, winners of the E-Club World Cup a few years ago now. They've also won it in their region as well, but they've been fantastic throughout the years in 2v2. One of the very few teams that have come in with a trophy behind their name in 2v2. So again, they would have the confidence knowing that they can beat anyone. They've proven it on the biggest stages of all, as we see Guild potentially, that pass could have been played in there.
CR7 lays that back to Hullet. He's 20 yards out. Can he look for a shot? He chooses to lay it off to N'Golo Kante. Hullet hustling and doing enough to force him back, force him wide, which is what we've seen a lot from Fnatic. Hullet drives forward, though, into that 18-yard box. The ball roll, the shot across. Vieira, and Tex, by the way, has manually just put that Vieira on that goal line to stop that goal.
Oh, I don't know if that was going in. It looked as if it might have sneaked in off the inside of the post there, as we see end-to-end FIFA starting to heat up, and back post. Oh, I saw the back post run there. And it wasn't meant to be there, but yeah.
That's something that we've been enjoying as well, though, is seeing that Fnatic aren't just looking for the same thing every time. They like to cross a ball as well.
Yeah.
Can Fnatic find that way? Guild Esports with a massive, massive chance. Vieira, again, there to block it and bring it away. As Ryan said, it may have just been going wide of that post, but they're going to be happy enough either way. The reverse Elastico, and it is going to be Nrazic there, defending very well for the side of Guild Esports. 60 minutes on the clock. We have 30 minutes remaining. Tell us, wherever you are watching, who's going to take this? Is it Guild Esports or is it Fnatic? It's been a cagey affair in this game. And the nerves will be creeping in for both of these teams right now. You can hear all of the noise around us. We started off with 32 teams. There's 24 making it into day 2. There will only be 8 making it into Championship Sunday. Day 3. It's great to be back at LAN, though, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, it really is. We're in and amongst the action. I'm hearing all the celebrations. I can't wait to get the update from Kyle.
Van der Sar again.
The composure.
The composure to lay that one back and say, you know what, Van der Sar, you can have this as easy as you like. But yeah, as you said, we'll get some updates from the other games that are happening very soon across the board. A reminder that the winner of this game will go through and play Makers or Team Hullet X Ninjas in Pyjamas. We've heard a lot of noise coming from that boot camp, so we'll have to see who it was that has come victorious. Ronaldinho. Kante now. There's so many white shirts to try and force that way through. Can Fnatic, Tex and Diogo find that way? Ronaldinho looks that driven into the middle, into R9, which he looked to utilise so well. But in really the 18-yard box, he's had a couple shots here and there, but they've just not managed to find the way with him.
Yeah, it's not been working to get it into the feet of R9, as we see potentially a build-up from Guild. Can they start to push further on in the attacking sense and break down the defense of Fnatic? It looks as if they've gone back to the 3-5-2.
R9 lays that pass off first time to Mbappe, the scoop turn, takes that one away, but it is Ruben Diaz again. Such good defending from Tex. We always speak about how good Tex is in the attack, right? But you have to give credit to him and how well he defends.
Yeah, I think that's an underrated thing in Tex's game, and it's underappreciated. Oh,
the chance in at the near post. R9 manages to find that. It came out of what looked like nowhere. The run to the byline, laying that one off across. Tex there saying to Diogo, let's switch on, let's get this game done.
Yeah, and it stems from the pass into Ronaldo. First time driven pass across, and it's Tex with R9 Ronaldo to put it into the corner. 15 minutes left to go in this game. 1-0 up to Fnatic, up against Guild Esports. They're going to have to change something. I'd say they are going to have to definitely go a lot more attacking to try and get back into this game.
Yeah, Tex and Diogo there for Fnatic celebrating, enjoying that one. That little change of tempo, the first time passes, and we were literally just saying 1 minute ago, R9 hasn't really been given those chances inside that 18-yard box. There was 1 or 2, but when it came, that's why you have him in your team.
Yep, exactly. You trust him in front of goal on either foot, the 5-star weak foot that comes along with that foot item, the team of the, well, not team of the year, sorry, the Icon Moments item in game is fantastic in front of goals. We see some changes in tactical setup and formations for Guild. They'll be hoping that they can get a chance, and I think for them anyway, they're going to have to start to push forward a lot more than they have done so far.
That they will. Now, don't quote me, but I believe from the noise that I'm hearing from Team Hullet X Ninjas in Pyjamas, it sounds like they have become victorious in that game, which was up against Makers. So the winner of this game will be playing Team Hullet X Ninjas in Pyjamas if it is them that has won. And that will be such an exciting matchup. And obviously the loser of this game, which at the minute is Guild Esports, if it stays this way, they've got to regroup and pick themselves back up because Complexity are waiting. They're ready.
They'll be watching this game. They'll be watching, eagerly anticipating who they'll be playing, but they'll be keeping an eye on just the way that they're playing, and if there's any deficiencies in the build-up play, in the defensive attributes of either player in the team. As we kick off now from that pause, Guild Esports need to do something to get back into this game.
Are Guild Esports going to find a way? Giving that one away straight away from kickoff. A chance for Fnatic. Diogo on the ball now. Lays that back off to Tex. Kante trying to find that man. Marcelo a little bit shaky, but Guild Esports, they're just not getting going right now, are they? Straight away from the kickoff, they lose that ball. The press comes in. Fnatic doing so well in that area.
Yeah, we see the substitutes from Fnatic looking to get extra pace on with Eusebio and Vinicius Jr., of course, having blistering speed to get him behind. There's a chance here for Guild Esports.
CR7 into R9 inside the 18-yard box. Schmeichel comes out, he makes himself big, and he gets a strong hand on that to take that one away. That could be a game-winning save right there. Fnatic choosing to go back. The composure, the experience of Tex and Diogo. Mbappe driving towards that wing. 82 minutes. Will they choose to look for another goal or take time off the clock? They choose to go for time on the clock. This is what makes them the best players in the world. Experience, knowing what they need to do in these situations.
Yep, it really does, and it's gone out there for a goal kick, but that chance there, that could have been it. That was a chance that they might be ruining. It was a fantastic save from Schmeichel. They're in at the near post, but there's still 5 minutes to go. Maybe one last attempt for them to build up.
Hullet. If you need to find a goal, it is going to be now. Can Nicholas and Razek find that way past what has been a very solid defensive display from Fnatic? In the previous round, we saw them beat Ajax 4-0. They didn't concede a single goal against Ajax. Can they do the same here against Guild Esports? Mbappe on the ball. Messi with that first time finesse. Schmeichel with what is a worldie of a save. How has he saved that?
Unbelievable save. I don't believe it was timed green, but that was spectacular from the one other left foot that Lionel Messi has. I thought that could have been in.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Tex sings his praises against Schmeichel. Always says he loves the goalkeeper. That's why he's always in his team. He's just come up clutch there.
Yep, he has. He could arguably have saved them from a goal there if they were using another goalkeeper in goal. He's got the stature in game, the height and the reach to stop those finesse shots from the outside of the box, and that is exactly what he done there.
Can Guild Esports find that way? 2 minutes remaining. They are knocking on the door. There's two big saves from Schmeichel so far. But they need a goal, and they need it now. CR7 back to Mbappe. Tries to force that one through. Kante with that pressure. Can they find the way out for Fnatic? That will do for now. Get that one out for a throw-in. Get those numbers back. Regroup, and we can go again. Nicholas, 99, and then Razek really need it. They go for that first-time pass, and that could be game, set, match one. Mbappe looks for the Vinicius Jr. There is 1 minute remaining. Are they going to choose to put the game to bed? They lay it off across. They are. Composure, Eusebio, Fnatic, Tex, and Diogo advance through to the next round.
Yes, you can see the celebrations from Diogo. Tex is telling him to keep it cool. They are composed, and they are 2-0 up, and they are through to the next round with that goal there. It's the substitutes that link up, and it's an easy finish. It's an open goal there for Eusebio. And Tex and Diogo representing Fnatic will be advancing to the next stage.
Yeah, congratulations to Fnatic. Commiserations to Guild Esports, who will move on through into that losers bracket and will play against Complexity Gaming. Do you feel like Guild Esports just left it too late to start creating clear-cut chances there?
Yeah, I felt as if the second leg, it was sort of a dominant display from Fnatic in terms of chances created, shots at goal. And I felt as if, as you said, it was a little bit too late from Guild to try and get back into it.
Yeah. For you in the chat at home, let us know if you're happy with that. Get the text spam in the chat. As I said, Guild Esports moving through. They're not done. They will go through into that losers bracket and play against Complexity Gaming. Now, if you are Fnatic, you've not conceded many goals other than that first game in this tournament. If it is going to be Team Hullet x Ninjas in Pyjamas that you're up against, you can feel so confident knowing, you know what, defensively right now, we're locked on.
Yeah, they always say the most cliche statement is defense wins championships, and we know how well we've just seen how well they defended against one of the best teams in the world, or two of the best players throughout the FIFA Global Series era in Nicholas and Enrazek. But for them, again, they fall to the losers bracket, and I think they'll be confident to bounce back, but it'll be a very, very tough game up against Complexity.
That it will. But let's go and pass things over to Rachel and Mike, who will carry on with the rest of the action.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I'm just going to pick up as well, they're just up there, of course, on what you were saying about Fnatic's defence there. Well, we're next to Ninjas in Pyjamas, Team Hullet here, and Levy just went, whoo, Ololito was like, yeah. They're also great in defence. Look at their result there, 2-0 over Makers. Obviously, they only lost that first match, but they Makers Sweden on penalties yesterday. These guys are very much back in it. And Mike, it's so great that we can actually see their pod. They're the closest to us, the team that are back in it now. I mean, both teams are great in defence in terms of Fnatic and Ninjas in Pyjamas, who are going up in 2 rounds' time.
Well, it's balancing between the players as well. We talked to Levy and Ololito. You've got a real structured guy, and often Ololito even told me, he just tells Levy, just do your thing, just go. And I'm watching. In the final third with some of the creative play and the cancellation. So if you're able to keep clean sheets, you're going to win games.
Yeah, and they're a great partnership as well. We've got kind of Ololito leading the line and Levy, like you said, just doing what he's told. Okay, well, let's bring you up to speed on the other results then in that last matchup. Right, lower side of the top bit of the bracket, of course, is what we just saw being played out. I'll go through them now. Heretics 3-2 over Casser Esports. Saf and Goliath, they lost 1-0 to Ducks Gaming there. Ninjas in Pyjamas, Team Hullet, we just mentioned, 2-0 over Makers. Then Fnatic, 2-0 over Guild Esports. That was a massive upset there. Those teams now move down into the lower bracket, which is coming your way next. Mike, fill in the gaps for us.
I mean, when we're looking at this first match, it kind of jumps off the page when you have Neo and Team Falcons. You got Neo over there with Dolan Mike, of course. And then you've got MS Dasari. That's always going to be a really challenging fixture. I've got my eyes dialed. You've also got Montreal, who was undefeated yesterday, dropped down. So it's going to be, can they bounce back? They haven't faced adversity yet. You've also got the likes of Complexity and Guild, which I love that matchup at the bottom of the bracket. Just two teams that probably didn't expect to be in this position, at least not this early on. Remember, everything that's happening in the lower bracket is an elimination game. You win, you keep your dream alive, hopes, ambitions, you name it. You lose, you're going home early, you can leave the venue.
I mean, the one you just mentioned there, Complexity and Guild. The names of the guys in those two teams, Enrazek, Nicholas, Yoxan, Maxi.
All champions, all 4 champions.
You just can't write this narrative, and 2 of those guys are going to be out of here. They're going home. And what we just saw a little bit earlier as well, when we obviously had Fnatic and Guild, remember the narrative there? You got Tex and Nicholas. They used to be partners, didn't they, at the Club World Cup back in 2019. They were champions. Okay, it was 1v1, so they kind of didn't work together in a pairing, but they still had that mentality, had that togetherness to become champions, Mike.
Well, the 2 of the most accomplished players individually, and the 2v2 format is relatively new. We don't have a lot of background information. I can't give you a bunch of metrics to study and analytics to say, well, these teams have had all these success stories, and that's kind of what it's all about. We're making new narratives today.
And we're loving
tomorrow.
It's great. It's so great to have this new 2v2 format, of course. And Heretics, obviously, we've mentioned them quite a lot, haven't we? Matthias Bonanno and Helgado. And we're going to actually get to chat to Matthias Bonanno after this break. He'll be joined by our very own Kyle Walker, the youngster who's moved over, of course, from South America to be here in Europe to compete against the best in the world. He's doing it in the ECL. He's doing it here as well. He's chatting on the other side of this break.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid, and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the narrow around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
Hello and welcome to the FGS Team of the Season Cup. I am joined by Matthias Bonanno and our translator, Phil. Matthias, you are going through into the next round. I've got a question for you about the tournament so far, being back at LAN events. Have you enjoyed it so far?
Entonces ya enhorabuena por la clasificación para la próxima ronda. Tengo una pregunta sobre el torneo. ¿Cómo te está yendo el torneo? ¿Lo estás disfrutando y volviendo a LAN eventos? ¿Cómo es?
Bueno, la verdad que el torneo lo estoy disfrutando bastante, es el primero 2 contra 2 así de grande y nada, la verdad que estamos jugando muy bien y esperemos llegarnos todo.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth, I'm really enjoying things as we're going at the moment. I think we've done well up to now, we're playing well, done well in the last couple of games, so yeah, really enjoying it, we all are.
Definitely, you can see the enjoyment on all of the faces of the competitors that are here. You've got a different story though, Matthias, because you've made a big journey here. You've settled now in Europe, you've had some LAN experience, but that journey, you obviously want to make it worth it with winning a tournament here in Europe.
Entonces tu historia es un poco distinto, ¿no? Has tenido un cambio en tu vida, ya has desplazado aquí en Europa y este viaje, este camino que estás haciendo, quieres hacerlo con un éxito, ¿no? Ganar un torneo.
Oh, sí, la verdad que fue un cambio muy grande y bueno, fue acertado para mi gusto. Nos está yendo muy bien en la temporada en Europa y esperemos coronar con un título.
Yeah, I think it's a big change for me, like you're saying. It's a big change in your life, but I think the season's been going well up to now. We'd love to crown the season with a victory in this.
Definitely, but one team that will stand in your way from Championship Sunday, Ducks Gaming. They've got plenty of experience. I can see the little smile on your face just now. It's not going to be an easy game.
No va a ser nada fácil, ¿no? Porque Ducks tiene mucha experiencia, es el próximo rival. ¿Cómo lo ves?
Son dos jugadores muy experimentados, va a ser un partido súper duro como todos los de este torneo. Si la gente está acá es porque sabe jugar, porque te va a competir, así que nada, va a ser un partido durísimo y esperemos que la suerte esté de nuestro lado.
Well, it's going to be a really tough game. You know, people are all here. There's some fantastic players here, and they're here for a good reason because they're great at what they do. So we know it's going to be a tough rival. They're a really experienced team, and we've got to do everything we can, and it's a really tough challenge.
They definitely are, but hopefully you'll be able to make your way through to Championship Sunday. Now, we are going to have a look at some of the highlights from your previous game just here. So we've got these up. What a game it was for yourself. Was there any point that you were maybe slightly nervous that the game wasn't going to go your way?
Vamos a mirar algunos mejores momentos ahora. En un momento tenía nervio que las cosas no iban a su favor.
Sí, bueno, la verdad que estuvimos muy rápido, la verdad que mi compañero jugó un partidazo, hizo 2 goles prácticamente él solo y nada, siento que esta victoria es muy en parte por esos goles que hizo.
I think you know, we were playing really a quick game, but I think I've got to give a lot of thanks to my teammate. He was really on form today. He had a fantastic game, and I think our victory's down to his goals. Really, you got to give credit.
Well, these goals did keep on coming, and you can see this one just there. The slight fist bump between you all, and maybe a bit of relief in that one, in that celebration.
Cuando chocasteis era algo de relieve, ¿no? Después del susto.
No, sí, a ver, fue un partido complicado, pero ya cuando íbamos ganando por 2 goles nos relajamos, nos meten un gol y después de ahí fue todo sufrir de nuevo y nada, después, bueno, nos relajamos cuando terminó el partido y bueno, esperemos.
Now, I suppose when you go 2-0 up, even though you don't want to, a bit of relaxation, you kind of take your foot off the gas slightly. We did that. They got a goal, they get back into it. And of course, we had to suffer a little bit. They put us under a bit of pressure towards them, but great relief at the end, as you said. It was fantastic.
Well, good luck for the rest of the tournament. Good luck for the next match. It's going to be a difficult one. That smile is still there, though, so make sure you take that through. Positive vibes only. Let's get back to some of our FIFA 22 action. Richard, Brandon, back over to you guys.
Thank you, Carl, and great to hear from Matthias Bonanno, who's now enjoying life here in Europe with his team Heretics and teammate in Haldalgo. Great to just hear a little bit of insight from him because of the language barrier. We don't always get to hear what it's been like for him in Europe.
Yeah, I always get to love to hear Matthias Bonanno whenever he's speaking in interviews or breaking down gameplay. It's always a pleasure to hear from such a talented FIFA talent and into the winners bracket quarterfinals right now. However, we're going out of the winners bracket and we're going down to the lower bracket. This is where it gets all so tense. Team Neo against Team Falcons, AFC Ajax against XL Esports, Kawasaki Frontale against SBQR, and O1 Esports against CF Montreal. There will be your 4 stream matchups, and what better place to start than when Team Falcons, one of the big favourites of the tournament, in losers round 1.
Absolutely, made up of Dr. Nightwatch, the run-up of the Champions League in 2019, alongside the 3 times for Champions Cup winner and 2018 FIFA E World Cup champion MS Desari. Just keep this in mind, MS Desari could be knocked out of the competition after this game, and the team that could do that is this team, the German duo of Team Neo. Dolomite, one of our youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winners, and he did it online last year in the European qualifier too. Teams up with his teammate Hensu, they are national teammates, and there is a lot of chemistry there between them. I mean, this is a dangerous round, Rich. We are in the lower bracket round 1. We've got XL on the verge of maybe being knocked out the tournament. We've got, obviously, Team Falcons on the verge of potentially being knocked out as well. They seem very happy and smiley, both teams, up to us at this moment in time. Yeah, they are actually staring at the back of me right now. Kickoff is just 30 seconds away. Lads, we better get seated, better get a move on. Gameplay's, but we're waiting to go.
Yeah, we're getting underway in just under 30 seconds time. Losers bracket round 1 action. This is where it gets also tense. This is where the anticipation turns to a boiling point. FGS Team of the Season Cup. Who will be continuing their journey here and who will be crashing out? We're about to find out.
We will indeed. It's game round number 3. We're down in the trenches. We're down in the loser bracket. It's the Team of the Season Cup day 2. And we're underway for some more FIFA here. We had 32 names yesterday. 24 arrived today. We'll be losing even more names after this round has concluded. We can only have 8 names heading into day 3 tomorrow, but we have our first Championship Sunday. Cool, I've not said that for a very long time. We're underway right now. That was interesting there from Ensu. He was standing behind his seat just until the countdown clock went down. That's how he prepares to come into a game like this. Nightwatch also very similar. We are underway here. It's Team Neo from left to right in their blue traditional strip. They're an esports organisation that were founded just a few years ago. Gorilla, who's actually in the competition with XL, did have a period of his career at this team.
Certainly did. On the other side of that, Team Falcons, MS Desari, synonymous with that esports organisation, bringing Nightwatch this season into the team fold as well. And they looked really good yesterday. Today's not been so good, losing to Direwolves in that opening matchup.
Could be a first real chance for Team Neo here, looking to cook up a storm in the box. Mbappe and R9 linking up nicely. Jude Bellingham finds Hullet back to goal. It nearly fell the way of the Dutch midfielder into the box. It's an interesting story for Team Falcons and MS Desari. He did sort of start off his career with the organisation based out in Saudi Arabia. Teamed up with a handful of different players along the years, played in tournaments such as the E-Club World Cup. Remember that tournament back in Paris many moons ago? He was a Team Falcons player there. Then went, of course, across to Team Rogue for a period of time, then Tundra Esports, and then sort of came back this year as a Masters team.
Yeah, came back to where he really started his dominance here over the FIFA esports scene. Nightwatch on the other side, E-Champions League runner-up in 2019, one of the smartest minds in FIFA esports, and his ability also equal to his knowledge. Chance here for Neo, they opened the scoreline. 1-0, Kylian Mbappe. There was a hell of a lot of space at the back there.
A lovely threaded through pass, finding the feet of Mbappe. We'll see it again on the replay. Messi into Mbappe. It was a guessing game whether the ball was going to come back across goal. He just gave so much room and space to the team of the year forward. You cannot do that. You will be punished. Look at the reaction there from the Germans.
It's a marathon here in the losers bracket, but you have to start off in a rich vein of form. Do you know how many rounds it is if you were to make the grand final from this point onwards in the lower bracket? 7. 7 best of 2s you have to win to go through the lower bracket to then get a chance at the grand final.
Yeah, well, goals going in this game here. There is also 3 other matches taking place in this round. Carl Walker's got the latest.
Brandon and Richard, yes, all teams that are playing, all 6 of them will be hoping to go through those 7 rounds that Mr. Buckley just told us about just there. Well, Team SBQR, they're 1 goal up against Kawasaki Frontal. That's the only goal that's currently gone in. AFC Ajax taking on XL Esports, that's 0-0. 0-1 Esports against CF Montreal, that is 0-0 as well. So it seems the game to watch, Team SBQR, can they hold on to this lead? Only 54 minutes are gone though. Plenty of FIFA 22 action to come.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, very interested to keep an eye on that XL match against AFC Ajax. They're playing next door to each other here in the studio setup. They're in pods next door, literally only a metre apart. I believe Grilla and Finn are. A credit where it's due. 16 years of age, Ajax Finn. His first debut season, Rich, in that season. He's played in his first ever LAN event here, Eredivisie season. He's kept, obviously, Ajax Danny out of that spot.
And I was just backstage with Danny Hackenberger as well, and he said, we're going to make some noise. If we start winning that game, we're going to make it uneasy. We're going to make it uncomfortable. We want every advantage we can get. We've got a game plan and we're ready to execute it. So I'll be looking forward to seeing what those updates are throughout that really tense lower bracket round 1 matchup.
Team Falcons with their first corner of the game. 26 minutes played here. They do currently trail by 1-0. Just was thinking about sort of 2v2 rosters, Rich, on the build-up. What do you think MS Dasari wants in a teammate for a player that is so naturally talented at the game, is so quality in terms of how he is so consistent year after year? Nightwatch, I think, does offer that. He moulds around MS Dasari's needs and wishes, and also I don't think there's anyone that understands the game better and has such a good understanding mechanically of FIFA than Nightwatch.
I also think he wants someone who's going to be committed, who's going to put in the time, who's going to put in the effort, who's going to put in the hard work, the hard yards before these tournaments start. You've got incredibly high sort of estimations that you put on yourself. You expect yourself to be going into every single tournament winning. If you are MS Dasari, anything other than that is probably a disappointment. So you need someone with that equal mindset, with that equal vision of success. And I do think Nightwatch has that. We spend a lot of time with Nightwatch for the events that maybe he's unsuccessful at, where he doesn't qualify, sort of giving us intel and working behind the scenes. He loves FIFA esports. He's all in, and I think now he's getting the opportunity to show what he can do on the pitch, as he's done many a time before.
Difficult to argue against this point, Richard, but compared to other teams, where MS Dasari has been based out in Saudi Arabia, and we know Nightwatch is between Romania and when he's travelling to events as well, helping out with us behind the scenes. They haven't had all the time to practice. They said they haven't played loads. I mean, coming into this, they would have played a bit more, but compared to an XL where they are literally living and breathing Heretics, they're living and breathing FIFA in 2v2.
Oh, that's a mistake.
A couple of days a week. Here's a chance from Team Neo now to try and double their lead. Strong tackle from Marquinhos once, looking to get a second tackle on that again. What do you think is it a challenge for those two?
I think it certainly will be a challenge. I think it will be an opportunity to prove themselves here at the biggest stage possible. We've got so many games taking place right now across many of our lower bracket matchups. Our very own Kyle Walker is going to give us some updates on those games.
Richard, we've got to look at the XL and Ajax game. XL took the lead. 37 minutes it took, but then Ajax, the noisy neighbours, as you said, they'll be looking to make some noise. They managed to pull 1 goal back, 1-1, coming towards the end of the first half of the first leg. In another one of those games, SPQR, they were 1 goal up, but Kawasaki Frontal J, they managed to pull that one back. Also, me, those two teaming up 1-1 in that game. The other game, though, 0-1 Esports, CF Montreal, 0-0 coming towards the end of the first leg. 90 minutes, 1 minute of added time. The game is about to end. The referee's about to blow his whistle. It seems like that one's done.
Thank you very much, Kyle. You'll be keeping us up to date with all the goals as they go in. Half-time in our featured match here in this lower bracket round 1. Dolomite and Hensu do lead at the break. It was an early goal, a beautiful sort of drive into the box. I think defensively, maybe question marks over Team Falcons in their defensive approach on that chance. They were all in on the cutback. It didn't happen in the end, and he just slammed it across the goalkeeper, did killing Mbappe. Live shots there of the players.
They've done a good job so far as well, haven't they, Team Neo? Just keeping Team Falcons at bay. They haven't done too much. There's a lot of knowledge, though, sat behind them in Enzo. He's a coach that had a period and a spell of Tex. He's been with a couple of players, but sort of in recent times, Enzo has come under the wing of Dasari. I know he helped him out with another league title out in Saudi Arabia, the EMBS title he won with Etihad, who he has been a player for a handful of years. There's a relationship there, and no doubt it's a relationship that would have rubbed off onto Night Watch of how they want to play and how they want to approach these games. And a very difficult group did Team Falcons coming into this one. UT7 were in there, Guild Esports, Nicholas Razek and Nicholas 99. And nevertheless, they were able to get out that group with the all-important top spot in the end. Wins against UT7. Penalty win. As we know, against M42 Esports, ball into the box. Could be a chance, just wide. It's the best one they've created so far.
Really nice ball into the box. CR7 got up early. A glancing header towards that far left corner. Schmeichel always had his posts where he wanted them and knew that it was going to go wide, but good indication of things to come potentially for Team Falcons.
The ball out wide, finds Mbappe. Watch that back post. Cristiano Ronaldo is there in the air! Oh! Cristiano Ronaldo doing Cristiano Ronaldo things. Hello. That has been a little bit quiet this weekend, Richard. He's not back by everyone, but talk me through that goal again.
Mbappe gets out wide, Borrell scooped it, and they just stick it in an area for CR7. Bicycle kick at the back post.
I'm expecting a header.
Schmeichel, you can stick 4 goalkeepers in, they're not getting anywhere near that. And look at that reaction as it went in.
Coach is absolutely loving it as well. Team Neo are here, not just to make up the numbers. They are a Masters team that were invited off the back of, no doubt, the success that Dolomite and this team Mahentu have had over the last few years. And to be honest, they haven't really been spoken about too much this weekend. 2-0 they lead against Team Falcons. It is all to do for them. And in all honesty, they've been put in a similar position that they were put in last game.
Against Direwolves, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, for Team Neo, they started here today. They've not had to play a game. They've not suffered a defeat yet. They started in the losers bracket. Chance for Team Falcons, R9. Shot cancelled, straight into the defender. But I do think Neo have just looked much quicker in their approach play, in their build-up. It's a little bit snappier, it's a little bit more direct.
Oh no, it could be
a lot of space at the back.
Look at them, it's all over the shot really, defensively. Another big win there, Kimi this time. Mbappe will tease his run, R9. Just trying to manoeuvre around these two lines of players for Team Falcons. They've done such a good job so far of just pulling apart this team. Really been able to get into their groove, haven't they?
And you saw the space at the back post for Cristiano Ronaldo. That's because of the 4-3-2-1 formation that Neo are currently operating. It looks like sort of peeled off from that left forward position, from that striker position, and offered up all the space at the back post.
Even if he's not used too much, CR7, in terms of getting on the ball, getting touch on the ball, it's just another problem to have in your mind, isn't it? You know that Ronaldo's going to be there on the fullback's toes, a player that has a leap that no one else does in FIFA. It's just another thing to worry about. We saw in our last game, or our first game today of Excel, they didn't convert with Ronaldo, but they were looking for it every single time, weren't they?
Yeah, the back post is always on when you've got Cristiano Ronaldo in the team.
Speaking of the Devil, he's on the ball now. 14 Falcons, 2-0 down, they trail at the moment. This is a lower bracket elimination game. You lose throughout the tournament. Simple as that. Mbappe finds the feet of R9, trying to find a goal back and a way back into this. Nice reverse elastico, put it through the feet of Ruben Diaz. Fortunately, there was no way around the Portuguese defender.
Neo know exactly what they need to do now. Just frustrate this Falcons team, force them out, force them into positions with players they don't want to be in, and that's centre-backs pressing the ball, full-backs moving forward, and look to just pick it off.
Just a quick word on Kevin De Bruyne as well. That does get a nod in the team. I don't know if you saw it, Rich. He scored an outrageous goal for MS Dasari yesterday on his weak foot from the edge of the box. We know he's got a long shot stat, like no one else does have. Certainly was up there as one of the best goals we've seen across this team of the season cup so far. Messi, watch out on that left boot. If he fancies a finesse from this far out. Look to angle up for a split second. Bellingham finds Hullet. This is Neo looking for a third. Good feet. Is that the left foot finesse? Little roulette. This is beautiful feet for back to R9.
Maybe the composure just lacked for a second as that ball's been recycled across the box. The roulette was really nice in the build-up play. Just a little bit panicky when it fell to R9.
Good one-touch pass there between the two midfielders. Finds Cancelo. I should say Marcelo is just offside. Into a pause menu will go now. I mean, it's a little bit better towards the end of the game, but this is Neo's chance to really pick them off and find a third.
You can see the two formations on the screen there. The 4-3-2-1, which Neo typically do play on the Team Falcons side. I don't think it's a formation that they typically play too much.
Great to see Wout Weghorst on the bench, by the way. I doubt I'll be getting an involvement, but
big player.
The Burnley striker, if a team is running away, it can certainly be an outlet for a long ball or two.
Yeah, big player is Wout Weghorst, and I mean that literally. Just having a look at the substitutions there, I think Ronaldinho is going to be introduced. They were fluttering with the idea of Eusebio as well. We'll see those subs coming in to the fray. Ousmane Dembele on the team of Falcons. N'Golo Kante for Team Neo to shore up that midfield.
What a goal, Cristiano Ronaldo. What a goal it was. Acrobatic efforts from the Portuguese forward. That's given Team Neo a 2-goal lead that they'll be looking to take into this second leg here in our first round of the lower bracket. Elimination round 1, you can call it, as we'll lose more teams here. Added time to follow any second now. And in this round, we will be losing 4 more teams from the tournament. We'll become 20 left. I say 4 more, 8 more teams will fall in this round. Nice feet from Ousmane Dembele. Silky with the skill moves. That should do it for leg 1. It is a big performance in the first leg from Team Neo. Hensu and Dolomite lead by 2-0. MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch. It's back to the drawing board for the mastermind in FIFA esports in Nightwatch. At the halfway point, it is a 2-goal scoreline. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have the second leg between these two to find out who will be leaving in the Team of the Season Cup Day 2. We'll see you soon.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team Footwiz, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over. But however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini map in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our center backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the FGS Team of the Season Cup here live in London. Plenty of competitors going head to head. Plenty of FIFA 22 action has been happening, and a huge matchup that we have got in this round of games sees all of our competitors win, continue, lose, you go home. Yes, this matchup just here, absolutely massive for all of our competitors. Right, let's have a look at some of our highlights from our games. This game just here, I was keeping a very close eye. Ajax taking on XL Esports. Gorilla and Tom taking on Finn and Levy from Ajax. And the game started 36 minutes in with Tom and Gorilla. That fist bump says it all, managing to score the first goal. But minutes later, and that's all it took, Ajax running through the defence, managing to score. Finn and Levy bringing it back level 1 apiece. Now, I can't reiterate just the magnitude of this game and the magnitude of this penalty. A Panenka to take it 2-1 just there. And you can see how much it means to them going into that second leg. They were hoping they would be able to keep a hold of that victory. But XL, they were pushing, they were trying, and they managed to score that goal there, making it 2-2. Going into leg number 2. Next matchup, Kawasaki Frontal taking on SPQR. Jay and you and me taking on Rampazzo and Felipe from Team SPQR. 27 minutes in, SPQR were looking for that inch of space. They managed to find it with R9 scoring that goal there to open the goal scoring for Team SPQR. However, there had to be a retaliation. They were knocking at the door, Kawasaki Frontal, and they managed to score to equalise that 1-1 apiece in the first leg. All to play for. Let's get back to Richard and Brandon to break down our action and how the standings look.
Cheers, Carl. As you said, loads of games taking place there and some big celebrations as the pressure certainly is rising here in the Team of the Season Cup here in London. We're here in day 2, by the way. After this round is finished, we'll have 16 teams left in the competition. We're slowly getting there, Rich, from 32 to 60. By the end of play today, there'll only be 8 that will remain.
Yeah, we certainly are. We can have a look at the bracket as it currently stands here. You can see the winners bracket. All those first round matchups have been concluded. What we've got coming up there, Dire Wolves against Makers Sweden, Crew Esports against Atlanta United, Team Heretics against Dux Gaming. What a Spanish derby that's going to be. And Team Holit Ninjas in Pajamas against Fnatic. What a game we have got right there. That's the winners bracket. On the other side of it, on the lower bracket, they're the matches that we're currently underway in as it currently stands. Neo 2-0 up against Team Falcons, Kawasaki Frontal and SPQR 1 apiece. And you can see how the bracket will conclude throughout the rest of today. Those matches at the bottom there of the lower bracket, Houston Dynamo, KSR Esports, UT7 and SAF. Those games will be taking place probably about 20 to 25 minutes time. If you've got one of those 8 teams as a favourite, make sure you keep your eyes peeled on all 4 of our streams available so you don't miss any of the action.
Well, this is the storyline right now, Richard. Team Neo are on the verge of knocking out MS Nasari and his teammate Dr. Nightwatch. Team Falcons 2-0 down after that first leg, after a really good professional performance from Dolomike and Hensu. They've had a good 5 minutes to have a break now, Richard, between the 2 legs. What do you think Team Falcons would have been saying?
Let's get going. Do we want to be eliminated? I think it's probably maybe more of a motivational rather than a technical adjustment. Obviously, they were matching up the 4-3-2-1. I'm not too sure if that is something that they feel comfortable in. But we need to see something different.
Team Neo up to bag an early goal via the scorer of Kylian Mbappe. Team of the year item popping up again with the goods. And he was able to double his lead for Cristiano Ronaldo. Really well taken finish. It was an acrobatic effort from Portuguese forward. Just on that upper bracket, just very quickly. If you win the upper bracket game, the next round of it, you guarantee $20,000 and a top 8 spot in the competition tomorrow. That's going to be some interesting games taking place there.
It's not bad at all, is it? I think those matches, the winners bracket quarterfinals, also all the teams, all the individuals know how important that game is. Every single one of those players know the magnitude of that game.
That Heretics Darts game as well, that's going to be an enthralling tie, that in the upper bracket. Ball this could be 3 goals to the good. Well played, João Cancelo. Beating CR7 in the air. The reason I say that, it was just last week we had Gravison on the commentary booth in the Champions League speaking in depth about Mateus Bonanno and why he's so good, what he does. His teammate in Daniel Aguilar will be taking on Hidalgo and Mateus Bonanno in that next matchup later today. Plenty of action to come here in the Team of the Season Cup. Team Falcons come so close. It's another good block at the back. And hopefully this second leg is now starting to come open a bit.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's potentially an extra pass on there as that ball was fired across the box. He went for the shot at the near post. It looks like Pele potentially could have just been creeping in behind him for an extra pass and a simpler chance on goal, but it's positive play from Team Falcons.
They just need a goal to strike a bit of belief for their comeback in this time. They were put in this position earlier by Dire Wolves. It was a very similar first leg. A 2-goal deficit there behind, 3-1 at the break. It was just too much, especially in this format where we haven't seen many goals scored. Could be 3 for Team Neo. There's a bit of composure there. There may be a bit of panic from Marquinhos as he clicks the ball out of play.
Yeah, with it being the yellow icon, probably Nightwatch, you would think, with MS Nasari being the club captain out of the 2, he'd be the red icon.
Just offside, Mbappe. Offside trap played. It's common way for a lot of these players that the captain will take control of goalkeeper movement, any offside traps that are inputted. It's quite a lot of responsibility on your shoulder, but it plays such a big part. As you can hear, teams are winning, teams are being eliminated all around us right now at the Team of the Season Cup. Pele building nicely, should be easy pickings for Schmeichel there.
And if you heard it very loudly, that's because it was O1 Esports right next to us.
I believe that result coming against CF Montreal as well, who are literally their next door neighbours but one.
1-0 victory for O1 Esports.
They stay in the tournament to fight another day in the lower bracket. It does get a little bit pressurising back to R9. Surely a chance. Oh, he was so open there. He just took an extra right touch there. It might be Nightwatch.
Just didn't pull the trigger.
There's been a few of those moments. The ball's gone into R9, the danger man. Of course he's a danger man. He's got a 5-star weak foot, go left or right. But there's just the extra touch that at times, don't get me wrong, one day it works, one day it doesn't work. It just hasn't allowed him to get the extra yard that he needs. And now, Team Neo are on the hunt for a third. They do well to stretch the play. As far as they have, De Bruyne wins it back. And Team Falcons looking to build on that chance.
But it's positive. Look, you're getting in those chances. You're creating those half chances and those half opportunities to create. Just got to pull the trigger. I think if they get one goal, there's a comeback on the cards here. But Team Neo, they're very dangerous when they go forward.
Back to goal 1-9. Surely De Bruyne! Post and off for a goal kick. MS Desari, for a player that I know he loves in this team, just couldn't come to save the day.
What a chance. What an opportunity. Kevin De Bruyne with that strike inside the box. He was, what, 8-9 yards out? It's a must-score chance.
It's been better though, Rich. It's the best 30 minutes we've seen from Team Falcons. They've got in the box, they've started to do more, and they've really taken the game to Team Neo, because I mean, they know they have to. They could be 3-0 down though if this finds its way to Cristiano Ronaldo, defended well.
They're definitely the side in the ascendancy. They're the side that's creating more, probing more. And they just need that one chance. Like I said, I think one goal, this game, it blows wide open. And I could see Team Falcons going on getting a second and maybe even a third.
Well, as I said, they're in an uncomfortable position in the round. We just saw a second ago against Dire Wolves. However, Dire Wolves were able to get that all-important win. Team Falcons still on the hunt for a way back in this game. Finds Pele back to R9 again. Is there still any way around? Ruben Diaz sticks in a toe, and so does his teammate of Man City. It's half-time here, and it's still all to do for MS Desari and Dr. Nightwatch. 45 minutes away from being knocked out of the Team of the Season Cup.
Who would have thought Team Falcons potentially crashing out in the lower bracket round one? They are 45 minutes away. They've got 45 minutes to salvage their tournament.
Especially for MS Desari, he loves it here in London. Every single time he plays a FIFA tournament in London, he always seems to place well. Dolomite and Hensu are very close to pulling off a really impressive result. 45 minutes away from doing it. They haven't been the best in this second half, but as we said earlier today, that 2-goal cushion they've got has allowed them to make a mistake or two. Yes, they might have had a bit of luck off the post, and yes, defensively they've been really sound, but they're 45 minutes away from taking the next road and avenue here in that lower bracket.
You just saw that some of those teams sort of read it out, the teams that have been eliminated from the tournament here in the studio.
As we said, there is a lot going on in other games. Let's check in with Carl Walker to see if he's got any updates for us.
Cheers, Brandon. Yes, I mean, plenty of action has happened since the last time I was with you guys. 2 games have finished, meaning 2 teams have gone home. They have exited the competition. We'll start off with Frontal Kawasaki. Kawasaki Frontal, they beat Team SPQR 2-1 in that matchup, meaning we say goodbye to Team SBQR. And then the other game, you did mention it, we heard 01 Esports were celebrating. That is because they beat CF Montreal. So unfortunately, we do say goodbye to CF Montreal. And in that other game, that is still happening, 60 in-game minutes gone, XL Esports against Ajax. Second leg, 0-0. The first leg was 2-2. It still remains that score. 30 in-game minutes to go. So guys, I know there's a goal with you. We're going to get a goal with us as well. XL have just gone 3-2, but back to you.
Well, there has just been a goal as well here. It's a goal for Team Falcons. MS Desari and Dr. Nightwatch have just restored their tournament hope in the lower bracket. De Bruyne, a lovely ball into R9, and it's a goal they have been waiting for.
Yeah, you just saw this time around, no extra pass, no extra touch. Take it, settle it, smash it. That's exactly what Team Falcons did.
And also,
such a big goal early in the second half.
Big goal as well, Rich. Just downstairs from us right now of XL Esports. They lead by 3-2 in the second leg against their next door neighbours, AFC Ajax. About 30 minutes left in that game. Elimination FIFA here in the Team of the Season Cup is really underway.
Kawasaki Frontal knocking out SPQR. 2-1. You can't predict it. You cannot predict it here in London. Back post cross.
Oh, wow. Mbappe! All the time in the world. All the time in the world.
What a save. What a save from Peter Schmeichel. I think there was a bit of goalkeeper movement there. He's pulled him all the way to the far post.
So much time, didn't they?
Could have had a picnic. He had that much time.
Played it short, back to R9 now. Here's Neo. That's on a play, maybe Mbappe. Elastico wide and into probably the first 3 rows of the crowd. Enzo can't watch. It's a bit of a shambles at the back there. We just missed nearly.
This guy is getting very, very frantic all of a sudden. I think Team Neo might be getting a little bit nervous, and Team Falcons know that the game is there to turn around.
Well, this could be, finds Cristiano Ronaldo in the air. Hakimi has been unbelievable, by the way, against CR7 today.
He's won everything.
He has. He hasn't let Ronaldo even have a chance in the air. Expect the press to change. Expect the tactics to change very, very soon from Team Falcons. Every minute goes past. MS Tassari is on the verge of being knocked out here at the Team of the Season Cup. Jude Bellingham finds Messi now. Team Neo, if they get one more goal, I think they certainly will be on their way to round 2 in the lower bracket. Reverse Elastico, nicely done by Mbappe. Ball roll, scoop, Turner. Combination of skill moves to try and just find an extra angle, the extra pass in the box.
They'll get a chance to equalise. There's so much time left.
Ronaldo could be through.
It could be. Marquinhos just does enough, doesn't he? CR7 was bursting through the middle of the pitch there.
Massive switch of play, finds João Cancelo. This is where Hensudula might need to just take control of possession a little bit here and just slow things down. They did it so well in the first leg. But I'll be honest, I don't think they're going to have a chance to, because the press is going to be relentless from Team Falcons. They need another goal here. Pele, back to R9. Tassari plays to Nightwatch now with Marcelo in control. His foot captain item has been a big influence in these teams. De Bruyne back inside. Mbappe was just pushed off the ball. Referee said play on. He wasn't going to give a penalty for that one.
Could have been a foul. There's certainly some sort of collision there. "15 minutes, it will feel like a lifetime for Team Neo." Great tackle from Team Falcons to stop that attack right there. 13 minutes left on the clock. Teams being eliminated left, right and centre here.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on that one between AFC Ajax and XL as well, because that must be near enough done now. Last time I heard, XL did score against Ajax in that one. I mean, there's potentially a massive team being knocked out of the tournament there. XL or Ajax. Will give you the latest when we can hear about what's going on in that lower bracket. Still so much to play and so much to talk about right now. 14 minutes left to play for Team Falcons to find and equalises to send us into extra time. Team Neo on the hunt. And that game right now, we can see XL Esports are winning. There's about 9 minutes left in it. Eusebio, ball roll, Team Neo win a corner. XL 9 minutes away from knocking out AFC Ajax. And Team Neo just over 10 minutes away from knocking out the King of the Jungle and Dr. Nightwatch. No one's safe here in the Team of the Season Cup, are they?
Absolutely not.
Played short. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It could have been there with a rebound, though. Just not clean for Cristiano Ronaldo. I love that little corner routine, though.
Yeah, onto the edge of the box. They won the first contact, nodded it down into a dangerous area, and then just looked for anything off the goalkeeper, anything off a defender, rebound-wise, deflection-wise. We've seen a few different variations of set pieces, and I think they are going to be very, very interesting and very dangerous as this tournament draws on.
Realistically, sorry, how many more chances are Team Falcons going to get here?
2, maybe. 1 really good one.
Well, there need to be very good opportunities here, Richard. Cruyff will come on just to inject a bit more pace into this. Ousmane Dembele as well, his foot fantasy item. Will inject pace into the midfield of Team Falcons now. This is where game management is everything. It's their game to lose. It is their game to lose for Team Neo. They're up by a goal. There's 3.5 minutes left to play. They simply cannot make a mistake. The winner goes up for a goal kick. It's back to Team Falcons now. There is 2.5 minutes left. I mean, I can imagine Enzo is over the shoulder now of Nightwatch and Mr. Simon. We see the camera change. They're on the headset between the three of them. I mean,
what do you possibly say though with 2 minutes left to play? It's very self-explanatory. You throw absolutely everything forward and try and get on a second ball, get on a press, get on anything.
I don't think there's much you can say. It's like you both know what you got to do. Score.
Absolutely, yeah.
They know between them two, they're going to get one chance at most. It's everything forward, everybody. Up the pitch to try and make one more chance happen. Ronaldinho's even on. Numbers are flying forward. Team Falcon shirts are roaming forward. Mbappe, no.
It's a bad pass.
Possession given away though by Team Neo.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one from Team Neo. They'll get one final chance here, will Falcons. They'll throw the ball away.
They won't. That should be job done. Back he goes. There is 2 minutes of added time here, but still, Team Neo should not be throwing this away. Usman Dembele off his chest. Goes out for a goal kick. You just see Hensu there. Just say, calm it down to Dolomite behind us. Soft camera. They've done it. I mean, they're pretty much there. MS Tasari Nightwatch will be knocked out of the Team of the Season Cup in the lower bracket round 1. Team Neo are on their way to the next round of the Team of the Season Cup. They're still in elimination football. Commiserations to Team Falcons. MS Tasari out of the tournament. That is the headline.
Nobody gets a freebie. There's no free wins. There's no free games here at the Team of the Season Cup. Team Falcons crash out. What did we say? They were the #1 seeded team coming into knockout play today. They crash out of the tournament in losers round 1. Bitterly disappointed will be Team Falcons. Neo done exactly what they needed to do. Got that early goal in the first leg and then such a good performance.
Just check my shoulder as well. If we can get the cameras of XL, Team XL. They have just won their game against Ajax just by a single goal, I believe. That goal coming really late into the game. That was another great game in the lower bracket, by the way. XL saved their tournament status, also 3-2 winners over AFC Ajax. Ajax are gone. Team Falcons are gone. After this round, Richard, which is pretty much concluded now, there's only 16 teams left in the Team of the Season Cup. Half of the competition gone.
It's so tense, but also equally as exciting here at the Team of the Season Cup. The story of this round that we've just watched, that team on your screen right there, Team Neo, continue their journey here at the Team of the Season Cup.
Many reasons why they've done well. One, I don't think they've had many people talk about them this weekend. I hold my hands up, haven't spoken too much about Team Neo in all honesty, but they are teammates at a national level. They've been playing in the Nations Cup qualifiers for the last few months. They're good friends, and that's rubbed off in competition.
No, absolutely. You can just see the red here for a number of these teams. They're getting eliminated. And if Brandon just moves over to a second, AFC Ajax, red. They're out. They've been eliminated from the tournament. It's brutal here at the Team of the Season Cup.
Yeah, as we said, we've halved the competition from 32 to 16. There's still plenty more games to play. But for now, it's down to Rachel and Mike to analyse what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, what have we just seen? Absolute upsets galore there. I mean, 2 of the qualifiers have just gone through and knocked out some of the Masters teams. Of course, big one, Falcons going out, Dr. Nightwatch and MS Tasari and Ajax as well. Kawasaki going through, O1 Esports, 2 names we didn't particularly expect, knocking out SPQR, the Brazilians, and Montreal as well. Mike, thoughts on that round? It was big.
Well, what we're seeing is that players that performed well yesterday aren't necessarily able to translate that same form, and that's part of FIFA. You have to have quick or short-term memory, and you also have to have sustainability and consistency. It's really challenging at this level. This is over 3 days if you make it to the end.
Yeah, it's obviously big. And mentally, it's really tough for these guys. Back at LAN as well, and a 3-day competition. But let's get into the big game then with your analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. This is between Neo and Falcons. Neo taking home that win. Take us through this one, Mike.
And this is undoubtedly one of the goals of the tournament. We're going to have a beautiful finish, and it's really all about the creative isolation. So you've got Ruud Gullit. He feeds an over-the-top through ball. At this point, you know you want that back post, and you use the readily available information to be deceptive. You're going to see the ball rolled, and how it goes with the scoop turn. You resurface, you recycle, and the finish, the connection, the power, the form. top corner, best corner, and that has been, of course, the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and it's just brilliant. It's a brilliant goal. The build-up is phenomenal. The finish is phenomenal. Take that up to the bank, screenshot it, replay it. I'm sure Dolan Mike will collect it somewhere, put it into an NFT. I don't know.
Everyone wants to score goals like that, of course. I'm just going to draw our attention as well to Excel squeezing through, I'm going to say, didn't they there? 3-2 over Ajax. At least those two are still in it. Let's have a look at the bracket there and remind ourselves of all the teams who are still in it. And those 4 teams we have just said goodbye to. They're joining the 8 already left the competition yesterday. Okay, well, let's start in the upper side of the bracket then. Mike, let's just talk about a couple of the matchups we're going to see in a short while.
We've got Dire Wolves and Maker Sweden. In my opinion, Maker Sweden has been one of those teams that's kind of gone under the radar. We can say the same about Dire Wolves. They've definitely made an impact at this point. Crew Esports and Atlanta United. So you've got Argentina versus Brazil. I love that. Heretics, of course, led by Matias Bedano, and Ducks Gaming, led by the Spaniard Graverson, who we just had on ECL. And then you've got Ninjas in Pajamas.
Fnatic, massive.
Come on.
Massive.
Come on.
Cannot wait for that one. Dropping down, Mike. Let's just have a look then. Neo Kawasaki frontal. That'll be interesting. We'll talk to Neo, Dylan, Mike, and Hensu in a short while. O1 Esports, again, a qualifier there, going up against XL, one of our Masters teams, and we're still waiting to see, aren't we, the next 2 there who are going to make it, the 4 guys into that lower bracket. Mike, let's just go to the heartbreak now. The teams who have already been eliminated. Obviously, we have to talk about these guys, and I'm going to say big surprises there. Nightwatch, Dasari, SPQR, Felipe, Rampazzo, Finn and Levy from Ajax. I mean, so many big names in Montreal, of course, up the top there. I mean, 3 massive teams, 3 Masters teams going out, which was pretty unexpected. But you keep saying 2v2, we don't know. It's a new entity.
We just don't have those same statistics, those measurables, those stats that I love to grab. But I will say the tale of 2 different days now when you're looking at Montreal and how they played yesterday. The same with SPQR. Very similar type of form situation where they weren't able to put it together. They didn't have that free flow, that fluidity. It wasn't all there. And then for Dasari, we always say, I expect to at least see him in the semis. This is a very early exit, and I would not want to be in that team meeting.
Yeah, we just saw, didn't we, Nightwatch there sitting with his coach Enzo, probably just trying to get his head around what went wrong here today. Well, what went wrong? Neo went wrong. Neo managed to get more goals than them. It's as simple as that. Dylan Mike and Hensu. And Dylan Mike is chatting to our very own Carl Walker right now.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Yes, I'm joined by Dylan Mike. You walked over, you said you were extremely relieved after that performance, taking on Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari. You did manage to get the win, though. So has that relief settled down? Are you feeling good about it now?
Yeah, I'm finally feeling good about it now. Obviously, I feel really relieved because we didn't have the best start yesterday, losing on pens. And today we just told ourselves to clear our mindset, start from 0. We even changed the formation, and that's what helped us to get the victory.
I did keep on referring back to your reaction after that game yesterday. I think that we had to patch up your pod. You definitely weren't happy after that one. So you then took some time last night. What is it that you worked with? What is it that you said with your coach and you said we need to change for day 2?
Yeah, to be honest, we talked with our coach, and also it's just more about the mindset, not the things that we do in the game, because when we practiced, we were really good, beating almost all of our opponents, and then when it came to the tournament yesterday, we kind of struggled, and today we just told ourselves to kind of clear our minds, not feel too much of the pressure, and that's what we're going to do going forward.
Well, we have got some of the highlights of that game just there, because unbelievable performance from yourself and from Hensu as well. We can see these highlights. Talk us through this game then. First leg, you're coming up against MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch as well. You said you changed formation. Did you stick with that formation going through then?
Yeah, we stick with the 4-3-2-1, and that's how we also scored this goal, because we have the 2 wide attackers, and they were just running through, and that helped us get not only this goal, but as well this goal. And obviously this is just a great finish by CR7 with the bicycle kick.
I mean, unbelievable goal right there. Your reaction as well was sensational when you realised that one went in. But as always, it's not going to be easy, let's say, when you are coming up against a team like Team Falcons, and they didn't want to make it easy for you. They managed to get this goal, making it 2-1 on aggregate for you guys. But towards the end of it, when you managed to get the win, I mean, relief was the word that you said just there. Were you worried, though, at any point when they did get that goal, they could maybe bring it back?
Yeah, I wouldn't say worried, but obviously there's always the chance. They both are really good players, and it's always just a game of FIFA, and a goal can happen any time. And obviously, shout out again to my teammate. We were defending pretty well, and thankfully we won.
Thankfully, you won indeed. Well, good luck for the rest of the tournament. It's great to catch up with you in person as well and to have you here. Now, don't go anywhere, all right, because we are going to go to a break. We've got plenty of FIFA 22 action here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. But after this break, let me tell you, Matthias Bonanno, I spoke to him before. He said to me, Kyle, I need to get on the Crossbar Challenge. So he will be joining Live Cup very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
긍정적인 부분과 부정적인 부분이 그렇게 차이가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
A way for me to stay positive is to really appreciate everything else that goes on in my life.
It's good to talk to your family, friends.
Y en veranito pues ir a lo típico, a la piscina o a la playa. Y a mí es algo que me viene muy bien.
Just walking, getting some fresh air, going out there and just having time to think to yourself.
저도 잘 실천하지 못하는 좋은 습관 중에 운동을 규칙적으로 정해서 매일 꾸준히 하는 게 굉장히 좋다고 합니다.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
Confía en que tú puedes hacerlo.
Stay strong, keep yourself motivated.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
나는 긍정적인.
Yo promuevo.
나는 긍정적인.
I promote and practice positive mental health.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the FIFA Global Series. My name is Liv Cook, and we are about to get underway with a crossbar challenge. But before we do, I am joined by the kid himself. This is Matthias. First of all, Matthias, I want to talk to you about how you're finding this competition so far.
¿Cómo estás encontrando este torneo hasta ahora? Disfrutando, ¿no? El torneo.
Sí, disfrutando, la verdad. Nos está yendo muy bien y nada, esperemos que siga así.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, and so far so good. We're going well. Things are going well for us, and let's hope it continues.
Absolutely, and I've heard that you're quite excited to do this crossbar challenge. Are you a footballer yourself?
Y con muchas ganas de hacer esto, el transversal. ¿Juegas al fútbol tú mismo?
Juego bastante, pero no en un club, digamos así. Así que nada, ahora estamos pasando una etapa de lesión, pero nada, patear puedo patear.
Okay, yeah, I love my football. I don't play for any proper side, if you like, an official team, but coming back from injury as well, so we'll see how it goes, but I think I'll be all right to take these kicks.
The injuries coming in already, the excuses in case you don't get any.
Excusas, yeah.
How many do you think you're going to get out of 5?
¿Cuánto vas a sacar?
Yo creo que 2.
2, I think.
2. Okay, let's go for it.
Vamos.
Vamos. Maybe I should learn some Spanish. Oh, deep miss the first one. Oh, correction. Close, close. You got to add that Argentinian flair, the skill. Oh, close. Da-da-da-da. Oh, it was a nice top bins though.
En pelota, muchacho.
That was awesome. Unlucky, I liked the Rabona attempt.
Me gustó la Rabona, el ensayo tipo Rabona.
Y bueno, había que intentarlo, ¿no? No estaba saliendo normal y bueno, había que intentar una Rabona.
Well, it wasn't working conventionally, so I had to try something.
I like it, creativity. Got that messy flair.
Sí.
Is he disappointed with only getting, well, 0?
Decepcionado por el total de 0.
Decepcionado, pero bueno, hay que intentarlo, ¿no? Para fallar.
I'm a bit down, but you know, you've got to try to fail almost, you know what I mean? You've got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely, and only getting 1 if it was a Rabona is better than 4 regular, right?
Y 1 con Rabona mejor que 4 convencionalmente.
Claro.
I am a freestyler, I would say that. I am biased. But thank you very much, Matthias. Good luck with the rest of the competition. Thank you. And Richard and Ryan, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Liv. Great to see all the pro players getting involved with the Crossbar Challenge. I'm joining the commentary position with Ryan Pessoa, professional FIFA. Does that justify you? Can you go down, professional FIFA player? Can you have a little dabble on the Crossbar Challenge?
I think I'll do better than Matthias, surely.
Firing shots.
You fired a blank on.
No, I mean, look, I think I'll get down there, even if it's Sunday night at 11:30 p.m. when we've finished. I will hit that crossbar, don't you worry. We're getting into another set of losers round 1 fixtures here. We've seen the top half of the bracket taking place on the lower bracket, and now we're going to go down to the losers side. Second time around. Stream A is going to be Blue United against Makers Italy, the FGS Masters team squaring off. Only one can stay in the competition. Stream B, what a cracker that is going to be. Complexity Gaming against Guild Esports. Leah Ravel and Lisa Manuel will be taking you through that game on Stream B. Stream C, UT7 against South X Goliath Gaming. And Stream D, Houston Dano FC in action. As for Makers, what a team they've got. Cosimo and also Principe. Ryan, tell me a little bit about the Italians.
Yes, as you can see, Principe is a reigning Club World Cup champion. He didn't partner with Cosimo. He's with Oli Bolli, who's also competing in this tournament for Makers Sweden. But you can see some of the accolades. The first player to win a PlayStation crossover champion in Madrid on FIFA 17. And of course, finished top 6 in the last qualifier last year. Same for Cosmo, finishing runner-up in qualifier number 5. As we take a look at Blue United, of course, their representatives in Agu and SAC. They won the FIFA E-Club World Cup Asia last year in FIFA 21. And for Blue United's Agu, he won the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Asia as well. So he has some accolades under his belt. And I think for both of them, I think they'll have some confidence coming into this game.
I mean, absolutely. You've made it through to day number 2. That's the first thing to get ticked off. You're now in a lower bracket, yeah, but you look at who else is in the lower bracket. I mean, there's no disrespect for being down there. When you look at Team Falcons, XL, your opponents in Makers, some of the favourites coming into the tournament are down there with you in the lower bracket. Well, we've got 24 teams at the start of play today. After this round, we're going to have 16 remaining here in the FGS Team of the Season Cup. Without any further ado, let's get right into the action. Our featured matchup for this round, it's going to be Blue United. Sax and Agu against Principe and Cosimo. Makers from Italy. 2 FGS Masters teams in action. I can't wait to see what will be the outcome.
We've seen them in 2v2 throughout the year. They've performed fantastically well, doing well in the Club World Cup this year as well. So they've got the accolades as well. We saw in the bios the experience they've had in 2v2 competitions. For Blue United, we also saw them compete in the FGS Masters. They traveled over to Europe to compete in that. It didn't go as to plan. They ended up winning the first leg actually up against XL, but losing the second leg 3-1. 1. So for Blue United, they'll be hoping to rectify the FGS Masters, and they've got the ability to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Blue United as well, obviously, they've come over from Asia. Do you think there's a little bit of pride to represent your nation, represent your continent? It's very similar to what the guys from Oceania and even South America get as well. And also, do you think there's that little bit of unknown quantity, the surprise element, that these two don't necessarily have a lot of data on them? People aren't scrimming against them. They're not playing week in, week out in Club World Cup or in rivals. There's an unknown element to Blue United.
Yep, absolutely. As earlier we saw Direwolves representing in the Oceania region. I think for Blue United, they, as you said, the unknown quantity, and a lot of people you would say wouldn't back them to even go into day 2, let alone go the distance. But they're here today up against one of the fantastic European teams in Makers. But for Blue United, Blue Agri and Blue Sac, I think for them, they'll relish the occasion and perform when it matters most.
And for Blue United, they beat Casa Esports 3-2 in Pool E yesterday, and then they wrapped up their qualification with I should say, they lost 2 matches. They won that first game against Casa Esports and then suffered defeat to the hands of CF Montreal and Casa Esports again. But they're still in the competition. That's the only thing that matters. Kicking from left to right in that grey strip, and from right to left it is Team Makers. 4 Team Makers on the other side. They were in Pool G. Pretty easy business for them. A 6-3 win against Houston Dynamo and a victory against SPQR 3-0. Scored 9 goals, only conceded 3, but they find themselves in the lower round 1 after a really tough opening matchup against Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas.
Yep, that's how ruthless this can be in FIFA Esports, of course, for Makers. I believe that game against Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas actually went to penalties. So losing in that narrow margin is, of course, leaves a bitter taste in the mouths of Cosimo and Principe. But they'll be looking to rectify this as they go forward here with Lionel Messi.
Good chance here. Ball over the top. Lionel Messi doesn't do anything for it. Edwin van der Sar a little bit slow to clear that one away. Let's just have a quick look over the team here. The match that we commentated yesterday, Ryan, we saw Klosterman in at centre-back. We also saw a few interesting shouts across the team. I don't think there's anything really jumping off the page here other than Rafael Varane for Team Makers.
Yeah, that again is an obscure choice.
And Rashford.
And that's even more of an obscure choice. I don't think we've seen either of those players or items in any team, really. I think this has to be one of the first time seeing them throughout the competition. But what works for them, it's got them to this stage anyway.
Do you remember, though, Principe back in FIFA 17 where he won that Madrid title, the Madrid regional? He used Nainggolan, he used Koulibaly. I think Dries Mertens got a run out. It was quite a Serie A heavy team. He didn't use a lot of the real high-tier meta items, and he had success in his own way. Even in previous years, we've seen sort of the Serie A influence on the squad. Here we've got a certain Man United influence. Varane, is it just personal preference? Like, you just want him in the team? Or is he a viable option at these events?
I think, of course, the stats that they do have on the items is fantastic. So we get a late challenge there from Kante as the ref dishes out a yellow card there early on in the first 20 minutes of this matchup. Well, I was just thinking for Makers, Principe and Cosimo, of course, Principe winning last year's E-Club World Cup in a 2v2 format alongside Oli Bolu, again, I mentioned, who is representing Makers Sweden alongside Optoli. Would you say that adds a bit of pressure onto Cosimo's shoulders because he's playing with the reigning champion in a 2v2 format that potentially they might not have at the same levels?
Potentially, but also the Club World Cup last year, with it being played remote, was sort of a 1v1 where you had, I think it was best of 5, best of 7 in the end, so it was first to 3 points in that particular format, so it wasn't necessarily 2v2 FIFA. And also Cosimo had a great year last year. I remember we commentated a lot of his games. He was always making the qualifiers, he was always making the latter stages of tournaments. A really, really good player, but if you remember correctly, he used a couple of interesting players in his squad as well. Chance here for Blue United. CR7, ball scoop turn into R9, turns away from his man, tries firing that shot away on the right boot, maybe could have exited to the left and got a better chance.
Yeah, I felt as if he didn't anticipate getting that clear-cut opportunity with R9 Ronaldo for Blue Agui. He didn't anticipate having that much space and time in the box and ended up turning back on himself.
Big chance for Team Makers up the other end. That's how clinical they can be. Kosovo and Principe are upped into celebration. Kylian Mbappe, relatively straightforward.
Very straightforward. A burst down the line with the pace and the power on his favoured right foot. A ball over the top here for Principe to latch onto with Kylian Mbappe powering past Vieira. The lack of goalkeeper movement there, Richard, I think may have cost Blue Agui and Sack there. Maybe if they moved it across, but we can see how ruthless FIFA esports is. Having a chance at one end, conceding straight down the other.
Does another centre-back get back in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Jostle Mbappe? Vieira, he's a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen him do some outstanding things and also some, I mean, that goal right there, question marks arise over his performance at centre-back.
Yeah, I feel as if he lacked the acceleration there and the sprint speed to latch onto Mbappe. But in fairness, there aren't many centre-backs that could do that with the pace and the power that Kylian Mbappe does have in FIFA Ultimate Team, as we see the balls over the top again here for CR7.
Yeah, Ronaldo looks to be dangerous again. Kylian Mbappe looking to get onto that pass, but nothing comes of it in the end there. Can give you a quick update from SAF Goliath Gaming and also UT7. UT7 leading 1-0, about 70 minutes on the clock there. We'll be keeping up with Kyle Walker as this game gets into the second leg. But plenty of opportunities for teams to progress into losers round 2 if they are to be successful and continue their tournament progress. Ball down the line here for Lionel Messi. He's waiting, now plays into Kylian Mbappe, driving into the penalty area. Maldini steps out. Even Maldini's a little bit of an odd choice. I mean, we're so used to seeing the Team of the Year defenders back there. It does surprise me when Maldini does get a nod, but he's picked for both sides here, so maybe I'm the one who's wrong. Ruud Gullit linking in with Arnaud Ronaldo. Blue United need a response and a reply if they want to try and get their confidence up going into this second half of play.
Yeah, we're approaching the end of the first half. You can see Makers just keeping possession out for Cosmo and Principe. They don't want to rush forward. They're in the lead. They're in the ascendancy. They don't want to give away possession needlessly when they can just build up here at the back, wait for the last attack in the dying embers of the first half and see if they can score.
I don't even know if they'll have an attack. I think they might just...
Yeah, I was going to say there might not be any added time, and that makes do of what we've seen from the first half. One shot between both teams, barely anything.
0.3 XG combined.
Wow, nothing.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show how tight and contested this match is right now between Blue United and Makers. That is how it stands currently in the lower bracket round 1 matchup here. Makers, Cosmo and Principe leading via that Kylian Mbappe strike. I'd ask probably what your opinion on the game has been so far, Ryan, but we've not really seen too much.
No, there's been nothing at all, really. As the stats tell the full story, barely anything between them. As you say, 2 shots on target, 0.3 XG. The possession stats, 51 up against 49. So it's genuinely been even, but it's just that Mbappe goal to separate.
So I'll ask you a question in regards to the 2v2 situation here. Would you rather be the player in control of the offside traps and the team press and the sort of that goalkeeper movement element, or would you rather be the player who's not in control? Because only one teammate can do it.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the teammate you're with. For me personally, playing with my teammate Shells from Man City, I like to be in control of moving the goalkeeper. I'd say I'm pretty good at that. However, in terms of like the tactical setup, I allow him to just take control of that. I'll just put it in.
Just do whatever you want.
It's yours. The team is yours. But in terms of the goalkeeper movement, I tend to opt to do that. But it's very difficult because you have some players. What do you do if neither of you like to move it? It's very difficult to decide who takes the reins in that role. But again, that's the tricky aspect of 2v2 competitions.
We get back underway here for the second period in the first leg of action. Blue United trailing to that Kylian Mbappe goal, and CR7 could be in behind here. Vieira gets nowhere near him. Ronaldo strike across the goal. A little bit of goalkeeper movement that time around, and Van der Sar clutches onto the ball.
Yep, I think Blue Agui had learned from his mistakes there, moving the goalkeeper to narrow the angle across goal, and it ended up being an easy save there for Van der Sar to to clutch it in both hands. As we see a pause cued from Blue United. What do you think Blue Aguian can be using, or can be doing, sorry, in this pause to try and get back into this game?
Well, clearly they've come in at half-time and they're not happy with something. They've given it 10 minutes, looking to create something different. This could be that chance to potentially spark a comeback here for Blue United. João Cancelo, not the player you want in that area, but also lacking of ideas. The cutbacks options not really there. On the other side of it, Makers, when they're happy to play direct, you can do this all day long. Couple of through balls. Elastico Mbappe, great save from Van der Sar to keep it at 1-0.
Oh, it was a fantastic stop there on the ball into the Elastico to try and create that chance at goal, and they did that, but it was a fantastic save to stop this game becoming 2-0 as the pause finally kicks in there. We see the formations is opposing each other in a 4-4-2 for Makers up against the 5-2-1-2 of Blue United. Would you say that's slightly too defensive?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the 5-2-1-2, the exact same formation we commentated yesterday, if memory serves you correctly, when we commentated Kawasaki Frontal. They played in that 5-back after they were trailing for a little bit and then went into the 5-back. Unfortunately, couldn't turn that game around against Dux Gaming. But they've sort of adjusted the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow that they've been looking at there. It looks like that's the formation that they'll be swapping into. Just looking at the bench, Jude Bellingham, Roberto Firmino, alongside R9 Ronaldo, who's just come off. They've brought R9 off, which is quite a big change there. Cancelo goes into fullback and Roberto Firmino comes onto the pitch. Must be the first time I've seen Roberto Firmino used when every single player is available.
Yep, absolutely. It seems as if they're just opting for players that potentially have worked well for them at home, which I understand Firmino offers the 5-star. He's very flair. He has a lot of flair on the ball and can build up really well with him, especially in the narrow formation. So maybe that's what they're looking to do to have more silkiness in possession.
Was he available at the Premier League when?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Did you use him? Were you involved?
Here and there. He was hit and miss, to say the least.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you someone who's not hit and miss, and that's Kyle Walker. He's got lots of updates from this lower round one. Kyle, what you got for us?
Thank you, Richard. Some would argue about what you just said there, though, I am sure. Complexity taking on Guild Esports is the game that everyone's got their eyes on. If they're not watching Stream A, I'm sure they're watching this one. It is Guild Esports who have got a very narrow margin, 1-0 over Complexity. Yoxan and Maxi will be doing all they can to ensure that they can get an equaliser. 55 in-game minutes gone in that first leg, so still plenty of FIFA 22 action to come in that one. In the other two games, UT7 and SAF times Goliath Gaming, plus Houston Dynamo and Casa Esports are both drawing. That first game I said, SAF and Goliath against UT7, that is 1-1. The second leg has just started. And Houston Dynamo, Casa Esports, that is 0-0. We'll be starting that second leg very soon.
Thank you very much, Kyle, keeping us in the know across all of our different elimination matches here. We're back underway with Blue United building up, 20 minutes left on the clock. Mbappe somehow maintaining possession there. Reverse Elastico, double tap pass into CR7. And Blue United are up. What a piece.
Wow, we can see the elements of luck there kicking in, but they made the most of it with that finish there from Blue Aguian. We can see the replay there, a pass in from Vieira. The slice of fortune comes here with Mbappe, but the Elastico, the reverse Elastico, into the pass across the goal, and it is Agu to arrow into the top corner, 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, maybe looking, could have been a block on that. They do not care one bit, though, in that booth. Still in the tournament and still fighting to stay alive here in this losers round 1 matchup.
Say that the tactical change there and the personnel change might have led to that chance there, so it's a good way for them to look and get back into it, so they could commend themselves on that for sure.
What you're telling me is you're going to buy Roberto Firmino?
Yeah, here I am. I'm there chuckling at the player selection, but it's the formation setup, but it's done what they needed to do to get back into this.
Yeah, I think switching from that 5-2-1-2 into the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, getting another body in midfield, just creating different avenues, different passing lanes, different lanes to attack from as Vieira moves out of centre-back into the central defensive midfielder role. I'll be honest, I didn't see the benefits of the 5-back because there was so much space that they were getting played through.
Yeah.
typically a 5-back, you're compact, you're tight, and you don't let people play behind you.
Here's another interesting substitute in Red Horse has been brought on, the 6'6" man with the jumping stats, the heading accuracy, so we... Oh.
Chance, CR7 in behind, straight from kickoff, Van der Sar, surely he's offside. Yeah, he is.
He could have taken that first time. I think that Cosmo could have taken that shot there with CR7 to shoot across goal, but he didn't anticipate Blue United defending in that manner to try and cut the lane. But Red Horse will be anticipating now some crosses in from this right-hand side over to him.
Looks like he's playing centre mid, Weghorst.
I think he's in left midfield. So he's, of course, him up against any fullback, any centre-back, let alone fullback, is going to be...
Any man.
Any person, unless he's up against himself, he's going to be winning those aerial battles almost 100% of the time.
Not the most mobile defensively, though, is Wout. Hakimi down that left-hand side. Roberto Firmino now getting involved. Nice little cancel and choosing to recycle the ball here are Blue United. 10 minutes left to play here. This is the first leg of action at the Team of the Season Cup. Patrick Vieira slides it into Johan Cruyff. Scoop turns away from his man, doesn't fall to anyone in the end, and Makers will try to create an opportunity, a chance to re-establish their lead in front here. Do you think they're playing down this wing to maybe swing across into the back post?
Absolutely. I wouldn't be shocked if United maybe resort to bringing on somebody, or maybe even in the second leg opting to have someone on the bench that they could bring on just to move him into that right-back position to sort of nullify that threat. Because, again, there's not many players that can challenge him in the air. Of course, yeah, Hullit's a fantastic option. Even Jude Bellingham with the jumping he has on that Future Stars item, as we see potentially a chance.
Big opportunity here. Mbappe sold his man. Reverse elastico. And then sliding it into that bottom left corner across the goalkeeper.
Can hear the roar from the Italians representing Makers in Cosimo and Principe. The build-up was fantastic. It felt as if all the space opened up for them to capitalize off of it, as we see Cosimo with Cristiano Ronaldo into the man we were speaking about just then. Weghorst passed across, and it was Principe with the reverse elastico. You could say
bad defending.
I was going to say that.
Maldini
defending, stepping out there and not winning possession there. Of course, if you do not win possession in that situation, it's definitely going to lead to a chance.
He committed quite heavy with the turn.
You have to win the ball then if you do it, and if you don't, it leads to a huge gap in defence, and they were punished. 2-1 now is the score for Makers. The Italians take control.
As we go into our final 3 minutes here, first leg of action, Blue United trailing 2-1 against Makers. They're playing for the final chance of this first leg to try and level it up going into the second 90-minute spell. One additional minute the linesman has flagged. That's hopeful, to say the least. Maldini just going to nod that back, and that will do us for leg number 1, Ryan. Makers with a late goal to send them in front at the halfway point.
Yep, you could say it was deserved with the way they built up in that second half to get those chances, and they capitalised off them.
Well, Makers lead at the break, 2-1. Conversations are flowing down in the booths. Don't go anywhere. Let's see if Makers can clutch up and solidify their place in the next round.
Hola a todos, soy Matías Bonano, el jugador de FIFA para Team Heretics, y hoy les voy a enseñar las variantes de la 4-4-2 contención. Acá, como ven, salimos de contragolpe y vemos que él no tiene a su extremo acomodado, entonces la situación perfecta para hacer esto. Acá, como vemos, él tiene el lateral solo contra nuestro extremo y contra nuestro lateral. Lo que hacemos es darse al extremo, pivotear, esperar que el lateral termine subiendo, y cuando él tenga que agarrar inevitablemente el lateral, porque en algún momento lo va a tener que agarrar, le tiramos a un pase largo al lateral nuestro, y bueno, después ya terminamos definiendo con pase al delantero y demás. Bueno, acá, como ven, una situación más parecida. Si bien el extremo está en una posición más aceptable que en el anterior clip, se puede hacer igualmente para saltar líneas. Es muy difícil que te corten ese pase del lateral extremo. No, tampoco se va a pensar que vas a hacer eso. Yo creo que no lo hace tanta gente, entonces es bastante clave hacerlo. Acá, como ven y como decía anteriormente, es inevitable agarrar el lateral en algún momento e irte a presionar. porque si no vas a llegar solo en profundidad a la banda. Acá lo que intenta es cortar el pase de Roberto Carlos. Entonces ahí tenía todas las opciones yo de ganar. Y nada, él se terminó arriesgando y terminó fallando, digamos. Fallando en la marca y terminé haciendo el gol. Bueno, yo soy Matías. Esta fue mi masterclass de 4-4-2 contención y nos estamos viendo.
Welcome back to the FIFA 22 Team of the Season Cup. As we get ready for our second leg, it's only right that I tell you about what PlayStation have been doing. They've created an on-console tournament platform that offers a wide variety of gaming titles for participants to choose from and an opportunity to earn some unbelievable rewards. You can compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes. If you want to get involved with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, go to compete.playstation.com. As we get ready for our second leg matchup, let's head down to Kyle Walker to see how the other games are currently taking shape.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, there's been plenty of action so far today, and those goals have kept on coming. Complexity Gaming taking on Guild Esports in this one. Let's get some highlights from that first leg. Guild Esports made up of Nicholas and Rasek. Well, they're hoping to keep their dreams alive of staying in the tournament, and they certainly did that on the 31st minute, getting that opening goal, and N'Golo Kante there outside of the box. We've not seen him do that in real life, but in FIFA 22, we saw that Nicholas and Rasek managed to get that one done for him. Going into the second game, UT7 taking on Saf and Goliath Gaming. This one, once again, was to remain in the tournament. And going into that first leg, UT7 Esports, where they managed to score that opening goal, making it 1-0 against Saf. A vital goal in the 55th minute for these two. However, the goals did not stop there. Saf and Goliath Gaming in the 84th minute. A little bit of luck, bouncing off the keeper, taking their time, finding the inch, finding the right pass, and managing to equalise 1-1 in that game. But Richard, let's get back to you as we get back to our FIFA 22 action.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Some great goals there. Some not so great goals being scored in all of our matches. We're back underway. Perfect timing just as we get things started between Makers and Blue United. Makers lead 2-1 in the second leg here. We just instant reply almost from Makers. Go 3-1 up, direct as you like. Long ball over the top, and Ryan, you're not happy what you saw?
I feel as if he'd done enough to get a shot off there, but he wanted to work the shot cancels in when he didn't need to. Tried another L1 stop to get an elastical off, but it didn't work. It was, again, I think it's a chance wasted there, but we've seen the balls played over the top working throughout the first leg, and it started off almost instantly with another one.
Yeah, they started much quicker than Blue United in that first leg. It took Blue United maybe 30, 40, a half of FIFA to get settled and to get underway and really get their feet under them. Makers looking to capitalise on the slow start, potentially coming in again from the FGS Masters champions. Kylian Mbappe, reverse elastico into Lionel Messi. Doesn't fall for the Argentine in the end. And a chance for Blue United to come the other way. And now Ronaldo pushed out on this left-hand side. It's Hakimi who comes across. Dead stop turn. Little ball roll. R9's in a dangerous area now. Cancel of the skill move. Unfortunately, can't create anything else. And Hakimi will just pickpocket the icon.
Again, Richard, another chance that I felt as if the pass could have been played in from the byline into the box. Quicker there, we saw that how frequent we've been seeing goals scored in that manner, but it wasn't meant to be for Blue United. But
nerves?
I'd say it's nerves. I say it is because they're just not in the rhythm that they know they're capable of being in, especially offensively. But you can take positives from that because, again, it's a chance created, even though it didn't lead to a shot at goal. But as I said, chances have come few and far between these two opponents so far.
Maybe a chance here for team makers. Lionel Messi on the finesse shot. It will bounce out for a corner kick here. Expect to see potentially something off the training ground as Messi sprints from the right-hand side all the way to the left of the corner. His cross does go out of play before it can get into the box, and a set piece wasted there for the Italians.
Yep, you can see the idea, trying to get towards the byline with Lionel Messi to set up a header at the back post with Cristiano Ronaldo. We know how dominant he is, especially aerially, against most defenders in the game, as a foul comes in for Blue United halfway into the pitch.
I feel like the pace of this game, it probably favours makers more.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not only because they've got that lead, but they're happy to keep possession. We've seen Principe do it so many times in 1v1, and I'm sure in 2v2 they're exact same. Just keep possession, keep knocking it about, and then wait for an opportunity to seal the tie and seal the game.
Yeah, it's a common theme amongst 2v2. We know that it's two competitors with each other, and they know that how important it is at this stage. The prize money up for grabs, the stature of this tournament, as we see
big chance. Mbappe could be in behind, left-footed strike, puts it wide of Edwin van der Sar.
Got to be timed green there, Richard. I think if it is, it's 3-1, and that could have been a huge mountain to climb for Blue United, but they've been let off there as Mbappe, his 4-star weak foot isn't enough to put that into the bottom corner.
Opportunities starting to be created. Something has to give, though. Will it be Blue United getting back into this tie? Or will makers seal the win? It's a little bit direct for me, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and they trigger the run from Maldini. You can see him trying to run back to get into position. And these are the situations that Blue United, Aguirre and Sack, they have to capitalize off of that. The centre-back is out of position. He's bombed forward on a triggered run. You have to try and transition as fast as possible to catch him out, but they allowed him to get back into position, get back into shape, and then, yeah, it's going to be more bodies behind the ball.
Obviously, makers, they are playing quite direct. They're looking to open up those spaces. Finesse shot, up and over. Van der Sar tips it over the bar. We'll get this corner into the box from Blue United.
Pay attention at Hullet here.
Could be a knockdown header. He's up against Lionel Messi. He wins the first contact, goes all the way through to Van der Sar, and it will be a slow build-up again, once again. Makers in possession. Kyle Walker, I heard a roar from the studio. What happened?
Well, it's come from the SAF Times Goliath Gaming competitors right there, with a goal in the 83rd minute for Saf Kalen and also Beast Bianchi. They're taking on UT7. UT7 were 3-2 up, but Saf and Goliath Gaming managed to score in that 83rd minute with Kylian Mbappe to bring it level. 3-3 going into the dying minutes of the game. It looks like there could be, who knows, a winner in the final few minutes, or it's going to extra time and penalties.
Well, we'll be back to you for sure as that game potentially does go into extra time and penalties.
Pedri, thoughts on that?
Again, I've just stopped asking questions at this point. There's been a few very interesting selections across the board in the player selection category. I think this year especially, in FIFA 22, we've had obviously a lot of promos. We've had a lot of items that are really, really good.
Yeah.
I don't think there's that big of a difference between maybe a Pedri and in previous years, you'd have Pedri and Hullet, for example. Yes, they're completely different stature. Jude Bellingham and Hullet, for example. In previous years, you get crucified if you used a non-icon in that position. Now, you know what? If you enjoy him at home, if you enjoy what he offers you, free game.
Whatever works for you, as we saw a build up there from Blue United, trying to break the defensive line of Makers. There will be one last chance if they go forward here from the throw on.
I mean, they have to go forward.
It has to be.
It's direct. No, it's not. It faked me.
It has to go down the line. It has to. They can't really turn back. I'm going to see potentially a pass in at the byline from R9 Ronaldo. If they pass it back, I'm sure the whistle will blow. A finesse
shot? No.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Optimistic.
Yeah,
definitely
it was optimistic, certainly. As we get into half-time here. 45 minutes left to play. Ryan Pessoa is beaming. He's smiling from ear to ear. Because in the break, when we jumped down to Kyle Walker, he did is it an icon player pick you've just done?
Yeah, and what can I say? I've got the best player in the game in R9 Ronaldo.
Just got prime R9 from his icon player pick.
Yeah, what can I say? The main man, of course, leading the line now. It's upgrading my team. What can I say? Smiles all around.
I think I got Litmanen in mind. Well, here we go. 45 minutes left to play. Blue United need a hero if they want to continue their Team of the Season Cup journey here. Makers still in the lead, 2-1. They know what it takes. They know what they've got to do. Possession is their best friend right now.
Do you think they're going to opt towards that formation change like they did in the first leg?
I think the narrow.
Yeah, I think that might benefit them slightly more.
Better.
Yeah, they did. That's the trouble, though, because for some people, when they're losing a game, they go slightly more attacking, and then they end up getting back into the game. They don't really know what tactical setup to go back to. You go to the one that you used before that's more defensively structured. Now that you're back into the game, you're on level terms, but now they're losing. Surely they have to go back into it, and I think that is exactly what they've done. You can see Vieira drifting into the centre defensive midfield role.
Back underway here, 45 minutes left to play. Team Makers leading 2-1. The formation change coming out from Blue United into that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Let's see if their performance can mirror what happened in the first leg, where they were much more direct, they were much more offensively sound, I think is the best way to put it in that first half. Kylian Mbappe looking to create. We've got 50 minutes on the clock, and obviously, as you know, we've been keeping up to date with Kyle Walker throughout the games. He told us that there's extra time potential. That extra time potential has turned into reality all of a sudden, because UT7 and SAF Goliath Gaming have gone into extra time. We will be joining this Makers and Blue United game back very shortly indeed. So if you're a supporter of either of those two teams, don't go anywhere. We'll be joining that game back. But we have an extra time that we simply cannot miss between UT7 and SAF Goliath Gaming. Potentially a penalty shootout to stay in the competition.
Yep, it's nervy. You're hearing roars in the studio, and the roar comes from UT7. I believe they scored at the start of extra time now, and there's still a little way to go for SAF and Goliath Gaming to get back into this.
Well, here we go. 98 minutes on the clock. It's SAF from left to right in the red. The South Africans with R9 Ronaldo. Oh, good chance, blocked. What a tournament they've had. I think they've exceeded expectation. Have SAF and Goliath Gaming. UT7 look to make it 5-3. Kylian Mbappe, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Took too long over it. Took way too long over it.
What on earth has just happened there? That could come back to bite them in this situation here as SAF. They're breaking through here again.
R9 Ronaldo bearing down on goal. Ruben Diaz with a good block. What a time we have chose to join this game. End-to-end FIFA for a place in losers round 2 here. Jude Bellingham across to Lionel Messi. He plays it into Kevin De Bruyne. Nothing's come of it in the end.
Oh, it's a naive pass forward. They could have even waited for that last attack. They had a lot of space in behind there. The ball played over the top was slightly rushed as Ronaldinho breaks forward here down the wing towards the byline. Can there be one last chance as we go into the latter stages of the first half in extra time?
Looks like a relatively fresh Ronaldinho as well. Most of the goals in this game have come in the second leg. It's been an absolute cracker if you have been watching it. CR7, he twists, he turns, shrugs off Marquinhos. Oh, he's retimed it.
Oh, that was it. That could have been a chance. We're going into the second half now. Oh, wow, it's nervy. You can see from the player cams how important it is for both of these teams to advance to the next stage. Oh, Richard, that chance there for UT7 Gaming breaking through on the counter-attack. I think he got caught in two minds, whether to shoot across goal, ball roll the keeper, or wait and try and play the pass across goal for the extra pass there for Danny Pitbull. But again, it's the wrong choice.
What did we watch then? We joined the game on the 98th minute. We watched 7 minutes of FIFA. It was exhilarating. We're getting back underway here in this second half. 15 minutes left to play to continue your tournament, to continue your Team of the Season Cup. SAF need a goal to force a penalty shootout. UT7 know what it takes. Kylian Mbappe, reverse elastico. Eyes up Ruben Diaz. Good pressure though. Jude Bellingham and Marcus Rashford just doing enough. Look at all the space in the world. They need to get back on side. They're all offside. Kylian Mbappe holding possession. He's just waiting. Springs the ball out wide to Marcelo. And potentially Marcelo can snatch a game from the jaws of defeat here. Saf will come down the other end. There's players out of position. They know how desperate it is because a slide tackle came in. Ball goes out of play. Kyle Walker very quickly. What is happening?
Oh, well, what a couple of games we've had so far. Guild Esports have beaten Complexity 1-0 over the two ties, and Rasik and Nicholas are still in the tournament. But we say goodbye to Yoksan and to Maxi. Yoksan was not happy with that. He stood up and walked off as soon as the final whistle went. Also, we have said goodbye to Houston Dynamo. They were beaten 1-0 by Casa Esports. I know there's been another goal in your game, though, Richard, so back to you.
Yeah, there has indeed. UT7 putting a little bit of breathing space between themselves and Saf Goliath Gaming. This was the goal. Kylian Mbappe burst it past Ruud Gullit. It was such a tired defence right there. CR7 at the back post. He runs away. Ryan, 2 goals in 5 minutes is a big ask.
Yeah, we saw Danny Pitbull, a huge
telling him exactly what he wants.
Yeah, a huge sigh of relief as well after Fabio put that into the back of the net. 5-3. The instructions are coming out. They're going to be a lot more defensive. They need to set up a lot more defensively now. But again, it's a huge mountain to climb with not a lot of time left to get back into it.
Well, here we go. 5 minutes left on the clock. 5-3 on aggregate. Ronaldinho wins that first header, and Jude Bellingham plays in Kylian Mbappe. If he can get past his man, Mbappe! Oh! If that had gone in, grandstand finish.
Wow, what a transition. In fairness, you know what, SEF, they might have lost this game now, but they've done themselves proud in this tournament, and that last chance attempt was their last attack. As we see Mbappe breaking through his Fabio, he's going to play it across to Danny Pitbull. Green time, this all over. Point at the camera, he's pointing at his teammate. Oh gosh, the celebrations have come out for UT7 Esports. They're delighted, and they will advance into the next stage of the loser bracket.
Yeah, Danny Pitbull points to his head as they link tips here in the Team of the Season Cup. Big performance from UT7 in extra time. 5-3 the scoreline. They've extended that now, and they will be going through into lower round 2. 6-3 on aggregate. You said about Saf and Goliath Gaming, they've done themselves proud. They've had an outstanding tournament. They topped the group yesterday, and really, really solid wins all round for that esports organisation in SAF and also Goliath Gaming.
Yes, of course. We have to give huge congratulations to UT7 Esports as they advance to the next round. Wow, what an exhilarating game. As you said earlier, it was fantastic. A lot of goals between these two fantastic teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We left our game in transition. It was Makers and Blue United. It was 2-1 after the first leg, and we're joining it here with Makers another goal to the good. I heard a roar behind me. I think it was Principe as they went 3-1 up with only 5 minutes left to play. Blue United, as it stands, will be crashing out of the Team of the Season Cup. Makers will be extending their run. If they were to go from losers round 1 all the way through, that's 7 rounds of loser bracket action and then a grand final.
Yep.
It's a huge ask, but if anyone can do it, I tell you what, Makers have got a lot about them. I feel like they love a losers run.
Yep, they really do. They have the prior experience to show for them. As we can see, the chances break through. We're going to see potentially another goal here as Mbappe got the pace on Vieira. He has. It's through here, and it's going to be a chip. Green time, not enough to find the back of the net there from Cosimo, but 3 goals to 1, last minute of additional time, and it will be Blue United exiting the tournament and Makers advancing into the next round.
So we started with 24. We're now down to 16. Losers round 1 has concluded. That final game there, Makers, hugs for everybody at the moment. Both Italian sides going through. I mean, obviously, UT7 and also Makers, the FGS Masters side, that is Makers. Don't get confused with Makers Sweden, who won the Stockholm regional qualifier to solidify their place here at the Team of the Season Cup. That's the final scoreline. Cosimo and Principe with a big performance against Blue United. They will be in action very shortly indeed in this losers round 2 matchup. However, for Blue United, again, a really good tournament. They got out of the pool play situation and they found themselves in a really tough matchup in the lower round 1 against Makers.
Yeah, what's interesting then, we saw the player cams for Principe. They've won the game. He doesn't even seem to be too happy. He's bellowing instructions for Cosimo, how they can improve for the next round.
He's a perfectionist.
He is a perfectionist. You can see why he is a champion in his own right as well. The multiple trophies he's won and the 2v2 experience he does have. So be hoping he can filter that over to Cosimo to help them advance further in the tournament.
Some outstanding games of FIFA just wrapping up there across the board here in losers round 1. Let's get a full recap with Rachel and Mike down on the floor.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, Cosimo there and Principe, it's signs of true champions, right? Analysing their game even when they've just won.
And if you know Principe as from a career standpoint, kind of as if, or building off what Rich had to say, the guy's a champion. You're going to always make adjustments, and I feel as if most of these competitors are just trying to grow correctly in form, and a lot of that is pivoting.
Yeah, totally, of course. Well, some massive matches there, of course, in that lower bracket. Let's have a look and see who's still in, because we did say goodbye to 4 more teams just there. So it was crunch time, wasn't it, Mike Labelle? Let's jump down then and see exactly what that now means to the bracket.
Well, we've got, of course, that Neo matchup versus Kawasaki. You've got Excel, which you're building over 01 Esports, but now we've kind of finalized the bottom portion as well. I think that Makers Guild matchup still gravitates. You need to see it. I want to see it. And that's where you're going to have, of course, Cosimo and Principe building. And then when you're looking at Guild, you've got the likes of Inrazic and Nicholas. Their expectation is not to be in the lower bracket and definitely not to be eliminated at this point.
I'll quickly just recap then on exactly what we saw. Casa Esports beating Houston 1-0. SAF then went to extra time, doesn't it? UT7 5-3 in the end there. Makers 3-1 over Blue United, and Guild defeated Complexity 1-0. So these are a confirmation of 4 more teams going home right now. Houston eliminated, Complexity, see you later, SAF, and then Blue United as well. I mean, Complexity is the big story there. Yoxan and Maxi 2 times champions in terms of World Cup and then North America as well. These guys knew how to do it as a pairing, been a pairing now for 2 seasons, and Maxi put on Twitter, I'm coming out here trying to get our 3rd title. It wasn't to be this weekend. Why do you think that was, Mike?
Well, their alignment's always been there, but at the end of the day, the competition is stiffer. Some of the guys they ran into, and it was very small margins. We're talking about penalty kicks. We're talking about extra time, late goals, key moments. If you rise to the occasion or if you just bottle just the littlest bit, it'll cost you those results.
But surely that kind of 2 years in the making was advantageous today.
It didn't work for him today, but it's our return. It's been a couple years off. Everything's been online. maybe they weren't able to bring it today or this weekend in particular. It's difficult. We've seen a lot of teams struggling, and we've seen, of course, a lot of heroic stories as well.
And obviously they had to go up against Skill, didn't they, which was super tough matchup, of course. But we have so many more matchups coming. We're going back up to the upper bracket after the break, where we'll see which teams are making it through to day 3 into those semi-finals. We have some absolutely awesome matchups coming your way. Dire Wolves, Maker Sweden. We've got Heretics taking on Ducks. And then the big one, Fnatic taking on Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Hullet. We have FIFA analyst and Brandon Smith on the flip side.
Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back. So when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time. And we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space and I get my shot off before the centre back can get there. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass and I'll see you all on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here live in London. We are in the upper bracket again, and I tell you what a game we have got coming your way today. It's Fnatic, the team that are yet to taste defeat, up against an even better side. Team Bullet and Ninjas in Pajamas, Levi David and Olilito. This is for a chance to get to Championship Sunday and also to bag yourself $20,000 even before a ball is kicked tomorrow. It's myself, Brandon Smith, and Alex, more commonly known to the FIFA community as the FIFA analyst. What a game we have ahead of us right now.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be an absolute stormer of a game. I'm really looking forward to it because both of these teams so far defensively have been incredible. We've seen back-to-back clean sheets from both of these sides. So I can't really say which way it's going to go.
Yeah, and also, they've gone through the easier route, haven't they, of this tournament? Anyone that's in the lower bracket right now, Richard was saying it's about 7 games you've got to play. 7 games of best of 2s, potentially extra time and penalties on that as well. They're going the simple way about it. I say it's simple, it's still a ridiculous run they've had.
Yeah, it is really difficult to still go through it. Obviously, as we go ahead and jump into the game very shortly, the main thing is that if they win this game, like you said, they are through into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, let's also talk about this as well. These are our 4 upper bracket games currently in view. Team Heretics against Ducks Gaming. That's also an incredible game on our B stream. That will have live commentary. Do go and check it out via the multi-view option here on this stream. This is Fnatic side, the 5-time FUT Champions Cup winner, as we know, in the recent E-Champions League finalists in Text. Up against Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas, a duo that was formed just early this year as Team Hullet and Nip have come together to form a deadly duo. Levi David and Olilito have just got along this year. They've been grinding away since the start of FIFA 22. When you saw that team come together, what was your first thoughts?
Thought it shouldn't be allowed. I mean, if you could pick any players to put together, Oli Ito and Levi David are definitely 2 of the ones that would make that list. So a very scary duo, and I just can't tell which way this game's going to go.
Absolutely. Well, here we go then. We're back on the way for another round here in day 2 of the FGS Team of the Season Cup live in London. It's Fnatic up against Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, and it's coming your way right now. 2 legs of FIFA to find out one of the first teams into Championship Sunday, bagging $20,000. That team is literally just next door to us in the commentary booth. Down along that same line here in the studio is those 2 players, Fnatic, Tex and Diogo. They've never really looked in doubt, have they, throughout these first 2 days?
The first game that they had against Direwolves was a little bit of a slow start, having to go through to penalties, but since then they have been absolutely incredible. And one of the things that's fascinated me with them too is that they just look so relaxed. Tex and Diogo, we spoke about it before, having such a good relationship together on and off the pitch, making things so much easier for them when they do play.
Well, their results yesterday, Ninjas in Pyjamas, Team Hullet, Alex, it was a penalty defeat against Makers Sweden, who are also in this upper bracket round at this moment in time. Then it was a 4-0 win. This was their 6-0 win against Irwin Esports and an impressive 3-0 win against Team FUT. Defensively, that's been the words you just said to me, has been the key to success for a lot of these teams. Just how good you can be defensively and how good you can be at just stopping your opponent from causing you any sort of problems.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something with 2v2 FIFA that we've noticed, is that there's not always a lot of goals. Not many 4-3s. A lot of them do tend to be a 1-0, 2-0, 2-1. Very close margins in 2v2 FIFA.
Will be Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas with the first real chance of the game. It's a lofted ball into the path of Kylian Mbappe. They're sort of one of the only teams, Fnatic, to bat Vieira as a centre-back there. It's sort of throughout the years of competitive FIFA, it's something that does work, but with maybe the distractions and the players that are coming through now, Team of the Year's prime icon moments even, it's a surprising one! Oh, what a start! Eruption in the booth of Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. Olilito up off his feet, he enjoyed that one and so did we. Vieira into the feet of R9, a quick 1-2, a shimmy from Mbappe into the top bins.
That is why Olilito is one of the best players in the world right now. He never second guesses himself inside that 18-yard box, just gets that little reverse Elasco off, that green time finish. You can see the passion there. And if you want any start in this first 10, 20 minutes of this game, that's exactly what you want.
Just back to that point about Vieira, what is your thoughts on that one? It does push out Mokinos from that team.
Vieira's one of them at the back. He's so difficult to get past. He's strong, he's quick, the physicality that he provides. The thing is as well is he can also be a little bit better on the ball. Now, he's not as good as obviously some centre-backs that we may have, but if you're coming up against Cristiano Ronaldo in the air, Vieira certainly can compete with that. So it's an interesting choice, but certainly one that can work very effectively.
Yeah, someone else that's been able to compete with Cristiano Ronaldo this weekend has been Team of the Year Hakimi, the Moroccan fullback of PSG, has kept CR7 at bay for those that have started him in their teams. What do you think that has been the case? So not many people have backed Ronaldo to start in their 11.
I think a lot of people that have been starting Cristiano Ronaldo have been putting him out onto that left wing, right wing position to specifically look for those back post headers. And if they don't start him, bringing him on in the 60th minute is certainly something that defences are going to fear. So it certainly can play a part as you are kind of getting into the latter stages of the game.
Well, they're building for a second hour. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's R9 back to goal again. It's another blank shot fired. It hits the body of Ruben Diaz. Not really any more problems caused there for Team Fnatic. The one thing that isn't going to help them here is they don't concede goals, Team Hooded Ninjas in Pyjamas, or rarely they do. The best thing you can do is get an early lead and do your best to make it difficult for your opponent.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier on how in 2v2 FIFA there's not a lot of goals. So for someone like Fnatic with Tex and Diogo, they're not used to going a goal down. We've seen 3 games on the bounce now. They've been taking the lead. They have been in control. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Tex being such a prolific player in winning tournaments, always being where he needs to be. Can he lift up Diogo and say, don't worry about it, let's just carry on playing our game? Bit of a shaky start, but let's go ahead and play.
He's a player that loves prime Marco moments. Ronaldinho as well is Tex. He was loving him last week in the Champions League. He, of course, features in this team for Fnatic. He offers you just his own way of dribbling with the ball, doesn't he, Ronaldinho?
He does. He has those Ronaldinho animations. There's some players that have their unique animations which just allow you to use them in other ways that you wouldn't get from other players on the pitch. And we actually spoke about it earlier on in the broadcast, saying how Tex loves Ronaldinho. For me, I love it when he has him in his team.
Just seems to be able to find his own way to dribble around the pitch, does Ronaldinho. Little throw in there, fake to go to Marcelo, goes to Hood, eventually does find his way to the foot captain that's in this team. Driving forward is R9, might get a fortunate bounce back against the Brazilian defender.
Yeah, Marquinhos doing so well there, just a body. R9's not an easy player to play against because of his stocky body type. He's very difficult to take off that ball, but he just did enough there.
Speaking of Ronaldinho, does his best to feed that one through to Kylian Mbappe. Some incredible games taking place in this upper bracket side. I mean, that one between Ducks and Team Heretics on our B stream right now, that one plans to be a great game just because they're good friends as well. And I know for a fact that Ducks and Team Heretics were playing a lot of practice games. I mean, everyone was playing practice games on Thursday, the day before the competition. Obviously, they weren't playing people in their groups, but there was always going to be a matter of time before you match up against one of those teams you might have been scrimming with for the last few days. Ball into the box, could be 2. It's just about defended well by Marcelo. And a chance to break out again for Fnatic.
Yeah, Team Hooded Ninja Pyjamas there, looking to utilise that cross, which works so well on FIFA 22. Just unfortunately not finding that man, as R9 does manage to break through, but just in that offside position. But like you said, Brandon, you play your warm-up games against people that you may know, or people that you might think, you know what, we're not going to end up matching these people. But eventually, the further that you go into the tournament, it's inevitable. You are going to end up playing against someone you've been scrimming against, which can work to your advantage.
Pele there, looked dangerous, wins a corner for his efforts. Nevertheless, Ruben Diaz with a heavy block of the ball. R9 whips it in deep, could be a chance for 2! What a save, what a save from Schmeichel.
And already we see that pause come in. That's going to be from the side of Fnatic. Tex and Diogo just not quite happy right now with what's going on, what they're seeing. They want to make a few tactical changes. It'll be interesting to see what that is. But already you can see that ball into the box and Schmeichel with an absolute huge save.
Tex just off his feet for a second. Whether he's off to get a bottle of water or something on those lines. Currently are 1-0 down. Surprise, surprise, though, who saved him. He's always been a big fan of Schmeichel, hasn't he? Tex, and again, he comes to save Fnatic in this game. Brilliantly well done with that save. Tips around the post, corner to be played in now. That one played short, finds Bellingham. We see his Team Hooded Ninjas in Pyjamas on the hunt for a second goal. They have started the better of the 2 teams here.
Yeah, as we said before, Schmeichel, Tex, absolutely loves him, having him on that pitch. And we saw a save earlier on in the game, actually, where he just did so well to put it behind. Same again there from that corner.
Ronaldinho just onside. Has pulled out Ruben Diaz, just about. Will there be a gap that could fall in there? Patrick Vieira back defended. And what looks to be a very hard back 5 to break down from Levi David and Olilito.
Yeah, when you have that back 5, you just have the ability to really sit in, use those banks of 4 in the middle as well, having kind of your striker drop back and allowing that press. You can see R9 now, it makes it so difficult to find a gap.
Just look at the mini-map for a second. Look how tightly compact all those white shirts are. As we go into half-time, it is just 1 goal between the 2 teams here in our upper bracket round 2 matchup. It was an early goal, but a really good goal 8 minutes in from Mbappe. Time green finish, little reverse elastico around the corner. I think it might have been Levy that bagged that goal at the halfway point here. Remember, this is the game to book your ticket into Championship Sunday and also to bag yourself at least an all-important top 8 finish with $20,000 guaranteed. 20,000 of the all-impressive $500,000 prize pool on the line.
Yeah, and as we saw with that goal as well from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, it's just not second-guessing yourself. Getting into that 18-yard box. Chances in FIFA, specifically in 2v2, can be so hard to come by. Inside that 18-yard box, yes, you can get crosses in. Yes, you can shoot from range. But actually having clear-cut chances, Matt there, just, you know what, said I want to go for that reverse elastico and just take that shot on the weak foot and just find in the back of the net, backing themselves in front of goal, which is really nice to see.
We have to see a bit more of Fnatic backing themselves in this half. Alex, they haven't done too much so far, and again, you can put that down to the banks of white shirts that have just sat there and been so hard to beat.
Yeah, and you got to remember as well is that they had a big break in between this game and their previous one, you know, good few hours. So it might take a little bit of time for both teams to really settle in. We saw obviously a great start from Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas with Oli Ito and Levi David, but actually for Tex and Diogo, they need to get going more. So far in that first half, they have not done enough. But if there is anyone they can get back into a game, Tex is the man that you want.
Yeah, certainly is. He's had a phenomenal FIFA career individually and looking to make it an even better career for Fnatic in a new 2v2 environment. He brought on Diogo as a teammate earlier this year. They both did share the shirt of Liverpool in the Premier League. Yes, it was a 1v1 tournament, but still they've been able to build up that chemistry as friends outside of the FIFA scene. And so far they have been pretty untouchable here in the Team of the Season Cup. Day 2 you join us for at the moment. We're halfway through the play here.
You can just see that striker drop back instruction as well from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, allowing that R9 to come back.
Look how quickly they can bounce forward. Mbappe, is there a pass on? Maybe he doesn't need it. Of course he does! And again they're upped in the booth just below us here in the commentary desk. Levi David, Olinito. They know just how big of a game it was, but credit where it's due here. Delay. There's the pass, there's the goal. 2-0 their lead by.
Such good composure in that area. You saw Vieira covering off that lane ever so slightly. Son is saying to Mbappe, take the shot on the weak foot, 4-star weak foot. Instead, he didn't. He waited. Vieira then comes over, slips over the ball across, and that is a simple tap-in.
I mean, you're in that position, aren't you? It's such a guessing game. Defense, when you're defending it, you're thinking, he's looking for the pass, he's looking for the pass. There was a split second there, which they just held on, those extra few milliseconds, if that. They thought the shot was coming from Mbappe, had to come across. It's on a play for Pele. We've seen that so much this weekend, haven't we?
Yeah, and that is, as we've said, the players that we have on show here across both teams are so composed in those sort of areas. You couldn't have asked for anything more to have that as just a nice, simple tap-in, but so well worked. We saw earlier on, we were giving praise to saying how good Fnatic have been defensively. Oli Ito went, hang on a minute, so have we. But you can see on the other end of side of things, they are brilliant in the attack. And right now, if you're Fnatic, if you're Tex and Diogo, you're sat there wondering, how are we going to find a way to break through this defence of Oli Ito and Levi David?
Just keep this in mind for those at home, that they haven't conceded a goal, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, since their first game yesterday. There was the penalty shootout loss they've had. Since then, 3-0, 6-0, 2-0. They haven't conceded a goal if they finish this across 7 legs of FIFA. 7 legs of FIFA without conceding a goal. Please, just take that into account of what an achievement that is from these two.
And that is why they are arguably one of the favourites. We spoke about Fnatic and them being favourites as well. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're showing why they want to go all the way through that final and possibly win the whole thing.
Incredible scenes from Levi David and Olilito. Olilito, a FUT Champions Cup winner in his own right. Levi David, a back-to-back European winner last year in an online era where he discovered himself as one of the top players in Europe. Just how he holds himself as a player. That's only 17, Alex. He's travelled all around the world playing competitive FIFA. He's been in the Eredivisie out in the Netherlands. And now he's one of our Masters teams. Could be a chance to get a third. Bellingham back inside Usman Dembele. Oh, that was cheeky. Deserved a third. Schmeichel to save the day again for Fnatic.
utilising that cross exceptionally well there. Bellingham, unfortunately, just not getting there quick enough to be able to look for that to lay down and maybe shoot himself. The Elastico, Dembele going for it as well, and unfortunately not finding the back of the net.
Stings the hands again of Schmeichel. That one tipped over the bar, corner to be played into the box. There could be a danger there.
Let's not just say as well that we saw Fnatic on the attack there. Messi getting into a great area. Tex just trying to drill that one into Diogo. Ruben Diaz with an absolute huge interception to keep Fnatic at bay, which with 20 minutes remaining, there isn't going to be many more chances for Fnatic to get back into this first leg. And going into a second leg against Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas, 2-0 down, it's going to be an absolute mammoth of a task.
And look, let's be honest, we haven't seen Fnatic in a position yet where they had to sort of feel uncomfortable, to be a little bit unravelled, a little bit distressed. And with a 2v2 format, it's hard, isn't it, to sort of go to your team, look, we're not playing well, we're playing awful. Or we need to, I'm not saying we're playing awful, but we need to score 2 goals. That's the honest truth against a very, very good team that has not conceded a goal for so long. How many times have they been in an uncomfortable position like this for Fnatic? That is another question in itself.
Well, the difference is that so far, since they've been at the Team of Season Cup here in London, Fnatic had that first game against Direwolves that was a little bit shaky. They had to go all the way to penalties for that. But the difference there, Brandon, they were creating chances. Tex and Diogo walked off and went, we could have won that game without going to pens, right? Here, they've not created anywhere near enough. So questions are certainly going to be asked if it stays at 2-0 when we reach that full-time whistle.
And also, maybe not giving them the credit they deserve. They did beat Guild Esports 2-0 in the last round. That is one hell of an achievement against Nicholas 99 and Nicholas Razek, the German player of David Beckham's esports organisation, Guild. 12 minutes left to play here at the moment. It's all smiles for Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas at the halfway point in our upper bracket round 2. Just a goal for Fnatic. Something to take into this second leg will be big for them. Can they unrail this defence? This is nice. Oh no! That's that goal they needed.
That right there is why you can't write them off. I mean, you were just saying they've not created enough chances.
The first goal they've conceded. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas in 7 legs of FIFA.
And there's nothing that they could do about it. The change of tempo. Hullet the ball roll. The first time passes, 2 of them. R9 takes the touch and Tex just says, I'm going to back this weak foot, smash it in at that near post. And as simple as you like, it looks so simple. But that right there is top quality FIFA.
And that was Tex for the goal, as you just said there. The captain of this Fnatic team.
It is also a huge goal. 10 minutes remaining. Yes, obviously they want another one to get that draw, but at least going into that second leg, it's 1 goal now. That's the difference, which is going to play such a big part. 2 goals against a team like Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's so difficult to create those chances. It could be a massive, massive goal in this tie.
And credit to Fnatic as well. They brought in Eusebio. They had a slight change in their tactics. Eusebio! Oh my! It could be alive still! Speaking of Eusebio, look at the impact he's made.
He even green timed the header, which was so crucial. He leaped, but he hit the post. Just comes back out. Van der Sar manages to get up and claim that one. Will that come back to bite them?
I mean, what a last 10 minutes it's been in game. And that is the difference there. Being brave enough to make those changes. Yes, I'm not saying it's the worst change in the world, bringing on another prime icon moment for another icon, but nevertheless, just having the confidence to change it. Little positional changes, tactical changes. They needed the goal at least, as you're right to say, Alex. There's only 1 goal in this one, which is nothing in the complexion across these 2 legs. It will certainly be a game on our hands for the second leg here between these 2 teams, battling out for a chance to be in Championship Sunday without having to touch the lower bracket. 2 minutes of added time. It's been a good game, this one.
Definitely has. They did change into the 3 at the back as well, allowing them to come out a little bit more Fnatic, utilising the 4-4-2 a lot throughout this tournament. The 3-5-2 coming up crucial for that goal.
Bellingham. Mbappe will do us. And that should do us for the first leg here. It is a slight advantage to Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas against Fnatic as they lead 2-1 at the halfway point in our upper bracket game. It was a brilliant start from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. It was an early lead they took just after 8 minutes, then doubled it. And not long after, as we said, it was a big goal back from Fnatic. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have that second leg for you live here from London.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson. I'm a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker. I see my winger is wide. I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker. I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decide to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
For Oli Lito, this is uncharted territory.
Can Oli Lito do it? He wins it!
Oli Lito, a giant killer.
Cruyff turns to the left, and Oli Lito did not hesitate that time.
There's some kind of story that's forming about Oli Lito.
In my opinion, it's his time to do it for Sweden.
Eusebio into R9, it's good turn. There's the second goal. The drag back just keeps on coming. Oli Lito, the man from Sweden.
Well, here we go. It's the grand final Summer Cup Series. Oli Lito has shown time and time again why he is arguably one of the best players around. Oli Lito is going to be your European champion of the Summer Cup Series.
And he'll be hoping that he can do it again this time round here in London with another major in his back pocket. The first one in over 2 years, but this time it's a 2v2 tournament. You see them pictured there, Team Hullet and Ninjas in pyjamas with his teammate Larry David and Coach Renzo sitting behind them. Who they're up against in this second leg is this team, Diogo and Tex of Fnatic. You just see on the way past there, Ducks Gaming and Team Heretics. They're currently in a game. It's 1-1 in the first leg. We'll do our best to catch up with that one after this one has concluded. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and the FIFA analyst for the coverage of this game. It was an interesting first leg between these two teams, Alex. 3 goals, but still so much of a story to unfold in this second leg.
Yeah, definitely so. It was a very exciting first game, purely because Team Hullet, Ninja in pyjamas, looked so in control till the 70th minute. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, they made a bit of a change. They brought on some subs, changed to that 3 at the back, And they got a goal really out of nowhere. It was brilliant play, changing that tempo, poised this second leg to be absolutely incredible.
It will be Team Hull in pyjamas with the first real chance of the game, kicking from right to left in there. Esports kit. Fnatic in the red. Of Liverpool, no doubt. Tex's choice from left to right in this one. Remember, winner goes into tomorrow's Championship Sunday winners bracket. They continue the run in the upper bracket, I should say. Into round 3 they'll go. The winners semis, you can call it. $20,000 guaranteed in the process of that as well. Long ball over the top. They will play the winners of Ducks against Team Heretics. Either way, Alex, that's not going to be a fun game, but you don't really get an easy game here, do you?
No. And to be the best, you have to take out the best. Simple as that. When you're in this upper bracket, the teams that are going to be there every step of the way now are going to be difficult, but it's all about getting to Championship Sunday.
We have to give Team Hull in pyjamas credit for a good 60 minutes in that first leg. They dominated.
Yeah, and it's the first goal that they've conceded, as you said, in 7 legs of FIFA, which is an incredible stat. So I'm sure Oli Ito and Levi David just having that conversation with each other, saying, you know what, we conceded 1, we were on top, just keep things tight at the back, we will get our chances when Fnatic come out, when they press, when they be more aggressive, because naturally, they've got 90 minutes to claw back and try and get back into this game.
Yeah, it was the response they needed from that first game. For Tex in Diogo, a late goal, and to be honest, it could have been 2 goals. That unbelievable green time header from Eusebio. He was more than just a super sub, he was a game changer for them.
Yeah, he definitely was. He came on, he made those changes, and Eusebio just offering so much. We always say it, you know, could it come back to bite them? Typical commentators kind of conversation there, but it's true. If they don't get another chance in this game, that Eusebio one will certainly haunt them.
Can't quite see it on the mini-map, but you could just see how deep João Cancelo is offering himself as a fullback along this back 5 of Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas. Fnatic on the hunt now for their equaliser. Mbappe driving forward, cut back into Hullet. Top of the shoulder again. Little Ronaldo chop of all skill moves from Ruud Hullet there. Just keep an eye on that mini-map. Look how many blue shirts are available on the far-hand side of the pitch if they will eventually look for that switch of play.
Something that Fnatic, Tex and Diogo haven't been able to do so far across these 2 legs is press and be aggressive. We've seen them so far in this tournament. They press together as a unit. Both of them pressuring the ball holder, covering the passing lanes and winning the ball high up the pitch. So far, they've not had a chance to do that.
Marcelo driving forward. Fnatic have enjoyed a lot of the ball on this far-hand side of the pitch. I mean, it's pretty simple, isn't it, in terms of the players that are used in this esports edition of the game they're using. It's normally Team of the Years or icons, but he's done well for captain Marcelo to even get a mention in these teams. I mean, he's good enough to do so. Lovely ball forward again. Speaking of Marcelo, he's on the ball now. Reverse elastico from Tex. He'll be controlling that red icon above his head. Another big win from Hullet. Possession finally changes hands.
There's one thing that we know about Tex and his play style and the way he likes to utilise, and it'll be the same for Diogo. They use their fullbacks. They like to drive towards that byline to then look for those simple passes off across. Now, Tex makes that look so easy, but that's why he wants Marcelo in that side to be able to utilise the dribbling, the skill moves, the weak foot and the agility.
One thing I've been surprised about this weekend is just at times how wide R9 has been. Don't get me wrong, he does start as a central player, but I think he's been pulled out at times to give people like an Mbappe a chance to leap at the back post, a chance for Cristiano Ronaldo to be involved. Hakimi now. Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas, first real chance forward down the byline. Is there one more pass? Pele, the close control dribbling, is immaculate. However, so is the defending.
Yeah, just very unfortunate there not to really have an option to pass or to shoot. Right decision to try and use that left stick dribbling to just turn away from the defender, try and get an angle, try and maybe bait the goalkeeper in. Just unfortunate not to get that right.
Come forward again, watch that ball into R9. Instead it's João Cancelo who's been making those brilliant runs along this 5-3-2. They do rock back to Mbappe. Is he onside? Yes, oh no, he's not.
They definitely didn't want that pass back to Mbappe there. That was trying to look for R9 by the looks of it, which if you find that R9 inside the 18-yard box, you have the option for the finesse, the ability to dribble. Mbappe caught offside.
I think the word you'd use to describe Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas would be regimented. That's how they've been able to to play this game so far. Eruption in the booth of Team Heretics as they bag a goal against Ducks Gaming. We'll do our best, as we said, to catch up with that second leg as soon as it does get underway and this one does conclude. Remember, winner of that plays winner of this. Regardless, whoever gets through, what a game this one plans to be. We've already lost 16 teams here at the Team of the Season Cup. As every round goes past, we will say goodbye to more, or at least a goodbye from the winners bracket down to the lower bracket. Big switch of play. Bit too keen off the mark.
You can see there, it's actually gone for an offside. Hakimi and that João Cancelo in that three at the back get so far up the pitch, available for that simple switch of the ball to just keep possession.
Mbappe, he's been stretched out wide this time. But there is the options of R9 in the box. Ronaldinho just queuing outside of it. Look for the driven pass into Ronaldinho. Falls kindly back to Hullet again. What a ball that is! Oh, Fnatic! It's fantastic from them. Summing off the training grounds. 2020 vision that I didn't even see. No one saw that. Look at this on the replay. Punched into the feet. Good hustle from Ronaldinho. Hullet, cheeky, little double tap. And then Ronaldinho with a run that no one saw.
Tex at his finest with that over-the-top through ball. There's not many players that even would attempt to go for that. It looked like it was covered. Inch perfect. Ronaldinho, we spoke about him before, doing exactly what you want him to do. Finding the back of the net, and we have a second half of dreams on our hands.
There's only a handful of players, or not even a handful, that can think like that and think outside the box. What a ball that was from Tex, by the way.
It's different at times in saying, you know what, you don't always want to work those 100% chances, because if you try and do that, you're not going to find your way into the box very easily against players like Oli Ito and Levi David. So doing something different, yes, that may have got intercepted, it may not have worked, but if you take a gamble and you do something different that your opponent doesn't expect, occasionally you're going to get rewarded for it, and it was a ball, absolute beautiful.
I'll ask you this question. Which side of what team would you want to be on right now? Team that was 2-0 up, conceded 2 goals, a team that's bounced back from 2-0 down, surely?
Definitely with Fnatic. Tex and Diogo right now, they're going to be feeling very confident, knowing that, you know what, we were 2-0 down. Yes, we had a slow start. We're now on the front foot. If your team, Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, you're worried a little bit about how this second half is going to go.
Just keep this in mind. This is the first time that Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, have conceded goals since yesterday, around about 2 p.m. in England. Since then, it's been more than 24 hours on that. However, this one plans to be a ridiculously tightly contested game. We have got updates from all the other games taking place. There's a big one happening right now between Ducks Gaming and Team Heretics. Carl Walker, take it away.
Well, there's been plenty of goals in this one between those two going head-to-head. Remember when I actually interviewed Matthias, I mentioned this game, I mentioned the name Ducks Gaming. He had a wry smile on his face. Well, he is still smiling after that first leg. Team Heretics are winning 2-1 in that game, and it's just finished that first leg, so hopefully there'll be plenty more goals to go. But as we know in FIFA 22, 90 in-game minutes in that second leg, it's only 2-1. It could go either way, Brandon.
Carl, interest in that one. They were actually 1-0 down against Team Ducks. They pulled that one back. Heretics, an impressive result from Mateus Pinano and Hidalgo, who we heard roaring, of course, finishing that first leg in the lead. We'll join that one as best as we can live after this one has concluded. But this one could be going to extra time at this rate.
Yeah, that it will. There will be chances between now and then, though. And it is just about whether whichever team gets it, who's going to take it. Right now, Fnatic on top. Much more different to the previous game as well. Having a lot more of the ball. They have been pressing a little bit heavier, been getting it when they can, and just feeling more confident about their play.
Fnatic, they no doubt are full of confidence right now. A couple of ball rolls from R9. It's Diogo looking for the little dink pass into Ronaldinho.
There was actually one there as well that, all right, that didn't work out the way that Fnatic wanted it to, but they pressed heavily. They forced that centre-back to lay the ball forward. Not a ball that they particularly wanted to play. Fnatic win the ball back, catch those players in transition, and try and capitalise on it. Just unfortunate that the over-the-top through ball not finding the man that they wanted.
Need to regain some confidence too, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. They could do in a form of a goal now. Well played, Vieira. Right place, right time. Just to get in the way of that pass from Pele. One of the only teams that have been brave enough to put Vieira as their centre-back. No doubt he can certainly do the job there. He's done the job for Fnatic ever since the Team of the Season Cup kicked off yesterday. Now, we've had that pause queued for about 10 in-game minutes now, have Levi David and Olilito. That could be a ball and a half. What a ball that could be! Oh, Fnatic! 2-0 down to 3-2 up. The ultimate turnaround in the biggest of games.
Fnatic Tex, Fnatic Diogo, they started off slow, but they have pulled back into it. 3-2, the layoff across. The actual threaded through ball into the Mbappe as well was timed to perfection. He was about to go offside, but they took their time, teed it up on an absolute perfect play, and just said, slot it into the back of the net, which we've seen already.
And it's a better example of how to use your fullbacks in a way that they can bomb on forward and get involved. Marcelo there, perfect example of that.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier on about Marcelo and why they've got him in their team and how they like to use the width of the fullbacks, whether it's going to the byline. It's just a very, very effective, simple pass across goal, putting the goalkeeper in no man's land and saying, put it in the back of the net.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought that this team was 2-0 down just about 25 minutes ago. Now they are 3-2 up. And if you flip to the other POV of Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, you'd have to say a pretty deflated pod now that was full of energy and confidence after the goals they did score in leg one. It's all to do for them at the moment. They're on their way down to a lower bracket.
Well, they are, but still there's a lot of FIFA to be played in this game, and we cannot write them off. They are some of the best attackers that you will see throughout this event this weekend. They can get their time on the ball and get into the dangerous areas. They will capitalise. However, saying that, Fnatic right now are not giving them a sniff to even have the ball or even get into that dangerous area. It sounds very easy. Get the ball, just get attack. But when you're playing against Tex and Diogo, they're not giving you that chance right now.
Well, that looks quite frightening, doesn't it? Left-hand corner of your screen, a 4-2-4 that could be added on. Constant press, no doubt, is being added up there. Fast build-up from these two. It's going to be a relentless press for the last 30 minutes.
Of course it is. And Tex and Diogo will know that this is coming. So they're going to look to utilise that. We can see this a lot in FIFA, that you go for that constant press, you put all of your men forward. If you don't win that ball back high up the pitch and capitalise on it, you've got no numbers left behind. So you are going to get countered attack yourself. So for Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas right now, it's a risky manoeuvre, but they have got nothing left to lose.
I mean, how do they manage a press like this that's going to be coming at them relentlessly? Is there an answer?
Dribbling when you get pressed and looking for that over-the-top through ball and going in towards the channels.
To break the press.
Yes, that is going to be one of the most effective ways for Fnatic to do it right now. Let's see if they can deal with it.
Well, they've got 20 minutes to deal with it. If they do, they'll be involved in tomorrow's Championship Sunday, a part of the 8 teams that have grinded their way through group play and bracket play here in the Team of the Season Cup. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, though, will be doing everything they can to claw back a goal that would send this one potentially into extra time. It wouldn't be the first time we've been there across this weekend. Lost count of how many times we've been to extra time or penalties so far here in London for the Team of the Season Cup. Here comes Hullet now, driving forward. There is options in support. Mbappe, Pele. This goes on. Ronaldo can't break past João Cancelo, his fellow Portuguese national teammate. That time stands strong. He's another unbelievable example. They've broken the press, and right said, watch out for Marcelo, back post. Big tackle, Ruben Diaz.
Ruben Diaz doing so well there, as he has been. And actually, 30 seconds prior to that, we did see, has they have a chance coming through?
Mbappe. Nice little ball roll or two. It's a good idea, very nearly. Could have caught Cristiano Ronaldo's run from that left-hand side. He was just looking to cut back in around the 6-yard box. Cleared out of play and into a pause menu we go again.
So we actually saw that as well, where Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, they made the run down the line. And one of them was making that run on the same line. So they actually lost that ball because they were both making effectively that same run. They can't afford to do that right now because with that constant press, it is going to be coming from Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. They're going to capitalise on any sort of advantage that they may have.
Talk us through what's happening in Fnatic right now. They've just kicked the ball out of play. They were desperate, I think, for a break-in play there.
The most effective thing that you can do at times, it sounds absolutely crazy, but when the opponents are pressing you so heavy, if you can't see an option on, get the ball out of play for a throw-in, what happens? All of your men get back. Now we can regroup. Numbers behind the ball can be an effective way to deal with that press. They'll make some tactical changes. 4-2-3-1. Tex used that so much over recent years. Kind of one of the staples to see out that match as and when required. They've got 13 minutes to find a goal and at least try and take this to extra time.
Yes, a double change just made. Vinicius Jr. and Eusebio will come on to this 11-man squad. They're not quite sure, though, and the tactical stance they want to have on this formation change they are looking for. Again, there is a number of different game plans that can be teed up and changed by these pro players here. Big money on the line of the Team of the Season Cup. They're only 12 minutes away. Game management will be everything now for Fnatic. What a turnaround, by the way. 2-0 down.
As I said, the first half and that first leg didn't really get into the gear that they wanted to. But you can't write Fnatic, Tex and Diogo off. They are one of the best duos here, and they're showing exactly why for it.
12 minutes to pull a goal back. Bellingham. Big switch of play into Marcelo. Could be a cutback for Hullet. That would be a story. Hullet scoring for Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. Big vamos from Team Heretics there. We'll join that one as soon as this one is finished, which at the moment looks to be a Fnatic win. They're looking to take more time out of the game. Are they desperate for another goal? Not really. They'll take one if it comes, though. Corner. More minutes gone. 8 minutes left to play. Corner played short. I can imagine this is going to be recycled all the way around. It's a gift. It's an absolute gift. Back to R9. Elastico from Tex. Ball roll, scoop, turn. Tex cooking up. One of his perfect finishes. Back to Mbappe. And eventually, possession changes hands. Another big win. Look at the gaps. To seal the deal, to conclude the game. Vinicius into R9. Fnatic have completed the ultimate comeback and put an exclamation mark on the end of it too. 4-2 winners. They're into Championship Sunday.
There was 2 moments that decided that. Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas, they won the ball. Knee-jerk reaction, passed it away straight away. Fnatic was straight back on it, win that press. And then one more, a very, very sloppy pass coming out from the wing into the middle of the pitch. We said about the formation and a tactical change, you don't have your numbers there. Bellingham was high up the pitch, you lost the ball, and if you do that against Tex and Diogo, they are going to punish you.
What a turnaround. If you didn't catch both legs in this one, they were 2-0 down, Tex and Diogo. And they love that one as well. A big vamos to look across down the line. I'm sure they let them know about that one. I just think the mental side, the mental shift there from being 2-0 down, thinking we throw a 2-0 lead away. Next thing you know, Fnatic have capitalised on it. They will be 4-2 winners here in the upper bracket round 2. There will be in Championship Sunday tomorrow. And the first team we can declare that they will be there. What a result.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Fnatic Tex performs at the big stages. He thrives for LAN events, and he has shown that here today.
Well, he's always teased that he's back on LAN, he's back at his best. It might be a 2v2 scenario, but him and Diogo have looked so good. Finding their way through the group stages yesterday. A big win against Guild. An even bigger win against Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. They just want this game to be finished with so they can celebrate. In it goes. Referee, conclude the game, please. And there you have it, Fnatic into Championship Sunday. One step at a time, but they are making huge steps forward to picking up that Team of the Season Cup trophy tomorrow evening here in London.
Absolutely incredible job. Congratulations to them. Managing to come back from 2-0 down against a team, let's remind you, that hadn't conceded a goal in 7 legs of FIFA. Of Levi David and Oli Ito. They did so well defensively up until this point. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo, so we're going to put 4 past you.
Yeah, well, let's jump across to this one live right now, Alex. This is another game in the upper bracket. Winner of this will set up a date with Fnatic, okay? Ducks Gaming against Team Heretics, Matthias Bonanno and Hidalgo. Well, 1-0 down in leg 1. Now they are 3-1 up, and they have been letting Ducks Gaming know about it. Goal after goal, especially Matthias Bonanno. He's been on his feet, shouting "Vamos" in the direction of Ducks Gaming.
Yeah, and it's going to be such a difficult one for Ducks Gaming to come back as well, because we've seen how good defensively Team Heretics can be prior to this event, during this event. One goal, you're going to have to come up with more, but it's so difficult to do against a team like this. As we come up to half-time, it is going to be 1-0 in this one, 3-1 on aggregate. Going into half-time, if you're Team Heretics right now, you're absolutely loving it.
Well, I had the chance to be at Gravesen last weekend in the Champions League in Sweden, and we spoke for a long time, both on broadcast, off broadcast, about Matthias Bonanno and the fact that he knows him very well. He knows him so well, in fact, that he's been able to sort of relax with him outside of competitive FIFA. He's been able to play a lot of games against him. I know for a fact Ducks and Team Heretics have been playing a lot of games on the build-up to this Team of the Season Cup, which no doubt it comes in full circle. Now they probably know how each other play and strengths and weaknesses across the board. But there is just so much about this team, Heretics team, that I love and just want to dive into. That the fact that they've just come into FIFA esports this year, Alex, they've made a huge investment picking up, I mean, I think Hidalgo, we know Matthias Bonanno was great, but Hidalgo, one of the best up-and-coming players in Spain. Had a great year last year in the La Liga. Not involved this year with Zaragoza, sort of being the backup player for Matthias Bonanno. But just as a duo, and their coach Edu, they've been living together, living, breathing, grinding FIFA daily, and I think they're just reaping their rewards at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to show if they can see out this game. They're going to be making themselves through to that top 8 with a day against Fnatic on Championship Sunday, securing themselves $20,000 as well. When you put that time, effort and commitment into it, you reap the rewards.
Absolutely. A player that flew over from Argentina, relocated himself in Madrid. And now is on his way to potentially a Championship Sunday. Gravesen and Daniel Aguilar look no further than two more experienced FIFA Pro players in Spain. It won't be the end of their tournament if they do lose here. They'll just fall down to the lower bracket, but regardless of that, they'll want to do their best to turn this game around. They beat Safka Life Gaming 1-0 to get to this round here in the upper bracket. Only by a 1-0. I mean, they haven't been huge goal scorers, but let's be honest, no one's been huge goal scorers here in the Team of the Season Cup.
We spoke about it many times, 2v2 FIFA. It is narrow margins, which is why I reiterate that it's going to be very difficult for Ducks Gaming to find their way back into this game. We saw Fnatic do it in that previous match where they came back from 2 goals down. The question is have Ducks got that in their locker?
Pele back to R9. Looks for a cutback! It's a bit of a coming together, to be completely honest. They're not too sure they even expected to have that chance.
I just literally said that have they got it in their locker to find a way back into this game? Sometimes you need a little bit of luck on your side. Hullet laying that ball back out to Pele. Just using that little dribbling, tight dribbling, going into R9, the reverse Elasco. Vieira doesn't get control of the ball. Mbappe reacting quicker than the defender and just taking a chance. And that is just so important and vital to this match.
Absolutely. I mean, what a goal it is for Daniel Aguilar and Gravesen.
What you will probably find now as well is for Team Heretics, they don't like conceding goals. They're going to look to just take the sting out of the game for the next 5 to 10 minutes, just really wanting to say to Ducks Gaming, you just scored, you're feeling confident. We're going to look to just take that confidence away from you.
And it goes, it could be a gift. R9 heads it back. Cristiano Ronaldo drops the shoulder. It could have easily been potentially a penalty shout down the line. With 30 minutes left to play in this second leg. It's a lifeline nevertheless, just to stop Cristiano Ronaldo in his tracks. Ducks Gaming desperate for an equaliser here. An organisation that have also been heavily invested into FIFA esports. Bellingham from central midfield. He's been enjoying getting involved in these attacks. From the back, finds Hullet. He'll twist and turn. Cristiano Ronaldo reverse elastico. Good block, Marquinhos. Right place, right time.
Yeah, a great diagonal run there from Bellingham, starting at the bottom, running it towards that top side of the 18-yard box. And as you said, a crucial block coming in from the defender.
Sort of is here, there and everywhere, isn't he, Jude Bellingham?
Yeah, and that's why he's been picked by so many players in this tournament. Some people go for Hullet, Kante, Vieira. It really depends on your play style and what you want. But I know Jude Bellingham, that item this year, a lot of pros have been favouring that.
The only future star that will dream of being near any of these pro teams. Borussia Dortmund midfielder Mbappe pushed off the ball, corner to Team Heretics. Sorry, Dux Gaming having to defend against this one. Into the pause menu we shall go. Chance for a breather for these two players.
Yeah, and as we saw in the last game with Fnatic as well, it comes into these moments where you just have to really think about what you're doing tactically. The constant pressure in a team press won't come just yet. It's the 66th minute. There's still a little bit of time for Dux Gaming to find their way back into it. But Team Heretics been in control since they conceded that goal, which that's the main thing. Yes, unfortunate to concede that goal. They just wanted to try and be a little bit tighter in defence. But now they're just saying, we'll be tighter defensively. They've got that 5 at the back, looking to take that sting out of the game. Dux Gaming, having a little think, what can we do? When do we enable that constant pressure? When do we throw everything at the wall and hope that something sticks?
Yeah, many people might be thinking, who are Dux Gaming and what's their sort of journey been in FIFA esports? They're backed by quite a few famous names. DJ Mario, Thibaut Courtois, Borja Iglesias of Real Betis, all big stakeholders and believers in esports in general. Gravison, obviously, one of those names to really push this organisation forward. They've got quality in their roster, such as Neat, who was an Ela Liga champion last year. Zezinho, you may have heard and seen of him in some of the promo videos. The only PlayStation 4 South American champion in past times. They're a roster that have always been full of quality. They were one of our FGS Masters teams alongside Team Heretics, and they're showing it on the biggest of stages here in the Team of the Season Cup, just why they deserve to be up. We've been so lucky with the matches we've had here across the 3 days, or the 2 days so far. We always knew that we potentially could have big matchups. We've had Guild Fnatic. Whoever wins this plays Fnatic as well. So we could have Dux Fnatic or Heretics Fnatic tomorrow. There's just so many big matchups we've been lucky enough to have. XL against Ajax, game after game.
It has, and that's why it's been so incredible here in London. Team of the Season Cup, the first LAN event, 795 days, if I'm correct, Brandon. Having them all together, these top quality FIFA teams showing why they are the best. And there's even some that you haven't even mentioned there, which is a crazy thing. There's so many more.
Yeah, there's 32 now. We're losing team by team in the loser bracket, as we'll guide you through it as best as we can. Deep in 4R, Dux Gaming. Daniel Aguilar looking to make any final tactical changes. Team Heretics just waiting to get back underway here. The next game we will be bringing you is O1 Esports against XL Esports. Another elimination game, but I mean, XL have sort of lived on the line of elimination FIFA all day today, to be honest with you, Alex.
They have done that game against Ajax. Ajax had a penalty, which was deciding penalty, really, to bring themselves back into that game. Gorilla and Tom just doing enough to see it over the line. I know they're not particularly happy with everything. They feel like sometimes they could have a little bit more and kind of step into that another gear. So it will be interesting when they play against O1 Esports. Can they reach the level that you would expect Gorilla and Tom to be at?
Yeah, they were a bit unfortunate today in one of their games. Lost by a goal to nil. It was an own goal they lost by across the 2 legs in our opening game against Atlanta United. 20 minutes to play here. Dux Gaming need a goal if they wish to take this one into extra time. Have the duo of Hidalgo and Matias Bonanno got enough in their locker to hold out this result.
Yeah, and this right here from Team Heretics just doing enough again to try and pull Dux out. Say, look, you're the ones chasing the game. We're going to pass it around the back. We're going to switch the ball. We're going to make you chase. Dux Gaming have to keep their heads and just stay calm and controlled and take their chance when it comes.
They will get a chance. It always has been the way. 15 minutes left to play. You're guaranteed at least 1 or 2 good chances, you'd say. Alan Saint-Maximin comes on. Everyone has their personal preference of super subs. It's been either Ousmane Dembele, Eusebio, Cristiano Ronaldo, just to name a few. Kante will even come off the bench occasionally just to shore up that midfield in a winning position. He's not been called upon on this occasion. A good job of just taking a few more minutes out of the game of Team Heretics. However, now they're on the back foot. Well, a press that's going to be coming at them. Keep an eye on Alan Saint-Maximin, far-hand side of your screen. What a ball that one could be. Is there one more pass available from Dux? Donnarumma off his line. Just picks that one off, up off the feet of R9.
Yeah, Donnarumma doing very, very crucial goalkeeping work there. The over-the-top through ball coming in from Hullet on that first time, finding João Cancelo.
Keep an eye on that run from Ronaldo. Fresh off the bench, CR7's there. If there's a cross that would come available to him, João Cancelo. It's smart regardless from Heretics. That's 2 more minutes out of the game.
And that is what it is all about. Taking 2, 3, 4 minutes off the clock. Not giving your opponent a chance, a sniff at that goal.
Remember, winner of this plays Fnatic tomorrow. In a Championship Sunday bracket to remember, our first one. Back on LAN in a 2v2 environment for 500k prize pool on the line. Dux Gaming, one big win. They'll get one more good chance in this one. This is a proper tactical masterclass, by the way, Alex. It's just pause after pause after pause. The finest of details are being changed.
Yeah, you've just got to give everything now. You've got 3 minutes remaining plus injury time. You've just got to put whatever you can into this, having that constant pressure. You can already see ultra attacking. 4-2-4. Numbers are up. The right wing, left wing will be staying forward. They're not bothered about defending. The 2 centre mids in the middle, Hullet and Bellingham, will be wanting to get forward and help Ronaldo, Mbappe, Saint-Maximin and Pele. But for Team Heretics, who have been, again, I keep reminding you of this, just so good defensively, even when they conceded that goal, they have not given Dux Gaming another look.
They haven't. And again, that comes from game after game. They're one of the only teams here, Alex. Back on Thursday, they were at 10 a.m. in the morning until 10 p.m. at night. They played about 8 best of 2 games. They were just grinding away against anyone they could play friendlies against here in the Team of the Season Cup. And then we're going to be back underway now. Not long left in this one now. Who plays Fnatic in round 3 of the upper bracket? Will they get one more chance? That is the question. They're going to have a very hard task of getting that ball back off Matias Bonanno and Hildago. Now, here we go. Last change is made from both of these 2 teams. 3 minutes, I should say, left to play. Every second counts. Long ball over the top, Pele. Big win again. It's more seconds out of the game. Nearly another minute gone.
More territory up the pitch as well. Just saying we're happy with the throw-in. Keep it in the opponent's half if we can. Carry on getting them to chase for that ball.
Nicely done. Finds Ronaldo. There's the win. And this is it now for Dux. Is there a comeback or is there an equaliser? Bundled off the ball. They'll cry out for a free kick. I mean, it looks a bit harsh. Deflection off the back of Mbappe as he got Vieira in the air. Added time of 1 minute. Bellingham, come on. It's a poor touch. And that will cost them the last attack of the game.
Yeah, and for Dux Gaming now, they are not going to see another touch of that ball. Team Heretics just done enough to see that one over the line. Poor touch from Bellingham. Pele, though, he gave it his everything on that header against Vieira.
He did. I mean, there wasn't much chance of him winning it, but he gave it his best of goes there. I mean, just looking to the side of us, Team Heretics are just below us in the commentary booth. I love this. 24 in-game seconds left to play, Alex, and they're in there changing tactics. 24 seconds.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. You're never 100% sure. There could be one more chance. If there's one instruction that you are not happy with, you don't want to be walking out of this game. If you concede in the last minute and go, I wish I changed that. Just back your decision. Go with it. Take the time that you need.
Well, let's see if there's any reaction from Team Heretics, because this would be a big goal for them. A top 8 guaranteed, a spot in Championship Sunday, and $20,000 in their back pocket. Remember, they are in possession. There's literally seconds, and I mean seconds left of play. In real life time, probably about 3 seconds. But then the ball's got to get out the pitch, or alternatively past the halfway line.
And it is a throw-in as well. And I reminded you yesterday, Brandon, there was a big skill gap in throw-ins. Let's see if they can do it.
Well. Seconds gone. Just a long ball over the top. They've literally just near enough given possession away. We've played it. It's job done. Team Heretics are in Championship Sunday. And that man on your screen, Edu, the coach of Heretics, has been ice cold all weekend long. That's the first time I've seen him react more than the players. It's a big game. Friends, close friends outside of this competition, but they knew how many times they played against them on the build-up to this tournament, how well they knew each other. It was a tactical battle, but Matias Bonanno and Hidalgo will be into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, massive congratulations to them securing that Championship Sunday spot, and they will be up against Fnatic, which is going to be a very exciting game. I'm sure Tex and Diogo are looking forward to that one. But commiserations to Ducks game, and they will drop down to that lower bracket, which doesn't mean that that's the end for them. They've still got a lot of FIFA to be played, and now it's just about regrouping themselves.
Yeah, they'll be playing against Fnatic, as you said, in that next game. What a game that one plans to be. Team Heretics up against Team Fnatic tomorrow. We can't wait for that one. But for now, it's from us done here in the commentary booth, and down to Rachel and Mike to talk more about that incredible game.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon and Viva analysts up there. That was a special round indeed. Drama galore, as we'd expect there. But we now do have 4 teams making it through to Championship Sunday, which is pretty exciting, Mike. Obviously, we've got Makers Sweden there. Possibly didn't expect that. They were our qualifiers, of course, sitting up there. We just watched them walk out, ended their day early. Atlanta United, of course. Then we got Heretics. We just saw them get that win. And then Fnatic as well. Mike, I want to talk to you about Atlanta United. We haven't really spoken about them much. They haven't conceded a goal all day. Special.
And if it's possible, they are quietly into the Final 4, or I guess the Final 8 once it's all said and done today. And they've deserved it. They've earned it. They're not conceding goals. A lot of people forgot about Vinny because we really haven't seen him in action since 2019. Obviously, Palinetto's made a lot of noise, but that partnership works. And we've also seen these guys do some 2v2s when you're dealing with E-Nations, when you're dealing with the E-Club. So it's showing right now that they have a little more experience.
Going under the radar is sometimes really advantageous as well. They're kind of doing it quietly. Let's look at the bracket then and see exactly what that means. We mentioned it, didn't we? Semi-final 1 and 2 are completed now. Makers Sweden up against Atlanta United. Semi-final 2, Team Heretics against Fnatic. They're 2 Masters teams, as are Atlanta United. Makers Sweden are your qualifiers, of course, from that December Open. Right, let's have a look at what else is still to come. Let's go down to the lower bracket. So the guys that just lost have to go again. Mike?
I mean, we're setting up some matches here, just as you even look forward. But the next grouping of games, of course, we're going to have Neo and Kawasaki. You got Owen Esports and Excel, Casa Esports, UT7, of course, Makers and Guild. But if you're starting to look forward, look at the drop-down menu. You can take any of these matchups. You want to see them live on stream. You've got choices. You've got options. You don't want to go anywhere. This is cream of the crop, and every single match is an elimination.
Yes, it is indeed. Before we go further, I want to speak about how good it is again to be back at LAN, because we get to go and speak to players. Mike, after Team Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Hullet got dropped down there, Mike went over and spoke to the boys. Mike, what did they have to say?
They definitely felt a little bit unlucky in a couple ways with some of the missed time finishes, but also you could tell that they felt a little defeated because they were up 2-0. That was our first massive comeback in the upper bracket that we've really seen on display, and they had that lead and they weren't able to protect it.
Yeah, Levy and Ollie kind of feeling a little bit drained at the moment. They have to obviously play again now, but 2 guys that don't have to play again. Team Fnatic and Kyle Walker is with both of them right now. They're going through to Championship Sunday, Kyle.
Rachel, thank you so much. Yes, these 2 boys are going through to Championship Sunday. Fnatic Tex, Fnatic Diogo. Do you agree with those comments? Mike said he was doing a bit of eavesdropping. He was speaking to Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pajamas. They said they felt a little bit unlucky, Tex.
Nah, first leg, they came out well. They went 2-0 up. They could have made it 3-0, but, like, you got to be a bit more experienced at LAN. You go 2-0 up, you got to keep your head. We changed formation, a little tinker, and we managed to turn it around in the second leg, and we bowed them second leg, so...
Diogo, do you think that you kept your head, as Tex was saying there, compared to your opponents?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, for example, like, when we scored the first goal, I heard, like, shouting and stuff, and, like, you're still winning. Like, there's no need for that. So I actually do think, like, the experience actually came through. Even at 2-0 down, obviously, Tinker, as he likes to call himself.
We made it 3-2, and then, like, they just started panicking and giving us the ball, so we scored our 4th. So, yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous, mate.
Got to make the most of your opportunities when you're giving them. Let's have a quick look at the highlights then of this game. We can see yourself there Tex and Diogo, that first leg against Team Hullett's Ninjas in Pyjamas, Levi David and Ollie Lito. Talk me through this one then, Tex. I mean, for you guys, it was them that took the lead. How did you respond to that?
Nah, so that was like, I'm surprised I went in. It was a good flip, like quick green, but I thought we were going to block it, went for our legs. But as I say, if we just play our own game, focus on ourselves, make as less mistakes as possible and take our chances, we'll end up winning. So we just got to focus on ourselves.
2-0 down, Diogo. You managed to get this opportunity to create it for yourselves. Do you then believe we can do this? We can pull it back no matter what?
Even before we scored, we made it 2-1. It's like the moment we started playing better, like obviously you always believe, but yeah, we made it 2-1, and then here, nice little pass from Tex. This is something we've been working on. Yeah, 2-2, but obviously like it's just like about how you feel in the game. If you feel you're on top of your opponent, it's not really about the score. Like even if they were 2-0 up, like we're still playing so well that I'll always believe that we can come back.
Also, I'm great at lip reading, so Diogo, you need to watch some of the things you're saying when I'm watching your screen. Okay, all right, just remember that one just there. You get the win, Tex. You can see how much it means to you both. I mean, going through now to Championship Sunday, you've talked the talk. I keep on bringing this up. You're walking the walk. What can we expect from Tex and Diogo tomorrow?
What can we expect? We expect a big game against Heritage, you know. I don't think they're the best going forward. They're just good defensively. They put 11 men behind the ball and try to score set pieces. If we stop the set pieces, we'll win.
Well, simple as that. You make it sound very, very simple. Now, you guys went head-to-head in the Crossbar Challenge before. After the break, they're going to be going head-to-head in another challenge with Liv. So you can take your sliders off, keep the socks on. You do not want to miss this one. They were absolutely abysmal in the Crossbar Challenge. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just being completely honest. Let's see if they can restore a little bit of faith I've got in them when it comes to their football skills. They've definitely showed us what they can do with the pads. Let's see what they can do with their skills with the ball. See you after the break.
Hey guys, this is Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the FIFA Global Series. My name is Liv Cook, and I'm joined by the boys themselves, Tex and Diogo, undefeated so far in the competition. How you feeling, Tex?
Now I'm buzzing, to be fair. We knew we could do it, but it's just about executing and not making mistakes, and we haven't made too many mistakes yet. So.
Absolutely. You've not made any mistakes in the game, but I mean, your crossbar challenge, Diogo, both of you, 0 out of 5. Come on, talk to me. What went wrong?
Listen, we're using up all our brain power to win some games on FIFA, not to hit the crossbar, you know.
Fair enough, but maybe physical power. Right, but this time I've got a different game for you. So this is an accuracy challenge, and I want you to go against each other. So 5 balls each. You got to get it in the small goal in the net, but little twist, you can't use the same body part twice. It's a different one each time.
Okay.
Tex, you can go first, then Diogo, you go.
Do you know what I call this one? I call this one the Neo.
I call that one the miss.
I call that one a miss as well. What?
Yeah, it's you, Diogo.
It's me, yeah? Hello, man.
Oh, it's my bad. I'm getting excited.
All right.
See, like...
0 for Tex.
I'm going to start easy. I know boring, I know.
Like,
Yeah, we get a win under your belt. Oh.
That's embarrassing.
Easy, was it?
That's embarrassing.
0-0.
We call this one, like, we just... What's going on, Diogo? Here.
Oh, that was a shocker. You know, guys, I didn't think you'd be worse than your crossbar challenges.
And here's the thing, yeah? I'm going to show you how to score back heel.
You don't score back heels.
What's this?
I don't score back heels. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, that was cocky.
Now this one,
near.
do you know what we call this one? We call this one a bank shot. A little bank shot.
Oh!
We call that one the bank shot.
Can we have VAR on that one?
1-0 Tex. Don't mind that.
I'm going to reboner it, because why not?
Well, you're not.
What's this?
You got a little obstacle now.
He's embarrassing. I don't want him near me.
Yeah, guys, this is pretty bad.
Ready? Hey, the ball's in the way.
1-0 to Tex, yeah. Oh, what a fair play opponent, moving your obstacle.
He's got to do something.
Oh, the head P-roller, and it's another miss.
Absolutely not. Okay, so what body parts are left?
That's yours.
I don't know. You
Right, come on, Diogo, you got to get one.
What have I
You're
done?
1-0 down.
I don't know any body parts.
I'm not doing head, so...
You could do weak foot.
Hang on. How about shin? We're out of the way,
Yeah.
A little shin off.
Yeah, shin works too. That was like a slide tackle.
Lad, we call this the toe punt.
That sounded painful.
Nah, that's...
Right, come on, you got to get one, Diogo. You got to make it 1-1.
Yeah, it's game over, I'll be honest. You got no ice.
Oh, that was lovely. That was lovely, I like that.
That was good. That was
Yeah.
good.
So that's a tie, 1-1 each on the accuracy challenge, just like 0-0 each on the crossbar challenge. I'm sorry I keep bringing that up. I feel like it's a source.
Listen, good team chemistry, you know?
Yeah.
Agreed. If he got 3, I would have got 3. That's how it works. But he got 0.
You're that
I've got to
connected.
keep his chin up a little bit.
How you feeling ready for tomorrow?
Tired. My cardio is very low. But no, feeling good. Yeah, and we've got Heretics, so
Yeah.
every game's hard. We just have to focus on ourselves, play our game, and hopefully we win.
Yeah. Any final words, Tex?
Just got to stop the set pieces tomorrow. That's it. So, yeah, that's our game plan.
Right, well, good luck, boys.
Thank
I
you.
hope that the next time we get to do a challenge together, it's a little bit more successful. I'm not going to lie. I might step in, actually, and help you out. We
Okay.
could become like
I
a
think
little
we should
trio.
have a go right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't have Bottega on, it'd be 5 out of 5. Nah, go away. Brandon,
No,
over to you. Quick, go.
Crossbar.
Cheers, Liv. Yeah, no surprise they're over the moon. They're in a championship Sunday tomorrow, our Team Fnatic. They'll be taking on Team Heretics. What a game that one plans to be. Diogo and Tex up against Hidalgo and Matthias Banana. I know you're watching that one in the background. 2 fantastic upper bracket games there.
Yeah, unbelievable games across the board in the upper bracket, but we're dropping back down to the lower bracket. To be honest, this is where I prefer the games. I think this is where we get to see the real emotion. We get to see the real drama coming out. Not saying that those games didn't give us the drama, but this is where Elimination FIFA really comes into play. And what a big game we've got coming up.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of games taking place in this round right now, down in the lower bracket. Plenty of games taking place, and it's between O1 Esports and XL Esports. That'll be the game that we'll be taking you through in this one. Neo take on Kawasaki Frontal. Makers against Guild. What a game that is, Stream C. And then Casa Esports against UT7. You might not have been able to capture it this weekend, but the guys at O1 Esports are literally next door to us here in the commentary booth. literally a metre away. They've been listening to us all weekend long. Probably they've not wanted to, but they will be listening to us in this game. XL Esports, they don't really need an introduction. Gorilla and Tom, of course, a FIFA E World Cup champion in 2017, teaming up with that EU PlayStation 4 qualifier winner, E Premier League champion, and no doubt one of the top and best FIFA players in Europe over the last few years.
On the other side of it, you've got 01 Esports, Abu Fwazi and Juba. These two won the Dubai Regional Championship back in December, and they're very highly ranked in the West Asia region as well. Abu Fwazi, we saw him FGS 22 West Asia champion in the qualifier number 2. He's been dominant in that region this season, and I'm expecting a very competitive game coming up right here. They were successful against CF Montreal in the lower bracket round 1 fixture for 01 Esports, and the Saudi duo, I expect a really, really competitive performance.
Here you go.
This is,
Where's
look
the
at
camera?
this.
Where is it?
I can reach out and nearly touch. That's how close we are to 01 Esports. We're commentating that game right now.
They're literally just here, just below us. They'll be hearing everything that's been coming. They've already made a special request to shout R9, so I'm sure if he bags a goal, he'll be scoring a few of them. Here we go then, back in the lower bracket, back for another game of the FGS Team of the Season Cup. Here in day 2, it is 01 Esports against XL Esports, live from London right now. They'll be hoping that they can do what they can to get through this all-important game. But XL Esports, they've been in a lower bracket for some time, and so have 01 Esports, to be fair. They've just been slowly and quietly going about their business here.
Yeah, they certainly have. Obviously, we saw that game for XL Esports earlier on today. They dropped down into the lower bracket after losing 1-0 against Atlanta, and then in the lower bracket round 1 fixture, did pick up that victory, 3-2 against Ajax Esports. Now lower bracket round 2, 2 of 7 lower bracket matches. If you were to be successful throughout the entirety from round 1 to the lower bracket grand final, 7 best of 2s that you have to win.
There's a lot of games to play, isn't there? The duo of Abu Farzi and Juba were able to get their way through a very difficult group yesterday. It was Footwiz that fell out of their group. They were able to do enough to get through to day 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, they did beat Footwiz in that first game, and obviously I'll speak a little bit quieter now because they will be able to hear me. They picked up 2 defeats, 4-0 and 6-0 in their group standings against Makers Sweden and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, but they've come out today. Big win against CF Montreal in that first game of the lower bracket, and here we are in the lower bracket, round number 2. XL Esports from right to left in that purple strip.
That was a professional 1-0 win, wasn't it, for them against CF Montreal early today. That's been the storyline. Defensive performances have won games. It hasn't been the highest of scoring games we have seen across day 2 in the Team of the Season Cup. XL Esports obviously made their return to FIFA Esports this year, putting pen to paper with 2 huge signings in Thomas Lees and Spencer Ealing, aka Huge Gorilla. Many will know him as a 2017 E-World Cup champion. Here come 01 Esports. Intercepted well by Hullet. One thing that they have been enjoying is that back post cross, for XL Esports. Keep an eye on Cristiano Ronaldo wearing number 7 on your screen. They'll be looking to make a back post run every single time he can. It's a 1 more pass around the corner. Could be a gift for Mbappe. Good feet from XL. Little Elastico still in possession, finds his way back to Ronaldinho. Ball roll, scoop, turn. It's nice. It timed it red though, and even if it was timed green, there was a shot blocking the way.
Yeah, it was a nice opportunity. As you see the creativity from XL Esports, they're looking very free in the final third, opening up with the ball roll, scoop, turn, but unfortunately did time it red. If you are an XL Esports fan, but good promising signs so far from the Bricks. Ronaldinho getting involved once again.
Yeah, it could be a chance for XL still here. Ronaldinho building up reverse Elastico. This is nice, just turning it on. Could fall kindly back to R9. 01 Esports just about getting clear of that one. As we said, there's 3 more games taking place right now. Carl Walker has got the latest.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, there is. And I mean, that game between Makers and Guild Esports is the one that everyone should be having their eyes or ears out for the updates from me, because that is one apiece right there. Obviously, Imrasek and Nicholas. I will give you a bit of info. Diogo said the individual player that he thinks has been the best he's faced so far in the tournament is Nicholas. That is no surprise that it is the Iceman right there. In the other games, Kase Esports, it is 0-0 against UT7 Esports. However, we have just had a goal, and I think it's come from Kawasaki Frontal. Looking at the reaction from the players in that one, they're facing Team Neo. Dullen, Mike and Hensu, they just managed to score and make that 1-0 against them.
Carl, yeah, plenty of goals going in around those games. Kawasaki Frontal have got Jay in there, the Japanese FIFA Pro player that qualified for the World Cup final last year. It was quite an exciting game when he qualified last year. Sort of knocked out his webcam on the way through. Teams up with you and me. That's his duo partner.
Yeah, it was a great game. Just as Cal's given those updates there, I noticed the goalkeeper in 01 Esports net, it's Petr Cech. First time I think I've seen Petr Cech the entirety of the tournament. You can just see him there with the protective helmet on.
And he has made a good couple of saves there. A couple of time red shots. Here's XL again looking to open up their account. It's R9 back inside. Marquinhos able to just about stand strong in the way. CR7, one more. That's beautiful FIFA from XL. They have been knocking on the door of 01 Esports, sorry, just to find a way through. Chance after chance, warning after warning. Finally, they have their first goal in the game.
Yeah, you got to say it's been coming. The build-up play, they won the first tackle there, but CR7 just kept it alive, stood his man up, cut it back to R9. The extra back heel was beautiful, and Mbappe slots it into an empty net. That goal has been coming, though. They've been brewing a couple of chances for maybe 5-10 in-game minutes here, as Tom and Gorilla all smiles. Very different to what we saw earlier on today in that matchup against Atlanta, where it was a real frustrated XL Esports down in that booth.
Oh, absolutely, and you can understand why, because they played in a very interesting game on stream. They only lost 1-0, and it was via an own goal against Atlanta United earlier today. It's the first goal we've had here in our featured matchup. Keeping eyes on our other games, of course, is Carl Walker. There is a view you can watch on the stream as well today, where you can watch all the different games taking place. There is commentary on Stream Beat from a fantastic set of commentators. Do go and check out our other featured matchups here across the weekend of the Team of the Season Cup. Certainly, though, these are the games that we enjoy watching the lower bracket. You're in the trenches, you're fighting your way through, as you said. How many games is it to get into the grand final?
If you came in losers round 1, 7. 7 best of 2s.
It's a lot of FIFA to play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's...
And is that still with the disadvantage again in the final?
Yeah, then you've got to win the grand final as well. It's every single game is a war. And also, what people don't think about, when you get to losers round 3, losers round 4, you're playing people who's come down, who are going to be confident still. They might have won a few games, annoyed just off the back of a defeat, really delving into games. And also, you'll get teams who are going on runs, who have been in there since losers round 1, losers round 2, and starting to make a bit of a streak and starting to put some wins together. And then you see momentum and confidence starting to build.
And you speak about momentum, Richard. 6 wins up to the grand final, so to speak. There's a lot of momentum that you can build up here in the Team of the Season Cup. As we look behind us, we hear a roar from Neo's booth. Maybe that is an equaliser for the German side. Halfway here it is. Gorilla and Tom of XL Esports up by a goal to the good. It was a lovely one-more pass that made them find their first goal in the tournament. Abu Faiz and Juba 1-0 down at the break here. Still a lot of FIFA to be played. 3 halves of 45 left to be played.
Incredible amount of FIFA left to be played.
One thing you can't pick up from home as well, all the booths here, if a team is out of the tournament, there's a red light on the booth, isn't there? And there's, I mean, what? Only a handful left now that are.
Well, you can see it there, perfect. Well, you look at that top right corner, Timbers Esports, Levante, Team Footwiz, AFC Ajax. The red light shining down across a number of our teams.
2 more rounds of fixtures to come after this one. And then there'll be 8 teams that remain in tomorrow's winners bracket. Cristiano Ronaldo, player that hasn't started for all the teams here, a player that starts for XL. R9. Back to Hullet. Looking to make his impact on this game. Good feet still from R9, driving forward as best as he can. Haven't really seen too much in an attacking sense from Owen Esports. They've been kept at bay so far in this game, Rich.
Yeah, well, I think defensively is probably where their strengths do lie the best. This could be a chance, so you spoke about it. You're not seeing much. Electing to recalibrate this attack.
Played all the way back. Able just to recycle and start again. João Cancelo driving that one forward. Cristiano Ronaldo also does get a start for the Saudi duo. Bellingham trying to punch a ball through. Hullet back to goal. It's R9 reversal. Has to go still. When Esports just offside is the Brazilian forward. So far, though, so good for XL.
You would say it's been relatively plain sailing at the moment for XL Esports. When they're coming forward, they look certainly much more likely to extend their lead rather than O1 Esports close the gap. But there's a lot of FIFA left to be played. We've got an entire second leg right around the corner, and you never know what might transpire.
Plenty of stories still to unfold here in the Team of the Season Cup. Our first event in over 2 years. Our first EA Major in a 2v2 environment. Certainly has been enjoyable for pros to be back at LAN and back showcasing this brand new format. It's R9! Owen Esports back in the hunt of this one. They've been building into this game, and they have their way back into the tie. We'll see again on the replay.
Yeah, have a look at this. Out wide to CR7. Ball roll scoop turn inside, and just a driven pass, punching it into the feet of R9 Ronaldo. Great touch to settle it and also move it away from the defender, and then that left-footed strike on the 5-star weak foot across the goalkeeper. Good finish from R9 Ronaldo.
And into the pause menu we shall go. A 4-4-2 they're loaded up in at the moment. I'm sure that will be changed and altered very, very slightly indeed. They're looking at us right now. Archive of Owen Esports. They're just so close to us. They've been crying out for R9 to score a goal, and to be fair, he has just bagged for them.
Well, you see the two formations on the screen there as well, the 4-4-2, 4-4-2 second variation, both in use.
My 5 back in order.
The possession there just for a second, 56% of the ball. Scoreline's levelled up as we get back underway in this second leg.
Cruyff comes onto the pitch for XL.
First leg, I should say. Getting ahead of myself.
Is that Maradona as well, at the bottom of your screen? We're in number 16, keep an eye out for him.
Don't know if he's going to be dangerous at the back post, going up for a header, but certainly got the skills. That weak foot upgrade as well on his previous prime icon to the prime icon moment.
XL, nice roulette, building up another chance, little ball roll scoop turn. Pull it, extra yards, Bellingham, double tap pass, tries to set it for Cruyff, who can, of course, hit on his left foot or right foot, 5-star weak foot. Remember, this is Elimination FIFA in the second round of the lower bracket. Start of a long run, R9 from distance! Oh, hello! It wasn't timed. It was just Spencer Ealing doing what he does. R9 Ronaldo from distance, a man that's got all the experience on LAN, a 2017 FIFA E World Cup winner. He said, why not? Let's have a go from there.
Yeah, an incredible finish from range. R9 Ronaldo tucking it over the top of the goalkeeper. Nothing Czech can do about that one at all. And I saw that earlier today. I was sort of having a walk around a number of the booths, just checking in with the players as they were either won or lost that first game of the day. And they were watching back a number of their footage from that opening game. And something I heard said was, we had opportunities to finesse. We had chances where it opened up to finesse. And they just didn't see it. They were watching back the footage. That was it. In the first game against Atlanta, maybe that's a try and recycle, move the ball into the box. This time around, confidence is flowing from XL, and in particular from Gorilla.
Well, it seems like the best thing to do is just patterns, isn't it? Mix it up and be unpredictable. Speaking of goals going in or updates, Kyle Walker, what's going on in some of the other games here? Hopefully hear from him in a little while. I'm sure there might be a bit too much going on.
My batteries have just been changed.
One ball forward. Finds Hakimi. Last 12 minutes. Kyle Walker, are you here?
I think I am. Can you guys hear me?
We can indeed.
You've got new batteries now, Kyle. Take it away.
There we go. Well, all of the games, they were 1-1. Oh, an incredible opportunity for Team Neo. A brilliant save from Kawasaki Frontal. They've managed to bring it back, Team Neo, in that game. 1 apiece. UT7 Esports and Casa Esports. That is 1-1 in the second leg. And Makers and Guild Esports, well, that one was 1-1 as well. So that seems to be the score for each of our games. If there's another goal, if there is a winner, or if it goes to extra time, guys, I'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much, Carl. Interesting to hear how some of those other knockout games are currently getting on as it stands here. We are getting towards the latter stages in day 2. What a ball, 1-9! Good goalkeeper movement, really good goalkeeper movement from Owen Esports.
Got him across really fast as well. They read the shot as soon as it was going across the goalkeeper and shuffled him 3-4 steps to that left-hand corner. That's a big chance.
And matched up well by Percek.
If that goes in, we've got a completely different second leg. You see exactly what Owen Esports are doing now, wanting to play for the last chance.
Wow, wait, there's a lot of noise going on upstairs in the pods opposite us. Kawasaki Frontal, the Japanese duo, Yumi and Jay. Get the latest on that one as soon as we can. For this one though, Richard, we're nearly there. Final thoughts from this first leg?
I think it's been quite a tentative game. You'd probably say XL Esports deserved their lead as we go into the second leg. Could finally get one more chance here to settle it as well. Johan Cruyff inside the box. Roulette, beautiful play, goes out for a corner.
This will be the last chance of the game. We've overplayed added time here in leg 1. XL Esports lead by 2-1 against the Saudi Esports organisation in a lower bracket knockout game. Corner played short, finds Cruyff. Still with Cruyff now, ball roll 2. Last chance, R9. Look at the time, look at the space. What a gift. And what a big save from Percek to save the day and to keep it only by a goal between the two. I'm surprised at how much they've been able to laugh off certain moments this weekend, XL. Gorilla, he knows what a golden chance he had there to make it 3-1 at the break. We're off for a quick break to get our voice and breath back here at the Team of the Season Cup. When we get back, we'll have our second leg between Owen Esports and XL Esports. Who will be leaving the Team of the Season Cup next?
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Danny Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
Welcome back to the FGS Team of the Season Cup. We're deep in Day 2 knockout bracket FIFA here. You can see one of the teams that's just next to us, O1 Esports. They're currently in action. They're along with us on every single word. They have been against XL Esports, one of the biggest organisations in the game. Two of the biggest UK FIFA talents across the last 5 years on their books. They currently lead in this really, really important losers bracket matchup. To keep your tournament alive, you have to be flawless from here on out.
Have you been surprised about how positive XL Esports have been this week, and even when it's not been going their way?
I think the only time I saw him really frustrated was after the Atlanta game.
But like when they're missing big chances and stuff, they're just laughing off in the nicest way. Got to remember that they've been pretty much living together, playing FIFA daily. The XL HQ, since they both put pen to paper in the summer. For XL Esports, they're back on the hump in their traditional kit, from left to right in the black and green. O1 Esports in the break said that they did feel the importance of that goalkeeper movement, not once but twice. Incredible it was. Back to goal is Pele, waiting for it. Goes out for a goal kick in the end. I mean, it could have been 3-1. Could have been 4-1.
Could have been more, yeah. It really could have been. The goalkeeper movement was tremendous from O1 Esports, you have to say. But they rolled their luck in that first leg. Will they get let off the hook again in the second leg? That is the question.
It took them a little while to build into the game, but they did get a chance and actually were able to build their way back into the tie O1 Esports. Remember that the winner of this will play Ducks Gaming. I mean, you look at the lower bracket games, Richard, of who you're playing against. Up the top, Neo, Kozaki Frontal, they play Team of Ninjas in Pyjamas. That's their next lower bracket round. Winner of this plays Ducks Gaming. Winner of Casa Esports against UT7 plays Crew Esports. No doubt the noisiest duo we've had here at the Team of the Season Cup. And last but not least, the winners of Makers Guild play Dire Wolves in that next lower bracket game. Every single game you can honestly say is a final.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've got to play one more game as well to solidify your place in that Championship Sunday.
R9, lovely roulette. This is O1 Esports trying to find their equaliser.
I like it. I like the build-up play. R9, certainly their go-to man in this duo, looking for that roulette, and then a little drop of the shoulder to try and create a different lane or a different path to goal. Mixed wires there for a second. The ball down the line, the teammate not really.
I think just on your point, I think they're very happy to be as direct as they have been, Rich. They have to be. Oh,
that's
no! That's a penalty! It's a misclick of a button! João Cancelo is on a yellow card. This is a gift. An absolute gift for XL Esports to extend their lead to a 2-goal cushion. And what a chance it could be. Up steps R9, slots it away. And a big smile from Thomas Lees, who stepped up for that penalty.
Green timed, bottom corner. I think on a penalty, if you're going to time it green, if you're going to pick a corner, you're sort of giving yourself the best advantage possible to slot it home and be successful from 12 yards.
XL lead by 2 goals now. Remember, they win this game, it'll be Ducks Gaming they'll play in the next round of that lower bracket. Win the next one, you're on your way to a Championship Sunday. All to do for O1 Esports. You cannot make mistakes like this in the Team of the Season Cup. Just a bit too aggressive there. A button misclick, you can call it, whatever it is. João Cancelo diving in a bit too early. It was always going to be a penalty. Cheeky chip over the top, finds Mbappe.
And they're in a really tough position now, O1 Esports, because they need to take this game. They've got to put XL under a tremendous amount of pressure if they want to get something out of it. They're certainly capable, O1 Esports, of turning it around, but I think alongside Juba and Aboufazi performing perfectly for the remaining 60 minutes, you'd have to see a drop-off as well of quality for XL. I don't know if that's going to happen. They've already suffered their defeat.
Seemingly getting better and better through this lower bracket. It's like the wake-up call they needed.
Well, they know what a sort of huge mammoth task is in front of them. The only thing XL want to do is win this Team of the Season Cup.
What a ball this could be. Back to R9. Just can't find a way past Ruben Dias. Lovely idea from Pele into his fellow Brazilian icon teammate. Just couldn't find the extra pass there. Mbappe now running rampant. Thomas Lees looking to add his bit of flair. Ronaldinho, is it a gift on a plate? Surely! Cristiano Ronaldo makes it 4 goals to 1.
All smiles for XL Esports at the moment. You see this goal here. Mbappe down the far-hand side. Ruben Dias won the ball back. It then bounced off João Cancelo. Really unfortunate for O1 Esports. CR7 isn't ever going to miss that, is he? He's got an open goal almost. And that's the frustration from O1 Esports.
I mean, you can understand the frustration. There was 2 moments of really poor heavy touches.
I mean, I saw it in real life as well. I was 3 yards away from it. Rightfully frustrated, though.
Game done.
Yeah. Don't want to say it too loudly.
3 goals they need, Owen Esports. They need a tactical masterclass, and in all honesty, a bit of a miracle right now. 5 minutes before half-time, a goal before half-time would certainly just give them something to grasp onto. Ronaldo. One's Bellingham.
Nice build-up.
Building nicely is Hullet. Just seemed very much in control, XL. Well, I feel like they had quite a frustrating start yesterday because they couldn't get playing until about 5 o'clock yesterday, Rich. They only played 1 game. They need to play 2 games in the group stages. They topped the group. And if we're being really critical, they lost a game via an own goal 1-0 earlier today. That's the only game that they've lost.
Yeah, we saw that game as well. We were commentating it, and I think that the big thing that we said in regards to XL Esports was they've not created chances, but they weren't allowed to create chances because of how good Atlanta were defensively. And look, Atlanta, they're still in the tournament. They've got guaranteed top 8.
Yeah, they have indeed. That's the half-time score in leg 2 here in the lower bracket. XL Esports lead Owen Esports 4 goals to 1. Is there any comeback? You've got 45 minutes to try and find 3 goals for the Saudi Esports organisation. It did come through the qualification stages in December last year.
The Dubai FGS Open qualifier. We had 16 qualifiers. That seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Back in December. Only 4 months ago, but that's when we saw all of the teams on the top line of the studio. They were all the FGS Open teams. And on the bottom were the 16 FGS Masters. We've not really seen the Masters or the Open teams be either more dominant. I think we've had a good split, and the people who've been eliminated have come from both the FGS Open and the FGS Masters. There's usually a Raw there. I'm sure we'll be checking in with Kyle Walker very shortly to see what is happening across our other games. Some huge matches currently taking place. Guild Esports are in action. Neo, Kawasaki Frontal, Makers, all underway.
Slowly but surely, ports are being emptied and red lights are flashing down on them as more teams are being relegated here. Speaking of those updates, Richard, here we've got one right now from Carl Walker. Carl, what is the latest?
Well, that roar you heard, guys, was from Under the 7 Esports. They scored in extra time, 100 minutes on the clock to make it 2 goals to 1 against Casa Esports. They now have got to hold out for 15 in-game minutes, that second half of extra time. But Casa Esports, they'll be on the hunt for an equaliser, looking to take it to penalties.
Going to get back off your car. There's a big chance here for XL, for Mbappe. It's a great save from Czech, but if you want to continue, Carl.
Well, I was just saying, Brandon, that Casa Esports have got it all to do in the second half of extra time. They need to find an equaliser to take it to penalties. If not, it will be Under the 7 that get the W.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. It's an unbelievable chance for XL to make it 5 goals to 1, but interesting scorelines taking place around us right now.
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, a few surprises, few shocks currently underway and transpiring before our very eyes. XL Esports looking to continue their story and their Team of the Season Cup.
Must be said as well, UT7 Esports, it's Fabio and the newest Italian. In Danny Pitbull. Oh, and Esports with a pause. I can imagine that'll be a 3 at the back or a last chance. Tactical change if they've got any hope. They're pulling their way back through. Is he onside? Ronaldinho. Yes, he is. Acres of space. It could be a chance to make it 5. It's a comeback. There was a little bit too predictable there. They're hunting for another goal. They're not done yet, are XL. Well, we're hearing roars from everywhere. Pele Finds his ball forward into Chao Cancel. A big switch of play now. Could be a gift. It won't fall kindly to Ruud Gullit. They've got away with that one. It will be a free kick. Pause cued here. I think this game's all said but done.
Yeah, I think it certainly is. We're starting to wind down into these final 28 minutes. The 3-4-2-1 formation in use for 01 Esports. They know that they have to go for this game. They've thrown bodies forward and they're trying to salvage something out of it. There's a numerous amount of games. We just heard Carl Walker telling us about the tightly contested matches that are currently underway here at the Team of the Season Cup. I think that's where we might be going very shortly indeed to see the conclusion of one of those matches that is a little bit more evenly poised at the moment.
Yeah, I think Team Neo involved there in that one. Team Neo obviously made of Dullah, Mike and Hens, who I believe we're going to join it right now. It is against Kawasaki Frontale, the duo of Yuemi and Jay, a FIFA E-World Cup grand finalist last year and a FIFA E-Nations qualification in the back pocket. Team Neo have just scored to equalise this matchup. 2-2 is the scoreline. Elimination FIFA here, Richard. You lose, you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had the privilege of casting over Kawasaki Frontale earlier on yesterday with Ryan Pessoa. We were very intrigued by the use of Klosterman in at centre-back. They were unsuccessful in that match yesterday against Dux Gaming. However, today, they beat SPQR 2-1 in the lower bracket round one. And here the match up against Team Neo, who just beat Falcons in their lower bracket game.
Yeah, just not that Mr. Sara in the last round, didn't they? What ball, this could be over the top, defended well by Maldini. He features also in this team. It's an interesting back line, isn't it?
Kawasaki Frontale looking to get back in front. I believe Neo were the team, as you can see, top left corner. They scored the goal in this second leg to level it up at 2 goals apiece. Cal Walker in at right back. Not the one down on the floor, but the professional player for Manchester City.
Pedri also features involved. It's a shouting match between UT7 and Kasei Esports. Nacho Abia at the top of his voice shouting probably "let's go" in Spanish. Massive game as both teams opposite each other on the stage here in the Team of the Season Cup. Team Neo looking to build up another chance.
Wait a minute. Yeah, good to go, good to go.
Back to Mbappe, finds Bellingham now, he can't twist and turn, will it? We'll lump it long. Are we heading towards extra time?
I think we very well could be going to extra time, but there's a big chance potentially over the top here. CR7 stole the ball back for Kawasaki Frontale, 15 minutes left to go. Will we find a winning goal? Switch of play all the way over to Marcelo. Maybe looking to exploit this left-hand side.
We'll try the best to find it around the corner. We heard shouts from UT7 and Kasei Esports. Carl Walker, who is shouting?
Well, there was an equaliser in that goal that's taken it to penalties, Brandon. That means they're currently deep in penalties right now. And it seems that Kasei Esports are 3-2 up. Under the 7 missed their first penalty under the 7 with a Panenka to make it 3-3. 2 more penalties though, if you can stick with me. Kasei Esports step up for their 4th. Can they put it away? Ruud Gullit steps up in this one, puts it in the middle. And that now means that under the 7, they need to score this penalty. And they've missed it. A great save from Kasei Esports. It means they get the win. You can hear the roars and they get the W.
I just saw veins popping out of Kasei Esports' head as that penalty went in, Kyle. Incredible scenes. We were looking around, looking across the booths. That's UT7 knocks out of the Team of the Season Cup. Their journey comes to an end, and Kasei Esports, Casemiro's esports organisation, will continue.
Nacho Abia as well had such a disappointing E-Champions League just last week. He was doubting himself coming into this tournament. Kasei Esports will survive to fight another day in the Team of the Season Cup. This will be the last chance in this one for Kawasaki Frontale. Last 2 minutes, building up in the air. CR7, brilliantly saved by Schmeichel. Just about gets a hand, a body, and knee on the ball to keep Team Neo in this one.
The goalkeeper movement was there. I thought they moved him too early. It was already in position. He just dove down to the left-hand side. Somehow managed to keep it clear.
And that's the full-time result coming in now. XL Esports will get that result against 01 Esports. It's the end of their tournament run here. You can see you and me and Jay on the screen there. We need extra time, 30 more minutes to decide who survives here in the next stage of the Team of the Season Cup. What a chance that was, by the way. Just in the path of Cristiano Ronaldo, I believe it could have been. And
chance to win it.
What a save.
Big, big, big chance to win it as we go into extra time here. Kawasaki Frontale, Team Neo, everything on the line. The opportunity to continue here in the Team of the Season Cup, hanging in the balance.
As you rightly said, they knocked out MS Dasari and Nightwatch in the round previously, did Team Neo. It was a massive scalp in the tournament. And the winner of this one will go on through to play Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. Oh my days, that one coming up literally after this game as well, not long after it. They're coming off the back of extra time, probably a minimal break, and then back into a game from hell.
I think that might be a good thing though, you know, like you just get off the back of a result and you're straight back into it. You're not taking an hour, 2 hours to sort of calm back down and then play again. You're playing with momentum, you're playing with confidence, you can ride it out and potentially get a big scalp. They are one of the favourites in the tournament still, even from that lower bracket. Team like Ninja in Pyjamas, so much quality on that roster. Who's going to be playing them though? That's what we need to find out.
Danny Alves makes his way onto the pitch. What an interesting team selection this has been from Kawasaki Frontale. The most interesting team selection of all this weekend in the Team of the Season Cup.
Great performance as well from them.
Team Neo were the only goal in this second leg, and they needed it to send us into an extra time period. But it plays into Mbappe, nearly 10 minutes gone here in extra time. Lovely ball towards the back post. CR7's there in the air, will get the ball down nicely. Oh, that's cheeky. Just couldn't find the extra pass.
Lovely advanced drag back fake there. Looking to just create a little bit of separation between attacker and defender where Team Neo. Penalties could be on the cards again. There will be an eruption of noise from one of these two teams, whether it's Kawasaki Frontale or Team Neo. Only one can go through.
More teams leave us here at the Team of the Season Cup. UT7 Esports out. No one Esports also out of the competition so far. Added time of 1 minute in the first half of extra time. Ousmane Dembele looking to drive this attack forward for Team Neo. Nice roulette from CR7. Big win from Carl Walker. There's also another game taking place right now as well. Team Makers up against Guild Esports. That is a lower bracket game. You wouldn't believe it. That's a lower bracket game between those two. Razek Nicholas, 99, the Iceman, up against Principe and Cosimo Guarneri. I'll be honest, Team Makers have had a really good tournament in general, but they've had to taste the defeat along their journey so far. We are 50 minutes away from penalties to decide a date in the next round of the lower bracket against Team Hullet. It's all happening here.
Yeah, it certainly is. The tension is palpable here in the studio. I'm just looking over my shoulder, trying to see if we can provide you any updates while we're in this break. Back underway now. Featured matchup here between Kawasaki Frontale and Team Neo. You'll hear a reaction from either Guild Esports or Makers. That game is right in the balance. Must be edging towards the end of that game.
This one still isn't done just yet. Mbappe finds Hakimi, Usman Dembele. Back to Eusebio! Oh! It's a massive goal for Team Neo! They're off their feet! I'll be honest, they've been pretty quiet so far in this second leg.
What a finish from Eusebio. Just have a little look at this. Hakimi pings it into Usman Dembele. He offloads it to Eusebio and bangs it in the top corner. Just seen a massive reaction alongside the game that we're watching here over my left shoulder from Guild Esports.
And you are seeing some pure emotion down there as well between many other teams here in the tournament as more names will fall. We'll give you an update as soon as we can on Guild Esports up against Team Makers on that one.
Yeah, I'm hearing that potentially coming in penalties to separate those two sides between Guild and Makers. Kyle Walker, was it penalties? What happened?
Oh, Richard Buckley, was it penalties? There were so many of them. We had so many rounds of sudden death in that penalty shootout right there. It ended 7-6 to Guild Esports after the game finished 1-1. It went all the way through extra time, 2 penalties. Every single time Guild missed, also we saw that Makers missed as well, but it was Van der Sar versus Van der Sar in the end. That's how far it got, and it was Guild Esports who managed to go through and continue in the competition. No reaction, though, from Nicholas99FC, and a subdued reaction from Enrasit because they knew that they got away with one in that one.
They also know, Kyle, that there's a long way left to go before they can start celebrating. They're still in the lower bracket, still battling away. They've got games left to play today as well.
Just looking over as well, Makers, I mean, head in hand from both Cosimo Guarneri and Principe there. They are out of the Team of the Season Cup. They are out of the competition, are the Italian original duo of Principe. Of course, Madrid winner back in 2017, and Cosimo Guarneri, a man that had a number of top 8 finishes and victories last year in the online era in Europe. But Rich, obviously, this one is not done just yet.
It's certainly not. There's been a long, long pause here for the tactical changes. 3-2, Neo currently do lead. Kawasaki Frontal need to answer back. They need to find something out of nothing if they want to turn this game around.
Bellingham. Back to Mbappe. Schmeichel 2 hands on it. It's a long ball forward. They're 6 minutes away, Team Neo, from a date against Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas.
They'll get a chance.
Or is there a more late drama? Here for the Japanese duo. Kawasaki Frontal on the hunt for an all-important goal. They'll win it back nicely. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, finds Pedri. A big recycle of possession. Bellingham, CR7 on the build-up. It's nicely done from CR7 on a play. No, it's Ruben Diaz to save the day again. The 6-foot-plus frame with his Team of the Year in-game item. A solid interception there.
Right place, right time. Ruben Diaz makes sure that Team Neo will be continuing here at the Team of the Season Cup. There's no reason to go into the box. They're keeping it in the corner because they know how big and important of a win this is.
And there you have it. Team Neo are into the next round of the lower bracket. Hensu and Dolomite will play against Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas in the next round of the lower bracket. Commiserations to Kawasaki Frontal, who are out of the tournament. Now they fall in the lower bracket round 2.
You just saw Dolomite looking up to the commentary booth saying it's time on the watch. I feel like people are starting to react towards us here in the commentary booth. People are turning around, they're celebrating, then looking up and seeing and looking towards us. What a round of fixtures we've just seen. What an incredible, incredible round of fixtures.
Yeah, incredible scenes as well. There is still so many stories to tell. There's still 2 more rounds of FIFA to come here in day 2 of the Team of the Season Cup. A lot to talk about, even more stories to unfold, because we've got to find 8 teams, Richard, to get into Championship Sunday still.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the red light flash on for Kawasaki Frontale. What a tournament they have had. They've come a long, long way, and they have been really, really enjoyable to watch. I've had the opportunity to commentate over 2 of their games here at the Team of the Season Cup, and I was thoroughly entertained. Team Neo continue. Dylan Mike knows what it takes to win a major trophy in FIFA. Is he going to add another trophy to his collection here this weekend?
Yeah, again, I think you're right. He said he pointed up to the camera, was just pointing. It's his invisible watch saying it's time. Is it time to turn it on for Team Neo, maybe?
I mean, that's 2 big results. They beat Falcons in a very, very good fashion, and then going to extra time, winning it late, showing that they've got resolve as well. It's impressive from Team Neo. I want to see how far they can take it, because that next game that you said is a real tough matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to go to a quick break. Now, when we get back, there will be plenty more action to come. Still 2 more rounds of action to come here at the Team of the Season Cup live from London here in day 2. When we get back, we'll have highlights from some of those games from our very own Carl Walker and more commentary from the FIFA analyst and Ryan Pessoa. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side, halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the McKinney cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the McKinney cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Team of the Season Cup presented by PlayStation 5 here in London. We started with plenty of teams going head-to-head and plenty of FIFA 22 action for you. And this is the game we are going to focus on with our highlights. Makers taking on Guild Esports. It was 1-1 after 2 legs of FIFA and extra time. It went into penalties between both players. The first up there, Guild Esports getting that first one. It was a save for Makers, a miss for Guild Esports, a goal for Makers. That continued and continued back and forth between both of these squads, showing and testing each other's nerves, going back and forth. And as you can see, 2 misses now for Makers, 2 misses for Guild Esports. And it did not stop there as we went into sudden death. A miss for Guild Esports, a miss for Makers, and it kept on going back and forth. When one missed, well, the other one, they missed as well as we kept on. The penalty showdown, a goal for Guild Esports, an upstep Makers. They had to score, they did just that. All 4 of these players showing what they can and can't do in the penalty shootout. And we had the goal, we had a Panenka, and the penalties kept on going and going. Van der Sar versus Van der Sar, both of them scoring with their keepers. Ronaldinho stepped up, missed that one against the post, and it was Pele who missed as well. The sudden death continued. Ronaldo scored. Mbappe missed, and that secured it for Guild Esports in that one. Wow, unbelievable. Getting into our next game, under the 7 against Casa Esports, going head-to-head, hoping to remain in the competition in this first leg. Well, both of them knew what they had to do. Both of them knew they had to show up, and we saw a penalty given in the 67th minute for Casa Esports. They stepped up, they scored, breaking that deadlock right there. Under the 7 had it all to do going into the end of this first leg. Could they get an equaliser? Could they find some space? Could they find that moment of magic? And they managed to do just that. R9 Ronaldo, how many times have we seen him stepping up to score? That sent the game 1-1 in to that second leg. Now the second leg started and it continued 0-0 throughout it. It went into extra time of this one until a moment of magic. Free space saw under the 7 scoring to make it 2-1, and in the 120th minute, what did we see? An equaliser from under the 7. Esports right there for Casa Esports, I should say, in that one. This game went all the way to penalties, just like the first one. However, there was not 28. It only took the 5 right there. Unbelievable scene, scoring in the 120th minute and winning that game just there. Let's get back to our action. Let's throw it straight back up to our caster's booth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. You're joined back with myself, Alex, and Ryan Persoa. We have had a full day of action, but we are not done yet. We have 2 rounds of FIFA left to play. We started with 32 teams, all playing in the Team of the Season Cup here in London, with a prize pool of $500,000 and $100,000 for the winner. And Ryan, we have had some fantastic FIFA on show.
Yeah, those penalty shootouts, especially the first one with Guild up against the Makers. Wow, it went the distance for sure, and yeah, nerve-wracking stuff.
Yeah, penalties, not a nice way to go out. Obviously, when you drop down to the lower bracket, you have a very long day of lots of FIFA penalties going through and always being very, very difficult. If we take a look at the upper side of the bracket, we can see our confirmed teams for tomorrow with Makers Sweden and Atlanta United FC and Team Heretics and Fnatic going through to Championship Sunday tomorrow. So we look forward to those games. And in the lower bracket as well, we still have these games up
to watch. We have Neo versus Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas on our first one. We also have XL Esports up against Dux Gaming. It'll be interesting to see who takes the victory there. Case Esports will be playing against Crew Esports, and then Guild Esports up against Direwolves. It's a very long way when you go down into that lower bracket, isn't it, Ryan?
Yep, you've got to go the distance. As we can take a look at the eliminated teams, of course, we saw UT7 in the penalties shootout. We, of course, see O1 Esports being eliminated, Kawasaki Frontal and Makers with Principe and Cosmo being eliminated on penalty shootouts. As we take a look at the games coming up, Alex.
So on stream A, which will be with myself and Ryan, we are going to be taking a look at Neo, which you just saw. They're going to be up against Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas. On stream B, there is XL Esports versus Dux Gaming. And stream C and D, we have Case Esports up against Crew Esports and Guild Esports versus Direwolves. Remember, you can use the command center to take a look at whichever game that you like, or even have multiple streams up at the same time so you don't miss any of the action. Now, Ryan, tell me, we just saw Neo play. They've got to come straight back into it. Emotions were already high. How do you prepare yourself for something like that?
You just have to wipe the slate clean. Going into the next game, you know, it's a different opponent. The stakes are still as high as they can be with the stature of this competition and the prize pool up for grabs. Each round they progress, they earn more in terms of the cash prizes. But again, as you said, the adrenaline between both of these players is going to be extremely high as we take a look into the battles as well between them and see what they've accomplished throughout their seasons. And of course, we've seen them already today. It is Neo, Dullen Mike, of course, the youngest FGS champion, FUT Champions Cup in FIFA 19. He ended up winning that event. It was his very first event that he did become victorious in. He's also won the FGS 21 Xbox qualifier number 2 last year. As we take a look at Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, Levi DeVere, the only player last year to win back-to-back qualifiers, unbeaten as well, very, very accomplished. And Olelito, his teammate as well, FUT Champions Cup stage number 3 winner. He won the Summer Cup as well that year and finished 2nd place in the E-Premier League last season. So again, it's just stacked all round.
That it is. For yourself, Ryan, looking at this, we saw Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas, lose against Fnatic. They had that 2-0 lead, and then Fnatic came back and managed to grab that victory. They've had a bit of time now to regroup from that and come back. Do you think that's something that's going to help them possibly over Neo, or would you say that Neo have that advantage after they've just been on the big stage, they've played, they already know what they need to do going into the next game? Where do you put it?
It's tough to say because, of course, with Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas, they have their coach behind them in Renzo, who's fantastic. We'll be keeping them calm, getting them ready for the game. They know what's at stake here. They know that they have to get the job done. And they're fantastic players. And again, it's the same for Neo. They've just come victorious in that previous game in a nervy fashion, just to say the least. So for them, they will just be running on adrenaline, running on those fuels to try and push them through into the next stage.
Well, let's go ahead and kick things off. We've seen the players they've got already. We've spoke about the talent that we have on show. Can Dullen Mike for Neo live up to that expectation that he has along with his teammate? We have got Team Neo kicking things off from left to right in the blue kit, and Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas from right to left in the white kit. Again, I always say it about this, the first 10-15 minutes, very much looking about just trying to suss out your opponent.
Yeah, of course. They would have done their research, not even today or yesterday, but prior coming into this. They know how well both of these teams are, so they would know what to look out for, the build-up play, the formations that they do. That's what the coaches are there for. They start to go in depth, and even in that little gap, just trying to monitor who potentially Team Hullet Ninja Pyjama would have come up against, and just seeing it's Team Neo, they definitely would have done their due diligence to find out as much as they can do.
Messi using the full width of the pitch there, managing to find Mbappe. Ruben Diaz coming off across and coming in with a big tackle. Putting that one behind for a corner. Already Neo looking to start on the front foot. Do we have a set piece corner routine in the locker? It is going to be Diaz jumping up with Rude Hullet. Dullen, Mike and Henso just wanting to start on that front foot, be aggressive and try and find their way into a shooting position. Van der Sar just getting in the way a little bit of Marquinhos. Marquinhos just deciding to run into the post there as well, but all is good for Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas, and let's see how they can bounce back after that loss to Fnatic. Tex and Diogo managing to come from behind in a very exciting game of FIFA. We will have to kind of reiterate that Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas, they don't concede a lot of goals to their opponents. Neo will very much be wanting to break that record and following in Fnatic's footsteps here this evening.
we're looking at two different sides of things, as we mentioned earlier. Team Neo coming off of a win, and Team Neo coming off of a win, and Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas coming off of a loss there, as we see a build-up here from Team Neo.
R9 trying to find that one through to Rude Hullet, but Bellingham is going to be the one there to intercept that for Oli Ito and Levi Durid. Being very comfortable in that defensive area. Wins that flick on with João Cancelo. Marquinhos just doing enough up against that R9. A matchup which will be very interesting to watch, how these players can utilise their attackers in that advantage area. And we keep seeing the Vieira at centre-back. Some players choosing to use that 3 at the back formation in the attack, 5 at the back in defence.
Yeah, of course, it's a very structured approach in build-up, and of course defensively it adds the extra number there to help keep and maintain that defensive structure. There's a lot of space here for Levi and Olilito to break into.
João Cancelo laying that ball back on, just slips over it, but Bellingham is going to fight Marquinhos with a very good slide tackle to take that one away for Team Neo. Both teams at the minute, as we get 20 minutes in, there's been nothing to show for either attack. Things have been relatively comfortable at the back for both teams and players. And we say this, and I know I keep reiterating it, but these players are so experienced. They've been around, some of them for years, but even someone like Levi, who not been around for too long, but he's won so many things.
Yeah, but he's also had to come through adversity in a sense of the first trophy he did win. He was 3-0 down. So he's turned that around to win his first tournament up against the best player at that moment anyway in Tom. So again, he'll be used to situations where his back's against the wall, and he hoping that Olilito with him, again, similarly with the level of experience that he does possess, can help them progress into the next round.
And as you mentioned earlier on, Renzo as well, their coach, I'm sure during the break that they had, having good words, reminding them if they play their FIFA, they play their game, they can overcome any opponent they put in front of them. Neo feeling very confident though after that win in the previous match. And we'll look forward to taking that momentum, that adrenaline and that excitement forward. R9 lays it off to pull it inside the 18-yard box. Van der Sar with a very big save. Maybe you expect Rude Hullet to do better there for the side of Team Neo. Henzo and Dull Mike will be a little bit disappointed with that finish. However, another corner. He's going to be whipped in. Hullet for that flick on, lays it down, and CR7. Henzo just not getting there with CR7.
No, and it's two chances there in quick succession. That chance with Rude Hullet from the quick snappy passing, and the shot there from Rude Hullet to lead to the corner, and then the flick down into Henzo from Dull Mike. Could have got, if it was a bit more power, a bit more connection behind it, you would be certain that that would have hit the back of the net, but it wasn't meant to be. But they can take positives from that for Henzo and Dull Mike, and the fact that they're creating chances, but again, it's just not falling the way that they would have liked.
Yeah, and it's not too often you see set pieces from corners being worked in that way. Some players choose to go short, some whip it in straight away. A very good opportunity. And Pele inside the 18-yard box now for Team Hullet. Ninja in Pyjamas hitting the post. And again, we spoke about this previously, how when you have Olilito and Levi on the side, you can feel so confident inside that 18-yard box, and that's exactly what they did there.
Yeah, huge chance with a build-up on the wings, playing it across, and an extra pass across goal. Just too much power there from Pele as it ricochets off of the crossbar. Two chances, or I could say 3 chances now in the last 10 minutes from, or split between the two teams, and it's starting to heat up a bit. You can see the nerves and the tension built up. We are very close to Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas, just down to our left, and we can hear the instructions being bellowed from the coach. They're just trying to make sure that they make the right decisions at the right moments.
Yeah, and here at the Team of the Season Cup in London, with the great setup that we have, the 32 teams all being very close to one another, you hear the emotions. You can feel the adrenaline. The place has been rocking over the last 2 days. Players, I'm sure, are very excited to be back at LAN, and some performing, some underperforming, and some overachieving.
We've seen a lot of upsets, would you say? I'd definitely say so. I think, dare I say upsets, but more so on the overachieving side of things, or unexpected results for sure.
Well, I think that's the beautiful thing of it, that here at the Team of the Season Cup, you've got teams coming from all over the world. Some of these teams have never faced each other, given the regions. You know, the last 2 years we've not had LAN events, so it's been very difficult for teams to see what's it like coming over from this region and playing against that region. And that right there has made things a lot more difficult as Messi looks for that switch into the box. And it is going to be Cristiano Ronaldo for Team Neo, leaping over the defender, slotting that one into the back of the net. And you can see what that means to Neo. Henzo, so excited. Dull and Mike, a little bit calmer. But Messi whipping an absolute beautiful ball in there, Ryan.
Oh, it's a great ball, and it's an important header from Cristiano Ronaldo. It was Hensu at the back post there, and as soon as he won the header, you could argue that the keeper could do a little bit more, but they'll take it. You can see the outpour of emotion and the celebrations from them, especially from their coach. They know what it means to get that goal, and they'll be hoping anyway that they can see it out in this half and hopefully defend the onslaught just before the half-time break, if there is going to be a chance. The ball played forward, but it will be defended, and it will be going into the break, Alex, with Hensu and Dolomite taking the lead just on the edge of half-time, or the first half.
Yeah, such a vital goal there. If you want to score a goal, it is always going to be just before the stroke of half-time when you are drawing. Henzo coming in with a massive header on that back stick. Dull and Mike putting in a beautiful cross. Levi Derrida and Oli Ito at the minute right now for Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas. Struggling to get going a little bit in this first half. It was a bit of a cagey affair, but if you're Team Neo, you're happy.
I have a question. So if you're sitting in either of these, let's say in Team Hullet, Ninja Pyjamas situation there, you hear your opponent screaming across from you. Does that urge you on to concentrate a little bit more? Would that sort of put you off a little bit?
I think these players absolutely love. This is what you play for, right? You want to be at LAN event. You want to be in front of your opponent. You have that respect, of course, and that sportsmanship, but those emotions come through, and that will make you want to do better. Neo are sat literally directly opposite Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas. So I'm sure hearing those roars, they'll kick themselves for obviously, conceding that goal just before half-time, but will certainly want to come out and do better. Mbappe just trying to lay that ball down into R9, but it is going to be Team Hullet and Ninja in Pyjamas who break away with that. I'm very grateful because it looked like R9 could have possibly been making his way into that 18-yard box. And if you find him in there, he normally delivers the goods. João Cancelo now with a big interception again. The second half started a little bit ping-pong-like. Both teams going back and forth, looking to find that way into the 18-yard box and past that defensive line. Hakimi with a risky ball off across, but Hullet takes it in his stride.
You have to give huge credit to Neo as well. They started off today in the losers bracket round 1, and they had to fight through adversity, and they're doing really well. Here's the pass.
R9 in the 18-yard box, goes that shot. Van der Sar palmed it onto the post, but into the back of the net. R9, Henzo and Dull and Mike absolutely turning up. He pointed up at Richard and Brandon before this game, and he said the time is now.
Wow, I don't even think they expected that to find the back of the net. It's a ball played over the top from Dull and Mike into Hensu. He's taken the shot. Van der Sar has to do better. I'll be honest. I think I save it. I saved that.
Do you not look at Van der Sar there and say possibly some goalkeeper movement?
That's the thing. I don't know. It's tough to say. We need to see it again potentially at the end of the game if we get an opportunity to. But if there wasn't any goalkeeper movement, you'd expect him to save that. But if there was, of course, moving it the wrong way is going to be punished at this level, especially when you have Arnhem Ronaldo with his finishing for the icon moments item in game. He's always lethal in front of goal, and it's great for Hensu and Dull and Mike now to get that 2-goal lead and that cushion that if they do end up conceding, they still have the lead, of course.
Let's not forget, Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas, Levi and Oli Ito, before this game, were very good defensively. As they try and come back straight away, Schmeichel at the near post, very happy to put that one behind for the corner. They have been so good defensively, but the last game against Fnatic, they conceded 4. They've conceded 2 already in 60 minutes of this first leg. We spoke about it. Neo, they just played. Emotions were high. Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas had a little bit of a break after that loss to Fnatic. Right now, it looks like it's showing.
Yeah, you can see it. It looks as if it's working in Dull and Mike and Hensu's favour. The fact that they're warm, they're ready, they're performing. And we can see potentially another cross here with CR7 and the goalkeeper movement there. Sort of aware, trying to block the cross. It was, in fact, blocked by the defender for Levi and Olelito. But they need to be aware now where the thing is with Team Neo. They have their different avenues to stem attacks, whether it's a cross, whether it's a pass across from the byline, an extra pass across goal, a skill move at the edge of the box. They have many different things in their repertoire to try and build up attacks, but they're comfortable.
They are indeed comfortable right now. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas just with some loose passes here. You've seen them give it away a few times. They're going to look for that over the top through ball to Mbappe, but Ruben Diaz, as calm as you like, lays that one back to Schmeichel. And right now, Henzo and Dullum Mike doing very well. Does lose out there for the Hakimi. Dembele drives, and Marquinhos comes across and says, I'm going to take that ball, whether you like it or not. Dembele just losing out in that strength department ever so slightly. Ronaldo with that ball down the wing. He will keep that one in. R9's coming to show for him. Henzo on the ball now with R9. Goes that Lakoketa cancel pass. CR7 using the full width, lays that back off to Mbappe. There is one more. Messi takes the shot, but it is going to be blocked. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas just about managing to defend that one and keep that one out, which if that one found its way in the back of the net, Ryan, 3-0 would have been a very difficult game to come back from.
Yes, I thought that was going to be the third goal with the extra pass there. But we do have some announcements from other games here. We're hearing the roars across the studio, and Ducks Gaming are 2-0 up against Excel, starting the second half.
Chance, Mbappe at the near post, just about offside.
I thought we were about to miss a goal there. But as I was saying, Guild Esports are 1-0 up against Dire Wolves in the first half. So a lot of goals elsewhere, tightly contested games. We can see the emotion from Ololito and Levy. They're still in this. 2 goals is retrievable.
It is, and they'll be very disappointed to not have that one find its way in without the offside. However, you'll feel happy that you got into a good area. Yes, the offside is there, but at least we found the back of the net.
Yep, exactly. That will give them some confidence. There is also another announcement, Alex. It is Castle Esports up against Crew, and it's 1-1 between both of those teams going into the second leg. Again, it's nervy. It's really, really nervy.
It's very nervy here in London. The Team of the Season Cup is well and truly underway. Who will make it into Championship Sunday? Only 8 teams will make it through. We will only have one winner. Let us know wherever you are watching who you want to take that trophy this time tomorrow.
There's also another announcement. We're seeing goals galore across the games here. And it's an upset, I'll be honest. Ducks Gaming, Dallin Aguilar and Gravison. Hold on a second. Oh, it's a great header out there from Gravenberch. They brought him on there to nullify Cristiano Ronaldo. But as I was saying, Ducks Gaming 3-0 up against Excel Esports on the 55th minute. Gorilla and Tom all to do to try and get back into it.
As we come back into this game now, 81st minute. Team Neo, Dullum Mike, Hensu, very happy with how this game is going. The composure, the control has been there. Few chances here and there for Levy and Oliito. They will want to do more in this second leg. Bellingham. All of these players playing here today have the experience. We've got competition all over the board. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas will not be wanting to exit today. They will want to make it through to tomorrow, given the experience, the quality, and the pure class from Levy and Oliito. But Team Neo right now, Dullum Mike and Hensu, very, very comfortable with this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, they're just going to keep possession, just to die the clock down coming up to the 90th minute. They're in the lead, they're in the ascendancy, in control. And they're going to try and push forward now to try and get that last attack and see if they can get a third.
CR7 now trying to break past Gravenberch. Does manage to win that, but it will go out for a goal kick. There is 2 minutes of added time. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas need to find a way to get one last attack in this first leg. There will be a second leg as well coming up very shortly. But for now, can they generate a chance out of something? Dembele beats his man. And Hakimi comes across with an absolute huge, huge tackle right there. Schmeichel says, I am going to put that one out. And for Team Neo right now, you are feeling absolutely on top of the world.
Yeah, they're defending perfectly well. They go into the second leg, 2 goals up against Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. Levy and Ololito still all to play for as we go into that second leg.
Yeah, Levy and Oliito do have a lot to come up with. What would you do right now, Ryan, if you need to pull something out the bag? What are you saying to each other?
Yeah, I don't think they need to do too much. I say more of the same, but just hope that they can find a goal early on. If not, and they reach the latter stages of that game, then I'd say they maybe could look towards some personnel or tactical changes.
Yeah, we will see if any tactical changes are going to come up, and we will update you with all of the scores from elsewhere as well. But for now, we will find out who will become victory against with Team Neo and
What's
Team
going, guys?
Ninja.
Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central centimeter, I'm passing it to my left centimeter, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left centimeter is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left centimeter, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center centimeter, as you see here, finding it to the right centimeter. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left centimeter, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. We started off with 32 competitors. We can only bring it down to 8 teams to make it into our Championship Sunday. We're about to kick things off in the second leg between Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas and Team Neo. It's a very interesting first leg. Team Neo coming up in on top. What did you make of it, Ryan?
Yeah, I can feel the nerves between these two just below us. And again, they're in the ascendancy. They're 2 goals up against 2 fantastic players. So they'll just be hoping that they can just continue just performing how well they've done defensively. But there's also been an update whilst we were away. And it's good news for Excel fans. They've got to go back. They're still 3-1 down, though, up against Ducks' Gravison and Daniel Aguiar. But we still have the second leg to play as we start off our second leg here with Team Hullet. Ninja in Pyjamas up against Neo. 2 goals down. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, you saw Dull and Mike there on the left, Henso on the right. Dull and Mike, the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner. He has the experience. He knows what needs to be done to get this over the line, along with Henso for Team Neo. Team Hullet now starting on the aggressive. Pele looking for that finesse shot. Blocked again by Ruben Diaz, which we keep saying his name. These players at this tournament have been using Ruben Diaz so well in that defensive area.
Yep, he's got, of course, the defensive attributes for his Team of the Year item and the stature in game. He's a physical specimen, dominant, especially on the floor, intercepting those extra passes and getting those decisive blocks in on goal. But you can see Neo straight away in the first 6 minutes when they retrieve possession, just keeping the ball here. You can see Mike going forward with Joao Cancelo, trying to find a way into the box. And when they get to their strikers, they're extremely deadly as Hensu builds up here.
Pele just with that press. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas wanting to be a little bit more aggressive in the start of this second leg. 2-goal deficit. We spoke about in 2v2 FIFA how it is so much harder to develop those chances. Communicating with your teammates. Some choosing to communicate more and some just letting their hands do the work on the controller. As we see Pele now looking to break away. Some good feet from Mbappe just to avoid that press. And a bit of patience on the ball with a big switch over to Joao Cancelo. Neo again with that switch. Finding Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle. Henso now for Team Neo, laying in Dull and Mike with R9. R9 dancing very well. Asking a little bit too much of Cristiano Ronaldo, but the press is straight back on. And Marquinhos will take that one away. A very, very sloppy pass. We've seen that before from the side of Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. Up against Fnatic, they did the same thing and gave that one away.
Building up here with Ronaldo. It was Hakimi just to step across there from Olelito to intercept it as the throw-on deep in the half here. Trying to get a chance into the box there, but Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas do just enough there to break out and try and get down the field here with Mbappe.
And a reminder that as soon as this game is done in this second leg, we will take things over to XL Esports versus Dux Gaming. Case Esports as well in their second leg. We'll bring you all the action from that as soon as we are done with this match. But for now, Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas need to find a way to ask the questions of Team Neo. Knock on that door. R9 makes that running behind, but chose not to use there.
Yep, and whilst there's a build-up here, quickly our update the viewers. There has been a goal and a turnaround. Dire Wolves 2-1 up now, up against Guild Esports. They were 1-0 down, and now they are 2-1 up in the second leg. The Oceania boys are doing really well, showcasing their talents here.
But the Dire Wolves fans in the chat who are up early over in Australia should be very happy to hear that news. Guild Esports looking to find that way back in to that match. But for now, again, we'll turn our attention to this match on your screen. Dull and Mike and Henso doing very well to find that ball in behind to Cristiano Ronaldo. Just not got the legs on it. The pressure will come on. Van der Sar very calm and composed to lay that one over Mbappe's head and find the left back of Joao Cancelo. 27 minutes gone in this second leg. It remains 2-0 to Team Neo. R9 looking to take it past the centre-back. Solid defending again. Hullet. Pause cued in for Team Hullet.
Do you think frustration's building here? Actually, we could see a chance.
Cristiano Ronaldo finds that one through. He beats his defender with ease. He tries to lay that one off. Van der Sar using that full frame. 6'6" of him coming out. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas will be very happy to see that one go behind. Ooh. What changes have they got to make?
That was huge there, actually. If that pass was played in there, I believe it was to Lionel Messi for Hensu. That could have been an easy chance there to make it 3-0. But I was going to say, frustration seems to be building here between Levion and Olelito. We saw a slide tackle there and a pause cued instantly. They want to change formations and set up tactical adjustments and potentially player or personnel changes in attack because it hasn't seemed to be working for them. They still have 60 minutes left to get 2 goals just to level the tie. But it's possible. We've seen these two players come back from deficits before.
That we have as we hear the shouts coming through from Crew Esports. We'll get that update for you as soon as we can. Team Neo with the corner. Trying to find something from the training ground. Again, Ruud Hullet at that near post, up against Ruben Diaz. Diaz, not got the greatest jumping in the world, but still does very well there to beat Ruud Hullet. Ronaldo whips that one in. Mbappe trying to bring that one down on the chest, but unfortunately not there. Bellingham will win that every day of the week. Messi has the ball, And it is going to be Mbappe. Pele loses that out though. Again, Team Hullet, Ninja in pyjamas. We've seen some sloppy passes in the last few games. Nerves definitely starting to creep in. They know that they have to pull this one back. Otherwise, it's good night, goodbye. You're out of this tournament.
Yes, there's no room for error here. Being in the loser bracket, they've got a slice of fortune, but this step across there from Dull and Mike with Marquinhos is perfect to nullify and to squash the danger there. Just going to keep possession, die the clock down a little bit. They're not going to play for last attack. It's too early for that, but just going to see if some space could open up. But there is another announcement, of course, is Casa Esports up against Crew, and we could potentially probably heard the roars from Crew Esports. They are 1-0 up in the second leg, 2-1 up on aggregate.
A reminder, we'll be bringing you all the action of those other games as soon as we are finished here in this second leg. Mbappe trying to drive forward. Does win the corner for his efforts. Can Team Hullet, Ninja in pyjamas, Oli Ito and Levy, can they find a way to unlock this defence of Team Neo? Messi is going to whip that one in at the back stick. It is going to be Ruben Diaz who leaps over Marquinhos. You see the fist bump from Levy and Oli Ito. They've not been creating too many chances, but a cross into the back stick. Defender wins the header, and that's a goal.
Oh, that's massive. That is the lifeline they needed. Messi building up here, whipped in, and it's a header there from Ruben Diaz from the corner. It's 2-1 now. Oh my goodness, the nerves between both of these two teams is going to build up here. And wow.
If you are Team Neo, you feel a little bit frustrated maybe to concede that goal, given how good defensively they have been. How do you regroup from that? Do you just say, look, yeah, set piece, work for them? Do we just continue doing what we're doing?
I'd say so. I'd say it's going to be a little bit tense as they progress further in the game. They know that Team Hullet have to progress further. They have to press them higher up to win possession. They're in no urgency for Hensu and Dolomic to progress forward and get another. They know that they're content with their defensive ability, but there could be space in behind here.
1 minute of added time. Mbappe is looking to drive towards that byline. He's going to take on Ruben Diaz. Some fancy footwork. And João Cancelo comes across to help out his centre-back and put that one behind for a corner. We saw a goal from a set piece for Team Hullet, Ninja in pyjamas. And it's just not been working for Team Neo right now on those set pieces.
Yep, it's the man that ended up getting the goal, getting that vital clearance for them as we go into the break now. Team Neo's Dolomic and Hensu 2-1 up going into the second half of the second leg, and it's a mountain to climb for Levy and Ololito. They need the goal. They haven't really created too many chances, but again, they managed to score from that corner, and they'll be hoping that fortune can favour them and they can hope to create some more chances.
Renzo there speaking to Levy and Oli Ito. Just reminding them of what he wants them to be doing on that pitch. In the last matchup, Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas faced against Fnatic. They were leading 2-0 and Fnatic pulled that one back. They need to take inspiration from that comeback from Fnatic and do the same here if they want to advance through to the next round. Neither of these teams wants to go home early. One of them will be. And there is 45 minutes of FIFA left to play to find out who that will be. As it stands for now, it will be Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas. João Cancelo being pressed heavily from Bellingham. Bellingham again, just linking up with Messi. Some fancy footwork. Messi doing that so well. R9 looking for that reverse elastico, but the defender is there to intercept with ease.
We've got another goal around the games here. Again, for XL fans, they'll be proud of this one. It's 3-2. They were 3-0 down. They brought 2 goals back. Now it's just a 1-goal deficit to try and level the tie up against Ducks Esports.
Hakimi just finding Bellingham. Pele now. Olito and Levy just knocking on that door, coming through into that final third. Pele is going to drive and try and take on that defender. And it is fantastic defending from Dull and Mike with Marquinhos. Just coming across, using the body very well and taking that one away. Poor touch there from Hakimi. Messi will come across though and take that one away. Another pause cued from Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas.
Yeah, I think now it's starting to get to the time where they're going to look to maybe not necessarily change into anything, but just make sure they've got a tactic for their preference built in already. As we see, oh, it's a good step across there from Ololito to win it back and step across with the goal scorer. And it's kicked towards Ololito again. There just does enough as they can break through here with R9 Ronaldo.
R9 using that ball roll. Hullet now goes for a switch of play. Hakimi's pushed far up the pitch. Levy into Oliito. That first time pass into R9. Tries to find it across to Pele. But again, it is Dullen Mike there to intercept and take that one away.
If that was maybe a driven pass, it could have found the feet there for Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas to get a chance in at goal. A chance to break the defensive line, but the step there from Team Neo was perfect. Dwindling in possession here.
Messi is going to lose that one. Mbappe plays it through to R9, and Dullen Mike lost the ball, but comes across and steps in exceptionally well. Calm as you like with that slide tackle, puts it behind for a corner. That looked like it was going to result in a goal-scoring opportunity, Ryan.
I really thought it was, especially when you see the likes of R9 powering in on goal. It's normally a foregone conclusion, but the defender steps across there, and it's fantastic from Dullen Mike to quell the danger.
That it was. Tactical changes coming in. 4-2-4 for Team Hullet. You can see the constant pressure, which we know is going to come. 30 minutes remaining in this game. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas need to find something special to get past Team Neo.
They really do, and the time's ticking. We've got 30 minutes left to play, or just under, plus additional time here. And do you think they change now? It's only a 1 goal. I don't think they go gung-ho here. I think that maybe they're going to just keep the structure that they have. But again, I just think this is something that's more so set up for the latter stages of the game when they need to have a few more bodies forward.
You asked me that question, Ryan. There's a reason why they're down there and I'm up here, if I'm honest with you. It would be early doors, though. 30 minutes remaining. You know, chances come and go. You can come out of nowhere. Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas, not really created too much, but that set piece, and they got a goal from it.
Yeah, and I think the higher press here from Ololito and Levy is leaving a few gaps, and that Hensu and Dullen Mike would be hoping to exploit, but it steps across there from Ololito, but it's given away here.
Eusebio now for Team Neo, goes for that finesse shot, manages to get it off, but Van der Sar comes across his goal line very quickly and distributes that out to Mbappe. Again, the nerves coming through. We've seen it time and time again. Levy and Ololito have got a sloppy pass or two in them. Crossing to that 18-yard box. Schmeichel very, very grateful to claim that one. Time here for Team Neo. Finding Cristiano Ronaldo. He doesn't win that header, though. It is going to be Dembele for Ololito and Levy. Tries to force that one through. Kante now, a chance to break. Can Eusebio drive that team forward? Henso is running. Dullen Mike makes that run with Mbappe. Can he find his teammate? He's going to take some time and pulls that one back to Cristiano Ronaldo on the 18-yard box. He's going to come through Dullen Mike, but a very, very big tackle from Ololito with Hullet.
There's another goal around here in the games, and it's Crew Esports 2-up in the second leg, 3-2 overall on the 60th minute. They've taken the lead against Casa Esports. They're doing really well there to turn it around and perform when they need to. But again, 30 minutes left to go in that game.
A reminder, once this game is done, we will bring you the action from XL when we can finish this game. XL currently trailing to Dux Gaming. Gorilla and Tom, there is going to be a whip into the box for this, and it is Van der Sar with a huge, huge save for Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. What a chance that was.
Oh, that's a miracle save there from Van der Sar. He's redeemed himself from the first leg. What a save. You thought the chance there was going to find the back of the net when the ball was played across there, the perfect shot across goal, but it wasn't meant to be. But they still have a corner. The last 13 minutes left. I think it's time now for Ololito and Levy to just push forward and go for it.
There was a lot of space in behind there as well. You saw all the attackers beating that defensive line. A very, very good cross into the box, but not finding the back of the net. Van der Sar with a strong left hand, putting it behind. We've seen many, many corners from Team Neo trying this little dink into Ruud Hullet, but not being successful with it as of yet, and same again here, but it is going to be Mbappe. Dullen Mike on the ball, whips that one into the back stick. Van der Sar comes out for Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas, very grateful for that. There is 10 minutes remaining. We have Ololito and Levy for Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. Such good players that will not want to leave this tournament early. Championship Sunday was their expectations at a minimum, but right now Team Neo, Dullen Mike and Henso doing more than enough to become victorious in this game. Eusebio driving now. Dullen finds Henso with CR7 and one more to Ruud Gullit. Lays it off to Mbappe at the near post. Is it going to fall back to him? It is not. Van der Sar, again, very grateful to see that in his hands.
Oh, it's a big chance. They could have put the nail in the coffin there in this game to get into the next round, but it was a save at the near post. The extra pass across, and it wasn't meant to be, but for Olelito and Levy, can they break forward here?
Mbappe lays that ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, Ruben Diaz, Dullen. Mike again is there. Solid defending to take that one away. Lays that ball off into the middle with a lovely little dink ball.
We have an announcement, and it's a huge upset here. Dire Wolves eliminating Guild Esports 2-1. So many giant killings from them. They eliminated Falcons, but we see now a chance in this game.
Eusebio now for Team Neo, just taking that time off the clock. Marcelo is going to pump that one forward. Cristiano Ronaldo wins the flick on, but his teammate Mbappe was not reacting to it. There is going to be one more chance in this game for Team Gullit. Ninja in pyjamas. A very good press from Henso there for Team Neo. Not coming out with it though. And again, a sloppy pass from Olelito and Levy David.
They're being sensible here. They're going to play back to the goalkeeper. Try and die the clock and clear it out for a throw-in, and this seems to be it here. Team Neo advance. You can hear the roars and the celebrations from Dolomite, Hensu and their coach, but commiserations for Team Gullit, Ninjas in Pyjamas, for Olelito and Levy. That is the end of the road, but wow, what a game.
What a statement that is as well from Team Neo. Knocking out Team Gullit, Ninja in Pyjamas. They have took them out. And Dullen, Mike and Henso will be advancing through into the next round in the lower bracket. And we are going to jump things straight over to XL Esports versus Dux Gaming. Gorilla and Tom find themselves trailing 3-2. 66 minutes on the clock. XL Esports already queuing that pause. Dux Gaming just taking a timeout here out on the wing, laying that back off to Jude Bellingham. Pull it on the edge of the 18-yard box. You don't want to give him the time or the space. He dances very well, goes for that shot. Ruben Diaz, it falls back to Ruud Gullit. Taking that time and patience. Tom and Gorilla trying to find a way to win this ball back. Reverse Elastico and Gullit.
Ooh, just getting the ball there. That could have been a penalty shout, but for those who missed the updates, Dux Gaming were 3-0 up against XL. XL have done well to turn it around, getting a goal in the first leg to make it 3-1. And a goal here to lead the second leg, but there's another chance here for XL, potentially.
Marcelo driving all the way through to the byline, takes that shot. Van der Sar parries that one out to the edge of the 18-yard box, and a chance for Dux Gaming to break. It's a big press there from Cancelo, not winning the ball. He's caught out of position, but Dux Gaming just taking the time to recycle.
Keeping you up to date with the other games going on. We do have Crew Esports versus Casa Esports. Is still 3-2. For Crew approaching the last game.
Crossing to the back stick, and Mbappe at the near post. Goalkeeper movement is there from XL, but the wrong way. Dux Gaming, Gravison and Daniel Aguilar do very, very well to slot that one in. A beautiful, beautiful cross, making that 4-2, and XL have it all to do in the last 15 minutes.
Yes, it's Gravison with the goal from Mbappe, whipped in the goalkeeper movement across goal, anticipating the shot across, but it's the first time volley on Mbappe's left foot. Seeing Gravison and Aguilar celebrate, it brings a tear to my eye for Gravison. He's been competing for a number of years now. He's a fantastic player, and his teammate for Daniel Aguilar. They haven't been doing the best this season in terms of 2v2, not performing at the standards that they would have liked in the E-Club World Cup, but they're showing their talents on display here today and hopefully progressing into the next stage for their sake.
That they are. XL Esports, Gorilla and Tom will be making changes. They're 15 minutes to pull back 2 goals and try and find a way to take it at least to extra time. Back up against the walls. A very difficult task. Dux Gaming doing exceptionally well to take that 4-2 lead.
I think now you can see the look of despair on Gorilla and Tom's faces. They'll be hoping now that there's a little bit of time. We've seen crazy comebacks from both of these players in a 1v1 format, but they're going to have to fuse together here to try and create some moments of magic to break down Daniel Aguilar and Gravison as we approach the latter stages. 15 minutes to go, Alex. 2 goals down. They're going to have to go for it. And if they do, which they most likely will do, it's going to leave gaps defensively that can be exploited.
there's anyone that can pull back goals late on in games, Gorilla and Tom are some of the best at doing it. Gorilla, a world champion. Tom, fantastic FIFA player. And it is going to be a loose ball given away to Mbappe. Pele is going to get that chance in. Slots that one in behind. One more goal required. We literally just said how much of a task it is for XL to pull this one back. But they grab that goal straight away, giving themselves 10 minutes to at least take it through to that extra time.
It came from a mistake, and it was the goal there from XL Esports with Gorilla and Tom. They've given themselves a lifeline. There's still time left to try and get an equalizer, potentially even another. But again, as I said, there's going to be gaps for balls to be played over the top for Ducks to exploit. But we do have another announcement from the games. And for Crew Esports fans, they have seen out that game 3-2 victors over Casa Esports. And it's Lilibenda and Yago doing what they need to do to progress into the next stage of the loser bracket.
Tom and Gorilla need to find that way past Ducks Gaming's defence. They have one goal to grab within 8 minutes. Mbappe now on the ball for XL. Switches that one out wide to Marcelo. Pele finding Cruyff. Ruud Gullit finds that pass in, but Vieira is there with a big challenge and an opportunity to break. You spoke about the gaps that will be in behind. Pele makes that run at the top of your screen, and they choose to go for that over-the-top through ball. He is going to get there. Can Pele put this game to bed? Goes for the chip. Van der Sar, 6'6" of him. A very simple claim. And now it is going to be last attack to XL. Gorilla and Tom.
You could argue slight naivety there. Maybe even going towards the corner flag would have been the best choice to try and preserve the lead, and it could be a chance for XL as they push forward.
Will it come back to haunt Ducks Gaming? And Mbappe just trying that pass, but R9 was going the other way. XL, Gorilla and Tom will not be happy with that, but a big press from Ruben Diaz. R9 finds that little pass into Marcelo, but he is not going to win that header against Marquinhos. The press is on. Mbappe needs to find that way out. He goes for that over-the-top through ball. Diaz, 1 minute of added time. The ball with XL. It's now or never. Maradona tries to go past Marcelo, but a big tackle and a loose pass from João Cancelo in the middle. Ducks Gaming find their way through past XL, past Gorilla and Tom. And what a performance that is.
Wow, that celebration from Daniel Agüero. I felt that. I can feel it still. I can hear him shouting in the studio. Huge congratulations to himself and Gravison and Ducks Gaming advancing to the next stage of the loser bracket. And of course, commiserations to XL Esports. Their tournament comes to an end. The despair on both Gorilla and Tom's faces as they lose 4-3 in the loser bracket is tough.
It was. And you've got to remember as well that Ducks Gaming took a big lead in that first leg. So XL Esports had it all to do. They tried that comeback, just unfortunately not finding enough to at least take it through into that extra time. But Ducks Gaming doing exceptionally well, and they advanced through to that next stage in the lower bracket. We've had some fantastic games of FIFA in this lower end, haven't we?
Yeah, we've been privileged to have the opportunity to cast over some great goals, some great games with some great players, of course. And what makes it special is being back at LAN events. The celebrations, we can hear it, we can feel the celebrations around here and the emotions.
You know what the crazy thing as well, Ryan, is that we've had so many players that have left this stage of the competition now. It just shows the talent that we do have there. But what we are going to do is we're going to pass things back over to Rachel and Mike, who'll bring you the roundup of the previous games.
Thanks, guys. Yes. Let's have a quick chat then of what we have just witnessed. Another set of big teams, Mike, going out. That's all we can say now. Big teams are getting called left, right, and centre. Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas. We've been bigging them up, haven't we? All tournament, Mike. We've been chatting about them. We said the energy dropped a little bit last time, and that's kind of paid truth. Now, Neo advancing. Dylan Mike and Hensu, like, you know, a little bit unpredictable. Dylan Mike is looking at us now because he was raging yesterday. He literally pushed his console over. I said to him today, didn't I? I went, calm, Dylan Mike. He's still looking at me now, guys. If you can flip side over there. How are you feeling?
Obviously pretty good now, but still one more job to do now.
Obviously pretty good. Still one more job to do. Obviously pretty good. Mike, give us your thoughts on that.
I was going to say, kind of raging with winning. They're still pushing, shoving, and yelling. I've seen some hugs, though, and some smiles afterward. And the reality is, we've got the best players in the world that are here in these 2v2 partnerships. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. And they're going to match up against each other.
I feel like saying as well, Ducks next. How are you feeling about that one? Love that.
Oh.
What does that mean then?
So it usually goes two ways. I got you. I'm ready.
So they said, basically, Dynamite said Ducks are practice partners. Go on. What does that mean?
Typically speaking, your practice partners is either going to be a game of overthinking, which means there won't be as many goals, or it's going to be flourishing with opportunities.
Well, let's hope it's going to be quite an interesting one. Let's look at the bracket then. Obviously, we mentioned that, didn't we? Neo taking on Ducks. That's a massive matchup. Of course, they're all massive matchups, of course. Mike, are you going to just tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so we have the upper bracket. Of course, these teams haven't lost. It's kind of set in stone for tomorrow with Makers Sweden, very impressive. Atlanta United, also very impressive. Heretics and Fanatics. So you can't go wrong with any of those matchups. Teams that have been in form pretty much from the beginning. There hasn't really been any fall off here, and they've been able to keep that same type of consistency.
Well, this is what we're looking at, though, aren't we? This is the lower side of the bracket. These are all the matches that just concluded, of course. So we can see some big names who just went out there. We mentioned Team Hullet, Ninjas and Pajamas. Then Excel Esports. Ducks Gaming defeated those guys 4-3. And then if we drop down a little bit further still, Crew Esports defeated Casa Esports there 3-2. And then finally it was Dire Wolves. They defeated Guild in that one. And so they'll progress as well to face Crew Esports. I mean, big news there. Guild going out of the competition.
And again, I say this, when you're dealing with the best of the best, there has to be losers to have those winners and to have those storylines.
Let's have a quick look there. These are the four from earlier on in the day. So Montreal there, Ajax, then we had Falcons, and then SPQR, the Brazilian duo. They all went home a little bit earlier on. And then we had to say goodbye to 8 more as well. Let's bring you up to speed on the next slide. Again, a little bit earlier this afternoon, we lost Houston, of course, and Complexity, Yoxan and Maxi. We know how great they are as a 2v2 partnership. Already 2 titles under their belt. And then we lost Saf and Goliath Gaming there as well. And then this is who we just said goodbye to as well, Mike Labelle. 4 more teams said goodbye, out of here.
And I would say almost every page of eliminated teams, there's someone that's a bit of a surprise. And this one being with Makers and Cosmo and Principe. Because of the experience there and the history between the two of those players, you kind of expect them to make a late run.
Yeah, totally. Then the final teams that we just said goodbye to earlier on in that final round there. Guild Esports, the shock, as is Excel. I mean, they all are. Team Hullet and Casa.
It has to happen as it progresses. So I know I keep saying the same thing. I'm not trying to be a broken record, but we look forward to seeing maybe Gorilla and Tom in the finals, Olito and Levy in the finals, Nicholas and Imrazic in the finals. And then Casa Esports really made a push because they don't have the same notoriety for their individual players, at least on those success stories. And I think all of them should still be very proud of their results to get to that point.
Yeah, but there's 3 Masters teams there on that sheet as well. 1 qualifier, of course. The Masters teams are the guys that we expected to get to the final 8. Of course, there were 16 of them, so they couldn't all get there. These guys, though, Excel, Tom and Gorilla, kind of just looking back and going, what happened there, of course? We don't really know at this moment in time. Excel obviously losing out there, and they had to go. Someone had to go home. What do you think went wrong for those 2?
Well, all these games were super tight, and when these fine margins come into play, you can review and revisit every missed chance, every missed time shot, the one time you turned when you should have done a skill, or the time that you passed and it should have been this and it should have been that, and that's kind of what's happening now. And we've seen it happen even when competitors win. They sit there and look as if they're exasperated, they're out of juice, and they're motivated to review some of that footage and see how they can improve, because this is such a new experience to be back in LAN in that 2v2 that a lot of people don't know exactly what to fix. They have to do it on the spot. You have to pivot, you have to adjust.
And everyone was excited about this as well. Ducks actually, Gravison, he said he can't wait for 2v2 competition. Likewise did Tom from Excel. He said, you know, we're actually going really well as a partnership. So obviously when they're both backing each other, someone has to go home, man. We said goodbye, haven't we, already, to 16 teams then. Let's go to break because we have 1 more round of matchups, guys, coming your way after this. And we teased the version already, didn't we? Neo will be taking on Ducks Gaming there, and then it'll be Crew taking on Dire Wolves. The Wolves are still in it, guys. They're howling after the break.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid, and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the net around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup for our final round of fixtures here on day 2. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, as the red lights are shining down. Only 8 teams remain, and by the end of this round, 8 will quickly become 6. Ryan Pessoa is joining me in the commentary booth. Ryan, it's been an enthralling day. It's been an encapsulating day. What have you made of it so far?
Yep, as you say, you're taking the words out of my mouth. Of course, great to be alongside you again, Richard, today. But we've seen some huge eliminations, some huge upsets, to say it the least.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the names just before the break. Complexity Gaming, Falcons, Excel. So many names. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, favourites for the tournament, have crashed out of the competition. We're down in the lower bracket once again. Round 4 of matchups. 2 games to focus on. Our featured match is going to feature Ducks Gaming. They have been in fine form alongside Neo. What a game that is going to be. Leah Ravel and Lisa Manley will be keeping you company in Stream B if that's where you want to turn your focus to. Crew Esports against Dire Wolves is the matchup. 2 games is all we need to focus on here in this lower bracket round 4 tie. What a game we've got. Ducks against Neo in our featured matchup, Ryan.
Yes, it is crunch time as we take a look at the bios for both of these teams. Starting off with Ducks Gaming, we've got Daniel Aguiar, top 4 at the Ila Liga in 2021, and of course top 8 in the FIFA E-Club World Cup last year as well. And of course for Gravison, an Ila Liga winner in 2019, and of course coming second place last year in qualifying number 4. But for Neo, we have Dynamite winning the FIFA 19 Foot Champions Cup in January, the youngest competitor to win that accolade, and of course winning qualifier 2 last year in FIFA 21, and his teammate in Henso finishing top 16 in the FIFA 19 Xbox playoffs. So again, these teams have a lot of accolades and a lot of experience to go by.
Look, coming into this tournament, we were talking about the Masters teams, we were talking about all of the competitors here Neo didn't creep up in a lot of conversations. They have had an outstanding losers bracket run. When you look at the fixtures that they have faced, they were in losers round 1. They beat Falcons. They then took on Kawasaki Frontal, and they just knocked out Team Holic Ninja in Pyjamas. They are having the Miracle Man run here at the Team of the Season Cup. Will it continue? That is the question we're about to find out, because they're taking on the Spanish Giants in Dux Gaming. Neo are ready. Dux are ready. Losers round 4 is right around the corner. Ryan, what a game we're about to witness.
Oh, it's a huge game. You can see the fist bumps. They're getting ready to get into it with Hensu and Dallin Mike. They're on a huge run of form here, taking out Giants, performing really well, scoring great goals. And it's the same for Dux, just eliminating Excel. You can say both of these teams have eliminated arguably 2 of the favorites coming into this competition in Excel Esports and Team Hoodits Ninjas in Pyjamas. So we take a look now with Dux Gaming.
What a reaction, by the way. Daniel Aguilar.
Scared me, I'll be honest. I felt the shiver up my spine. I could hear him down there. It was loud.
I felt intimidated when he let out that Vamos. But, I mean, it shows how much it means to him. Also, Gravison was quite calm, really.
Gravison is very...
I mean, he did the shouting for both of them.
Yeah, honestly. I think Gravison was startled, to be honest. I would be scared as well. He looked over his shoulder and he didn't expect that roar, but that roar is what you're going to get when you're in this stage of the competition, when the prize money and the thoughts of even reaching the finals is in touching distance. But again, the celebrations haven't... What's been your favorite celebration? For me, I'm going to speak about one of the teams that are in a game right now up against Direwolves. It's Crew Esports. The first game they played in round 1, the roars. You could hear it down the street, miles away.
It was incredible. They're underway currently against Direwolves in the other matchup here in losers round 4. I'm just looking across the studio here as well. So many red lights are shining down. We've only got 8 teams remaining. Neo right there. You saw Makers Sweden. They've just gone about their business so efficiently. We've not really spoke about them at all today. They got those 2 wins in the winners round. They're into tomorrow. They've got a really good matchup as well against Atlanta. That's going to be a great game to kickstart the stream tomorrow. But, I mean, they're in a really, really good position, our Makers Sweden. They've, again, just quietly made their way through the winners bracket. Not had to get involved with the losers round and in the lower bracket where it gets a little bit tetchy here and there and there's games going to extra time and penalties. They could be a real dark horse, Makers Sweden, this time tomorrow here at the Team of the Season Cup. Right now, we're back underway in losers round 4. It's going to be an incredible matchup between Team Neo and Dux Gaming. Neo from left to right in that Neo strip and Dux Gaming from right to left, all in white. We'll see who kicks off the better here in this huge matchup. Top 6 guaranteed if you win this game.
It's massive between both these 2 teams as Pele breaks forward here.
Could be a chance early doors here for Dux Gaming. Pele looking to get in behind. That ball fired across the box, Mbappe can't latch onto it.
It's a vital interception there. I believe that was from Dallin Mike as they build up here. It's been sort of end to end already. There could have been 2 chances in ongoing the first 6 minutes for either team. As we see Rudelet building up here from Team Neo as the runs start to be made forward, progressing further up the pitch, trying to get a chance with Hakimi, but there's no space as Dux Gaming, they're defending really narrow and really compact.
Jacques Cancelo picking up the ball here for Team Neo. What a wave of momentum they will be riding. How hard is it, Ryan, in a lower bracket, not even thinking about 7 rounds, 3 rounds of lower bracket action to be consistent and constantly keep improving time after time after time?
It's unbelievably difficult. We know how hard it is to win 1 game of FIFA when your back's against the wall, let alone 3 in a row. And potentially they're going to have to win a lot more to reach the grand finals and reset the bracket. If they do win that might be the greatest thing in FIFA esports, in my opinion.
Chance here for Neo with Ruud Gullit. Shot cancelled. Van der Sar came out and took everything. Man, ball, you name it. Van der Sar was taking it. Really good early signs here, though, for Team Neo. Dux Gaming up the other end. R9 gets away from his marker, shifts around the goalkeeper, and Schmeichel brings him down.
Got to be a penalty there. The goalkeeper commits, and Dux Gaming go around the goalkeeper there. It's going to be a penalty couldn't do much there. Would have ended up in a goal. The goal was gaping. Beavis Gravison going to be taking this penalty.
R9 over it. Smashes it to the left and does score. No reaction this time around. Only 16 minutes left. 60 minutes played, I should say, on the clock. But firing Gravison and Daniel Aguilar into a 1-0 lead from the spot.
Oh, it's a huge penalty. It's a huge goal early on. That will settle the nerves and give them that boost of confidence that they need for the remainder of this game. Again, still a long way to go. And for Neo, they'll be hoping they can respond as soon as they can.
I've also got a question to throw it your way, Ryan.
Yep.
Is the prize money starting to creep into your head when you're playing these games? If you win this match, $25,000.
Wow, it's a lot of money. But for me, if it's talking about me personally, it doesn't. I'll be honest, it doesn't. It used to when I was younger and fresh into the scene, but I anticipate for the likes of these players, they've been around for a long time, and I'm sure they've got their name cemented as one of the top members in the scene. That's why they are here today, and I think the main prize for a lot of these players is to get their hands on the trophy, being the first 2v2 global champion for the Team of the Season Cup is a record that I'm sure every player wants to have.
Yeah, it's an accolade that will stand
forever
aloft many a cup or tournament win. This will be the crowning jewel. This will be up there with an EWO Cup, in my personal opinion, when you look at how competitive this tournament has been. So many surprises, so many shocks. Such a high level of skill has been on portrayal here. Pele now building for Ducks Gaming, looking to double their lead. Marcelo in a dangerous area, ball roll, scoop turn. Oh my, Marcelo, really going all the way.
Wow. Almost went the distance there with the skill moves, the intricate dribbling sequences there with Ducks Gaming, but it was calm and composed there from Hensu and Dynamite to play out there from the back, not making any mistakes and playing it from the goalkeeper to one of the fullbacks as they build up now with Hakimi. And I think it's Hensu in possession now with Messi, but couldn't get through Ducks Gaming there as the switch has been played.
So you're talking about the fixtures that they've had and the results that they've played so far here for both of these two sides, picking up victories in their last matchup and really sort of cementing themselves as a guaranteed top 8, looking to establish themselves as a top 6 placement here. Marcelo getting so much of the ball in these opening stages. He's certainly the outball for this Ducks Gaming team. But is there an element, after you've played all these matches and you're playing for so long, especially for Team Neo, where they've been at it almost all day today, from the first kick all the way to the final kick that we're about to see, does fatigue play a factor, or is it all just adrenaline?
I think it's adrenaline for sure. When he reached this stage of a tournament, they know that they are not far off reaching it. Well, they're in touching distance of potentially reaching a grand final. So they know they're in a consistent run of games. They're in a good run of form, defeating favourites, defeating top competitors. And again, they want to keep it going and keep that momentum running as a ball played over the top here.
It looked dangerous for a second as R9 Ronaldo did time it green. Didn't fall for Ducks Gaming in the end, as they do give a foul away. 5 minutes left to play here in this first half of action. Team Neo have to try and find a way back into this tie if they want to continue their run here in the Team of the Season Cup. Rude Hullet on the ball, sprays it out wide to João Cancelo. They're playing for the last chance of the half, it would seem. Not being too dangerous or risque in their approach.
Didn't get to ask you for your prediction, you know? That's a rare one. I know it will favour you to say Ducks because they're 1 goal up now. What would you have said coming into this? What would your prediction would be?
I think football's the winner. FIFA's the winner.
Sitting on the fence again. I think I would.
I probably would have said Team Neo.
Same, just because of the
run.
Yeah.
But Ducks Gaming is such a good side. I mean, that victory that they just picked up right there. I mean, you were commentating that game.
Yeah, huge win. They were 3-0 up as well, up against XL Esports. And in this game, they are 1-0 up from the penalty spot, going into half-time. All to play for, with a cliche statement. But for Team Neo, again, they'll be hoping they can bounce back.
Two of the most experienced players in the scene in that Ducks Gaming roster right there. They went for experience rather than youth when they submitted their sort of team with at the start of the season. They went for, obviously, Daniel Aguilar and Gravison rather than Neat and Adjaman. Neat and Adjaman played in the Madrid Open. I think they lost top 6, maybe top 4, if memory serves me correctly. But why are these two having such a good tournament? Not only are they incredible FIFA players, but is that experience now we're back online and you're back in that environment playing a factor?
It's a different format. Again, I always speak about this just because, let's say, in truth, Gravison and Daniel Aguilar haven't been amongst the best players in the world. You wouldn't say that they are the best players in the world. Of course, they are amongst them, but you wouldn't say they are.
They're not number one.
They're not number one. You wouldn't say that. However, that doesn't mean that you're not the best 2v2 team. It's a completely different format.
They might not be the best individuals,
but they could be the best team, 100%. And I think that's something that gets slightly overlooked. They think that the two best players in the world mesh together. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to stem results from that. I think there's other aspects you have to be aware of. Communication skills, of course, being friends outside of FIFA, I think plays a factor as well. And again, how both players deal with adversity. One player might be a little bit more aggressive, the other person is more mellow, and again, you have to find the balance between everyone.
Absolutely. I think everything that you just said there, and when you accompany that with the technical ability that these two both possess, especially when R9 is the player on it, ball roll, scoop turn, did time his shot red in the end, maybe a rush of blood. But great build-up play. The skill moves certainly showing what they can do in the final third. They can create a chance out of nothing with the right placed elastico, reverse elastico, or a ball roll scoop turn potentially to add as well. Corner whipped really deep into Patrick Vieira, headed it down, but just gives possession back to Neo.
Very deep there. I was expecting the locker there to be to the goalkeeper. It was almost that far back, but it didn't stem from anything. They tried to play the header down, it back into the box, but nothing came from it, but something could come from this, though.
And now Ronaldo lofted over the top here. Mike on the ball, drives at the near post, screen time shot. Was there an opportunity to maybe play that across? We'll get your opinion on that just after this corner comes in, because the goalkeeper's been pulled a long way out, and I think we're going to see something off the training ground with Ruud Gullit making a move to the D. He wins that first header. Big corner, big goal for Neo.
That is a fantastic corner setup that they have. We've seen goals score from that throughout the weekend, and they've made the most of it. It was a chance I was going to speak of, a missed opportunity to play the extra pass. As we take a look here, the player look into Dynamite, back down into Hensu with CR7 to equalise, 1 goal apiece.
I don't think it's that they're playing to Ruud Gullit. I think it's who he's matched up against.
Yes,
they've got Ruud Gullit there. They've manipulated that corner, so he's up against R9. Gullit was always going to win that first contact.
It's a huge mismatch, and I think that's sort of an oversight there from Ducks Gaming. Maybe they should control somebody with more of a dominance in the area present. Maybe even Cristiano Ronaldo they could have used.
Are you bringing a keeper that way? How far does the keeper come?
I think they anticipate the cross coming in here, but it didn't work in their favour. I said Cristiano Ronaldo, but again, they have other players as he's not starting for them. They could have used Jude Bellingham, who has the aerial threat, even Ruud Gullit to match them up against each other.
Yeah, that's what we've seen in previous FIFAs. There's only one player to win, and it's typically the player against you who you match up. CR7 winning a header, yeah, I'll mark him with Cristiano Ronaldo as well.
Exactly.
For all you Oceania fans out there, we got an update. Dire Wolves, 1 goal to the good in their matchup against Crew Esports. Top 6 is looking ever more promising for the two Wolves from down under. Incredible performance from those two this weekend.
I don't want to blow my own trumpet here. You're smiling because you know what's coming. I said it. I'm not just saying this. I said watch out for Dire Wolves today. People are looking well over their shoulders, thinking they can't do anything, as we see potentially a chance, but it wasn't to be there for Ducks Gaming.
I've just seen Brandon Smith off camera saying everyone said Dire Wolves, not just you, Ryan.
No. Let's not. I'm not having it. I'm not having that one. I said it from day one, just because I've been watching.
You saw him in the hotel, you thought, you know what? Those two are chatting well.
No, I know from experience seeing them compete in the Oceania region up against the fantastic teams that compete in the Club World Cup. They have the experience and the know-how in co-op formats. Even in Pro Club, they do well with each other.
I also think, look, they approached this tournament really well. They didn't fly in 2 days before. They flew in with a long time. They practiced with Excel at their team house course, whipped into the box. Doesn't fall for a Team Neo shirt on that particular occasion, but they have prepared well. And look, this is the opportunity to show what you're really made of.
Yep, 100%. And I thought that chance there would have been capitalised on. He's going to run that at the back post.
Whipped into the box. Marquinhos wins the header. Centre back out of position now. Maybe Ducks Gaming can capitalise on this as Marquinhos runs all the way back to the centre of defence. They've decided to play it slowly. When you see that centre back coming up, do you just think, okay, we got to go now?
Yeah, I think, especially defensively, I think one person has to track the run, the other person has to squeeze the man in possession to make sure that that cross doesn't come in here. As Gravison builds up here into Daniel Aguirre with the reverse elastico. But
just try and create something on the edge of the box there. Ducks Gaming. Jude Bellingham pings that ball back out wide as Marcelo seems to have got the most touches on the ball here for Ducks Gaming. Rude Hullet fired into the feet of R9, and Ducks Gaming reclaim the lead through Ronaldo Nazario.
Oof, not even a roar. We've seen how emotional they can get, but it's a great goal. It's great build up there from Ducks there with Gravison and Daniel Aguirre. We can see the build up here. Gravison with Rude Hullet into Daniel Aguirre, and it's on, and Ronaldo in at the near post with the finish. And Daniel does enough to give them the lead again.
Great play there from Ducks Gaming. Counter-attack was really well. It was all from the same move where Marquinhos had come up for the cross into the back post, into a pause here for both of these two teams. Obviously, Team Neo not really wanting to change too much at the moment. You see a slight variation of their formation for Ducks Gaming. It's a 5-2-1-2 with Marcelo and Hakimi as the wing-backs, Vieira, Maldini, Marquinhos, the three central defenders, and then Hullet, Bellingham as the two pivots in midfield.
Yeah, for Dun & Mike, of course, last year, using the five at the back, it was the 5-3-2 that came into prominence after his run out in, I believe it was Cup 2, where he ran dominant in a fantastic display.
He won the final by about 10 goals.
Yeah, it was completely one-sided, and that's where that formation came into effect. Probably the most used formation after that, going into future tournaments, but he has the experience playing this formation. It's second nature almost for him.
No, it certainly is, and when you see sort of Ducks Gaming probably matching up in a 5-2-1-2, that's where you start to think, okay, maybe we got to go back and maybe bring something out from a last year. We'll certainly see as we get back underway here. Ducks Gaming, 12 minutes left on the clock with a 1-goal advantage in this losers round 4 matchup. Everything to play for. Top 6, Championship Sunday is on the line. An opportunity at greatness if you're successful right here, right now. Ashraf Hakimi looking to build for Neo. They playing for last attack already? I don't think they will be. Ousmane Dembele, he pings it into Kante. Wins the ball back. Finesse shot from deep. Good save from Edwin van der Sar.
Yeah, green timed as well there from Dynamac, trying to get that goal from distance, but it wasn't enough to break down the defence or to get past the goalkeeper. As we see a potential attack here from Ducks Gaming. Are they going to push forward, or are they going to keep possession? Yeah, play for the last attack. Be sensible, be disciplined as they look to spread the play here.
Just one weekend ago, this time last week, we were sharing the commentary booth with Gravison, and now he's there playing for a guaranteed $25,000 if they were to be successful. I said to him, how's the preparation been? He said, look, we're playing really well. We're defending well. We're creating opportunities. We're creating chances, and we could be a serious dark horse for this tournament. That's a poor play of possession right there from Ducks Gaming, and Team Neo will come down the other end. Kylian Mbappe, Vieira chasing. And let's go backwards, and with 2 minutes added time, you've got to think potentially going to wait and hold for an opportunity. Ousmane Dembele now. He brings in N'Golo Kante. Kante muscled off the ball from Ruud Hullet, but does win a free kick. 34 yards out. Expect to see some sort of cross, I would think, just around the penalty spot potentially.
Yeah, they have to go forward here. You can see Dolomic on the free kick. Hensu controlling.
CR7.
Cristiano Ronaldo, watch out here.
Dinked into the box. Good header away. If Kante can get up for that, he cannot. Patrick Vieira wins it, and that will do us for leg number 1. Ducks Gaming currently leading 2-1 here in a really interesting and tightly contested lower bracket round 4. 2-1 Ducks Gaming against Team Neo. Dolomic and Hensu have got everything to do if they want to continue here in the Team of the Season Cup. Find out what happens after this break.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team Footwiz, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini-map, in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our centre-backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up, and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense, and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup for the final time here in the commentary booth. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. An incredible game we've been casting our eyes on between Ducks Gaming and Team Neo. However, it's not the only lower bracket round 4 matchup currently taking place, because Crew Esports and Direwolves are battling it out to solidify a top 6 finish. As it currently stands, Direwolves are in a great position, Ryan.
Yes, let's take a look at the goal here, building up on the edge of the box, and it was a finesse shot, green timed for Direwolves as they take the 1-goal lead. A bit of, I don't know what happened there with the goalkeeper movement, bringing him out there that far for Crew Esports. Maybe a slight mistake, but they won't be complaining for the fans of Direwolves as they get that 1 goal.
And they're back underway already. We'll be keeping you up to date with how that game is currently looking If you want to see it in full, Stream B is the place to be with Leah Ravel and Lisa Manley. If you're wanting to watch the Spanish and the German giants battle it out, it's Gravison and Daniel Aguilar versus Hensu and Dolan Mike are about to get underway in leg number 2. Ryan, we had a very, very interesting and tactical first leg. What's the second leg got in store?
Oh, it's tough. It's nervy. You can hear a pin drop in here. Silence. We're not really hearing too many celebrations, not too many goals around. But even when there are goals, it's silence. It's just small fist bumps. They don't want to get ahead of themselves too early on. They just want to make sure that if they do celebrate, it's a celebration to guarantee themselves into tomorrow, Championship Sunday.
It's got a good ring about it.
Oh, it really does. Where we will crown our first 2v2 global event of FIFA 22. You have to mention, winning $100,000 is incredible.
It certainly is, and this could be a great start here for Dux Gaming. João Cancelo just bullying his Team of the Year fullback counterpart in Ashraf Hakimi. You made to a few Championship Sundays in your time?
Well, my day, a long time ago. Dinosaurs were roaming about when I was there. Hopefully sometime soon.
What's it feel like, knowing that you're going to bed, waking up, and you've got a trophy that you're playing for?
To be honest, listen, this might sound crazy, less nervy than the first day.
Because you've already performed, you know you're doing well.
Yeah, it's way less. The first day is horrible in terms of nerves for a lot of players. See, oh, the lateral heel-to-heel into a finesse shot there for Neo that didn't work out. As a run down the line from Mbappe is ignored, and the play has been switched here for Dux Gaming.
Keeping it nice and slow, our Dux Gaming here, looking for that dink over the top. R9 will pick it up, and Jude Bellingham now to pick up the pieces. Ruud Gullit, look for him to be a creative spark in that midfield trio. Jude Bellingham looks for the shot. A little bit speculative from the youngster. And Team Neo, they're more than happy to be direct if they need to. Ruud Gullit picks it up. Offloads to Cristiano Ronaldo, and now Jude Bellingham in a wide area. Look for the fullbacks and the wingbacks to battle up against each other. João Cancelo on this left-hand side, Hakimi on the right. Are they going to take the free kick? Referee plays advantage. It's a good one at that.
Slow build up here from Neo, trying to find the gaps, but it's very structured here from Gravison and Daniel Aguilar, as we see build up here from the Hensu with the ball roll scoop there. Not enough to get past Aguilar as he builds up again. Also retrieves possession again as they look to build up almost.
Risky business there at the back. Looking to switch that ball across the defence. It's a poor pass again from Dux Gaming. And Team Neo is just slightly more intense in the press in this second leg so far. Jude Bellingham moves it onto R9 Ronaldo. The ball will fall nicely for Marquinhos, and Dux Gaming always with the out ball to Marcelo, and now going to calm themselves down, recalibrate, and look to play a slightly more slow possession-based game.
Yeah, that's the key for them. They know they're in the lead now. They don't want to make any costly errors that could jeopardize that, because again, we know what's at stake with the drag to drag there with Marcelo for Daniel Aguilar, but an interception has fallen back though for Gravison here with Jude Bellingham.
João Cancelo picks up the pieces for Team Neo.
We do have another update here, Richard. In the other game, is Crew Esports up against Dire Wolves, and they've made it to 1-0 up in the second leg on the 22nd minute. They're 2-0 up now on aggregate, and they're in the ascendancy to put themselves into Championship Sunday.
Dire Wolves 2-0 up. I did not hear a word from them over there. Only one goal will separate Dux and Neo, though we're looking to extend it to 2 as that ball's fizzed across the box. Ruben Dias does well defensively. Keeping it nice and calm, little header back to Schmeichel, and Team Neo will look to build another attack from the base. They've been really good during this tournament, Neo, at keeping the head. What I mean by that is when they've gone up against big teams, when they've gone 1-0 down. They're a big team in themselves, but Falcons, Hull Ninjas in pyjamas, the favourites for the tournament, even when they're in leading positions or losing positions, they always look calm. They always look controlled in these games.
Yep, they really do. And again, they're a team that started today in the loser bracket. We see another corner from Neo. This is how they scored their first.
Yeah, they were dangerous on that first one. Ruud Gullit looking to get exploited against R9. He wins the header again. This time it bounces around the box like a pinball machine, and Ducks Gaming cleared the lines. All the way back to Van der Sar. Possession will be their best friend right now, Ducks Gaming. It's a long old time to keep the ball for, but two players who are as experienced and composed as Gravison and Daniel Aguilar will be able to do it. I mean, these two have been around the block. They know what it takes to win. Neo come forward through Jude Bellingham. A bad pass at the back, and Jude Bellingham's in. Chance for Neo. Mbappe with the finesse. He'll get a rebound. Ref! The referee gives it. Patrick Vieira goes into the book. It was desperation at its finest.
Even had a little voice crack from me there. Apologies. But wow, I think he anticipated.
I'm surprised it's not a red card.
Same.
Double jeopardy potentially. Cristiano Ronaldo over the penalty, slots it down the middle. Green time from Neo.
Ice.
Dylan Mike slots it in.
Ice cold from Dylan Mike there from the spot. I think this chance they anticipated the goalkeeper movement, which is why they didn't take the shot there.
That's outrageous.
Ooh, you know what, ref? I think
he's not got the ball. He's not.
Nothing. Nowhere near it. The ball's longer. I'm shocked here. I think for Gravison and Agger, they'll be happy that it's just that.
I'd be more disappointed about how the chance came. It's a loss of possession in your own defensive third. You've given the ball away, and now you've sort of given Team Neo a way back into this game.
Yeah, they really have, and it's an important goal at an important time just before half-time, but Ducks, they do have possession now, and if they want to respond, there's no better time than straight away just before the half-time break.
And there's no better way to respond than getting yourself back in front and pushing yourself closer to Championship Sunday. That is what they're playing for. They're playing for an opportunity to compete with such great teams such as Dire Wolves and Crew Esports, who are currently competing right now. Atlanta, Fnatic, they will be there tomorrow. Team Heretics. And Makers Sweden. Reverse Elastico just a little bit too congested inside the penalty area, and a chance does fall to nothing in the end. Fist bumps all round, a positive half for Neo.
Oh, absolutely. They've been in control. It's 2 goals apiece going into the second half of the second leg. That reverse Elastico there with Mbappe could have led to a chance for Neo's Hensu and Dynamite to get another goal just before half-time. But for Gravison and Daniel, they'll be hoping now that they need to pick it up. They know they'll be disappointed with conceding, especially in that manner, as you said, gifting possession and then conceding a penalty.
Look how close they are.
Yeah,
look how close they are.
They're opposite. They're opposite.
Yeah, they're so close to each other. Great shot there. Team Neo and Ducks Gaming, what, 15, 20 meters away from each other. And they're battling away. They're in the trenches, in the lower bracket. So tense. Almost a silence has fallen over the studio.
Yeah, genuinely.
Earlier on today, it was manic. There was Vamoses, there was Let's Goes, there was cheers, there was chants. Right now, it's almost eerily quiet.
It really is. It's a bit scary, I'll be honest. There's not too... Of course, it comes in the territory being this late in the tournament. Less teams, less players in the studio.
Shows how tense it is.
It really is. But again, as we see the goals being scored, even in this game, not many celebrations, just silent fist bumps, swig of the water, get on with it. Let's go and see what we can do next to try and secure the win. But I think when the 90th minute hits in, or potentially even later than that, there'll be huge roars across.
Oh, we will hear some emotion, I can guarantee that. Lionel Messi picks up the ball. Look for him to be dangerous on that left boot. They knew they had to. Almost collapse on Messi as he looked to turn onto that wand of a left foot. Ducks Gaming, such an impressive esports organisation in their own right. They do everything the right way. The talent that they've got on their roster, the performances that they've picked up. Jude Bellingham, shot cancelling to Pele. Ruben Diaz does well. For me, they were the standout esports organisations, club, team last year. World Ducks Gaming, they were
without doubt.
They were #1. If they were to win the Team of the Season Cup, they'd be right up there competing again. I mean, they would be. They'd be top of the pile.
Yeah, they're cementing themselves last year as one of the leading esport teams, not just in Europe, but in the world competing. We saw the performances last year from the whole team in Ducks Adrian. We see Ducks Neat, we've seen Ducks Gravison and Ducks Daniel Aguirre, and they've just got a fantastic team, even in other regions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Zazinho as well. Over in the Americas. Gravison made World Cup. He was going to be at the FIFA World Cup, was Gravison.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that tournament didn't take place, but an incredible performance. Keeper's come a long way. Van der Sar does well to clutch onto the ball. And I believe with 30 minutes left to play, we have got an update from that Direwolves game, Ryan.
Yes, and it's a goal for Crew Esports. Getting back into the game. They're still down by 1 goal, but there's still a long way to go in that second leg for them to try and get another one to level it.
Back on board with our featured matchup here between Ducks Gaming and Team Neo. Ball spread out wide for Ashraf Hakimi. Into R9 Ronaldo. Tries to get the better of Ruben Diaz. Doesn't on this particular occasion. But they will move it from right to left and now go down this left-hand flank with the foot captain Marcelo. Into Ruud Gullit. Bellingham. Pele looking for that extra pass into Mbappe. Confusion at the back. Marquinhos just about does enough. Almost taking it down to walking pace there. Team Neo in the defensive end. Such a good run they have had in this tournament. Team Falcons. Kawasaki Frontal and Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas. They're building an incredible run here in this lower bracket. Our Team Neo. They started in round 1. We're now in round 4. They've been imperious when it's got down to these clutch moments. Will we see another one from Dylan Mike and Hensu? Cristiano Ronaldo. If there's anyone to do it, it would be he. Messi looking for that dink over the top. A little bit of an acrobatic clearance from Maldini anywhere but in the back of the net, probably the quote at the moment for Ducks.
Yes, it wasn't meant to be, but we're going to be seeing some changes. Of course, the pause was cued there from Team Neo with Hensu and Dylan Mike. What do you think they're looking to change?
Well, you saw the stats there for a quick second. 1.2 XG to 0.1 in favour of Team Neo. The 4-3-2-1, the formation of choice.
Yep,
for this Neo squad. Talk to me about that while we've got this little pause.
Yep, it seems to be a formation that has come into fruition this year. It used to be a formation, it used to be my go-to formation back in the days on FIFA 17 and 18. But now the way they play is having a fullback on balanced, and in defense, it's sort of, well, it defends as a 4, but when attacking, you have the 3 defenders and the left back, for example, and the 2 centre backs. But the right back advances higher up the pitch, usually to play those crosses across to the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo with his aerial dominance up against the fullbacks, and it works really, really well.
Do you also play for the crosses as well, because you've got technically 3 strikers, the left forward, the right forward, and the central striker, who all can create, and the bounce backs, the opportunities that are going to fall for you, they will all open up chances when you're crossing those balls into the box. You've got 3 instead of 1 or 2 as you usually would in another formation.
Yep, exactly. And again, that's the thing, especially now with a lot of teams opting to use 3 or 5 at the back. The 3 centre backs, you match up perfectly with them.
Well, we've seen Team Neo has been dangerous so far in this tournament from corners, and in that matchup in particular, it's aimed in towards Ruud Gullit. He doesn't win it, but it will fall to Kylian Mbappe. First time fake shot from the Parisian. Ousmane Dembele now off the bench to add that injection of pace as he drives into the penalty area. Ousmane Dembele, ball will scoot in. Great shot at the near post.
Oh, maybe he could have looked for a pass there, but it's great work with Ousmane Dembele there with Team Neo. Another corner. They are extremely deadly from these dead ball situations and set pieces. So let's see what they can conjure up here.
It's looking again like it's going to be Ruud Gullit coming into that area, trying to win the first header. Doesn't on this occasion. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go back out wide. And there it is. João Cancelo picks up the pieces for Team Neo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Tries getting away from those swarming grey shirts around him.
Richard, there's been another goal in the other game with Crew Esports and Dire Wolves. It was 2-1, and it is now 3-1 for Dire Wolves, scoring on the 77th minute. That is huge for them.
Outstanding. 77th minute, you said that was?
Yep.
There's only 10 minutes left to go. They've got a 2-goal lead. Do Dire Wolves. They're edging ever closer to Championship Sunday. What a performance. What a turnaround for Dire Wolves and for Australia, for Oceania, for everyone in that region. You are supporting Dire Wolves. Switch of play all the way over to Marcelo. Will we find a winner? Will something amazing happen here in these final 7 minutes? Something has to give. Unfortunately, for Ducks Gaming and Team Neo, one of these two teams is going to be eliminated. By hook or by crook. We'll have to go to penalties if we need to.
That seemed a little bit forced there with that throw, trying to push down the line, but Hensu and Dynamite retrieve possession there, and I think they're going to be waiting for the last of that. That would be the most sensible thing to do. Of course, it depends how Ducks Gaming defend. I think they're just going to be setting up shop there, hoping to defend. I don't think they're going to push too high and pull bodies out of position. They'll be hoping they can keep their structure to defend this last attack.
Team Neo, one final chance in this game before extra time is required. Ruben Diaz switches the play over to Hakimi. Mbappe picks it up down the line. Comes in field, a long old way. Now Ruben Diaz switches it over to João Cancelo. He's going to accelerate away from Cristiano Ronaldo. Looks to be a little bit of space inside the box for the Portuguese fullback. Driven cross into the back post. Mbappe gets up, and that will do us for 90 minutes. Extra time is required here. And we can tell you some breaking news. Crew Esports are out. Dire Wolves will be in Championship Sunday. What a performance from Dire Wolves.
Wow, huge from the Oceania boys, representing their region extremely well into Championship Sunday. As you said, they have the chance to progress further in this tournament, and they have their eyes on a prize, and they'll be backing themselves for sure.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, honestly.
They've already beaten Falcons. They were some of the favourites coming into it. They've knocked everybody out that they've faced now in the lower bracket. They faced a really tough game against Makers Sweden. 3-1. They did lose that game, but they've picked themselves back up. They're back on the horse, and I tell you what, they are riding all the way into Championship Sunday full of confidence. Back to our featured match, because this is far from over. 90th minute, no winner as of yet. We go into extra time to find out who will be taking that 6th spot, guaranteed, here in the Team of the Season Cup. We came with 32. After this game, 6 will remain.
Utilising that switch of play there for Ducks Gaming very frequently. In that occasion, it didn't work out. The pass played first time with Marcelo was intercepted. But for Team Neo here, Hensu in possession with Hakimi, trying to build up now and progress higher up the field to see if there's some gaps that they could exploit.
João Cancelo moves it on to Cristiano Ronaldo. Forced out wide at the moment is CR7. Bad touch there from João Cancelo, and maybe a counter-attacking opportunity for Ducks Gaming. They love that switch of play. Marcelo now comes in field. Mbappe's the man out wide. Patrick Vieira now also getting a touch into Jude Bellingham. Look for a pass in field. That's what they're looking for. They're wanting that penetrating pass into R9, into Ruud Gullit, who's taken up that central striker position. Marcelo just does too much and runs it straight out of play.
Yes, it wasn't meant to be there with that sequence of play with Gravison and Daniel Aguiar, but we're going to see Hensu in possession here. opting to keep the ball and play a little bit more methodical, but a bit slower and strategic, and try and find the gaps that potentially could open up here.
Usman Dembele. He's fresh off the bench. Poor pass from Ruud Gullit. Numbers look to be a little bit lacking at the back, but João Cancelo wins it back all on his own for Team Neo. Cristiano Ronaldo out wide, gets the better of Hakimi. Inside to Kylian Mbappe, now Eusebio involved as well. Eusebio driving into the penalty box, Marquinhos does well, and that will do us for the first half of extra time.
That was great defending there for Gravison and Daniel there. They didn't bite to challenge or step in like they did with the Vieira one where they gave away the penalty. They didn't make that mistake. They sat back, they learned from the mistake, jockeyed backwards and contained in order to nullify the danger that Dolomite and Hensu were showing there. Oh, it's
penalties?
It's scary. I think it looks that way. Maybe there could be one more or a couple more chances in the last 15 minutes, but it's looking like we're going to be seeing a penalty shootout again.
There's not been a lot of really clear-cut chances. There's not been a lot of what you'd say bankers, 95% chances. Build-up plays being nice, but as soon as it's got into the box, or for Ducks Gaming down the outside and the edges of the box where Marcelo's got forward and they've got the centre midfielders into the attacking positions as well, they've just lacked a little bit of creativity. Both teams have.
Yeah.
That's why we're 15 minutes away from penalties.
Yeah, you can say it's a testament to the levels of defending that they've showed. Again, they've played all day, basically, throughout the loser bracket. And they've shown the reasons why both of these two teams are at this stage and are fighting to get into the second day, or the last day, sorry.
We're back underway. Ducks Gaming from right to left in this extra time period. 15 minutes remaining. Team Neo from left to right. Hakimi looking for that deep switch of play. It brings Marcelo into the equation. His pass is intercepted by N'Golo Kante now, and you see how desperate they are to win the ball back. Going to ground, getting slide tackles in. They know that if they lose the ball in one of those switches of play, it can be dangerous, it can be catastrophic almost.
Yeah, it was a huge challenge there for Ducks Gaming to win it back we're in the middle of the park there with Jude Bellingham.
Chance! R9 Ronaldo inside the box. Great block again from Ruben Diaz at the back.
Oh, that was huge defending there from Team Neo to stop that. That was almost certainly going to be a goal there when you saw the chance lead for Ducks Gaming, but we have a corner here.
Let's see what Ducks Gaming have got up their locker here from this corner. It's a short one into Hakimi. He goes to the edge. Now Maldini involved.
Not the person you want. Yeah, not the person you want when building up here, but I think for their sake, they're going to try and slow the game down a little bit. And would you say it's a bit too early? No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say maybe they're going to be a bit more disciplined to keep the ball.
I mean, they're going forward. That's what we love to see. Jude Bellingham into R9 Ronaldo. Roulette on the edge of the box, twisting, turning. Great block again from Ruben Diaz.
Oh, that was huge. I believe it was Daniel there with the build-up and the roulette. The skill moves coming out on display there, but it wasn't meant to be. The defense of Team Neo held firm.
I think penalties are looming. Championship Sunday. They can taste it. But one of these two teams will have it snatched away from their grasp. One additional minute. Team Neo, if they want to win it now, have to go forward. Marquinhos into Eusebio, he's offside, and penalties it is. What a tie. So evenly contested, so evenly matched. From minute 1 all the way to the first kick here from Zidane. He slots it into the bottom right corner. No pressure whatsoever from Ducks Gaming, and now Eusebio to answer back for Neo. Great penalty.
It's Ducks now with Daniel Agger, with Cristiano Ronaldo from the spot. Can he make it? Number 2. He does, in at the bottom corner, sending the keeper the wrong way. And then the return for Dolomite here goes the same way, but it's a huge save there.
Big save. Now Kylian Mbappe stepping up to the spot for Ducks Gaming. Saved from Schmeichel. Team Neo to level it up. N'Golo Kante from the spot, saved again. Advantage still Ducks.
See 3 saves in a row. Are we going to see another one here for Ducks Gaming? It is Daniel again up with R9 Ronaldo. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to score? He goes bottom left. Keeper gets a hand on it. It's not enough, but this is it now.
Potential winning moment. Kylian Mbappe from 12 yards. Saved! Ducks Gaming are in Championship Sunday. As he hammers the badge on his heart. Gravison, what a moment for that young man. He had the E-World Cup snatched away from him. Now he's got the Team of the Season Cup right in his grasp. Championship Sunday for Ducks Gaming.
Wow, and the celebrations from Dan. You can see how much it means to him, how emotional he was. A huge congratulations for Team Ducks Gaming and Gravison and Daniel. But of course, commiserations to Team Neo. Losing on penalties is always tough, but they can be proud of their performance this weekend.
Oh, what a run they've had. It's almost an impossible task.
Yeah.
To go from losers round 1 all the way up to that losers bracket final and then try and progress through to the grand final. But you see what it means. Pointing to Daniel Aguilar, what a team, what an organisation. They're family. They really are. Everyone at Ducks Gaming.
Yeah, they really are. And as you said, it's emotional seeing how much it means to them to progress into the last stage. And you could back them now they have the momentum now going into tomorrow.
No, they certainly do. I mean, they've beat some big teams. They know that they've got the composure. They know they've got the wherewithal to do it when it really matters from the penalty spot. An incredible moment. That's what FIFA Esports is all about. It comes down to the crunch time and Ducks Gaming clutch up.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we're here for. We're here to see these important moments when we know what's up for grabs now. So a penalty shootout to the side, that you can imagine how nerve-wracking it must be for the players and the teams involved. But for Ducks Gaming, you can see their route so far. They've taken some names, but for Neo as well, they just fell just slightly short there.
Yeah, and look, they should be really proud of their achievements going into the latter stages of the season. They'll be full of confidence going into those tournaments. But what a moment for Ducks Gaming. We started with 32 yesterday. Going into Championship Sunday, we've got 6 remaining. That's it from the commentary booth here. Back down to Rachel and Mike to break down what a day we've had.
I mean, absolute scenes there, guys. Take a break now. We'll pick it up. You guys go and have a sit down because that was dramatic down here on the floor for both Neo and Ducks Gaming there. Commiserations to Neo. We can see them. They're still sitting in their pods there. You know, heartbreaking for them to go out on penalties. So close to Championship Sunday, of course. But, I mean, massive well done to Ducks there. Mike, Gravison said, didn't he, in Stockholm last week for ECL, he's like, we're going to win this whole thing. He's so confident about this. And what I love about Gravison, do you remember when he qualified for the World Cup? He got emotional, he cried, he said, I just love FIFA esports. I just love this community. And, you know, you can see that coming through, Danny and himself, how emotional they were of making it through to Championship Sunday and how much pressure was on their shoulders.
And the same happened for La Liga. And I mean, I am drenched. Maybe that's too much information, but that was so stressful to watch from the way they're holding the ball towards the end to make sure they get that last opportunity, to the goals being scored, to the opportunities being missed, to the penalty kick dispute. Unbelievable. What a way. You asked for drama, it's here.
I hope you guys all stayed at home and watching this because that was an awesome way to end day 2. Let's have a look at the bracket because that wasn't the only game that went down just there. Dire Wolves, guys, they are going through to Championship Sunday as well. They defeated Crew Esports in not so dramatic a fashion as that last one. 3-1. They managed the win over Yargo there and Valen. So very dramatic from those guys. This is the upper bracket though. This was a little bit of an easier day in the office for these 4 guys, Mike Labelle.
Well, at least knowing that they at least have a helper starting out tomorrow, which means they can lose and they still have a chance. They're not eliminated initially or immediately, I should say. Everything in the lower bracket, it was go home or keep it moving. And semi 1, we have, of course, Makers Sweden going up against Atlanta. And then we have Heretics versus Fnatic to start out tomorrow. And I am at a loss for words. You saw the lower bracket. Emotion is saying it lightly. It was everything you could ask for.
This is the lower bracket, of course, here then. Like we just watched those 2 awesome semi-finals. Ducks Gaming there defeated Neo, and then obviously Dire Wolves Crew. And a big moment about the upper bracket as well. The only team there from the qualifiers will make Sweden, which was pretty awesome for them to keep undefeated as well. That run going, of course, we possibly didn't expect it at the beginning of yesterday, but they've got the job done as well. And then Atlanta, we already mentioned it, they conceded no goals today. So, I mean, there's stories galore. We won't go into them too much because we've got another day tomorrow, but Kyle Walker is back. He's standing by with Gravison and Danny Aguilar. I mean, guys, I'm going to wave at you. That was an awesome job. Congratulations. Love to hear your thoughts now. Well done, guys.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Incredible performance from both of you there. We could see just how much it meant. Grav, I'm going to start with you. That question to you is, the emotion about it all, that relief at the end of the game, what were those feelings that were going through your body when you knew you finally got the job done?
It was just amazing. Like, obviously, it's been a really weird and hard season. Obviously, we've been not performing as we should. And we think when we reached this stage, like we obviously thought and we obviously knew, we had to reach that championship someday, and that's what we just did. So obviously, last season, they told us this was going to be a 2v2 competitive season, and I had to look for a partner. And obviously, I trusted Danny. I know he's one of the best players in Europe and in Spain. And this victory is his because, like, when we are in penalties, like, I completely shut off because he decides where we shoot, where we go with the saves, everything. So this is just his win. And I think he deserves this spot because he's been grinding the game for the last 3 years. And internationally, he didn't get that spot as a star. And I think he can reach that level, and he showed it today.
Definitely has showed it. And a question for Danny just there. That emotion, we can see just how emotional you were. At the end, you kissed one of your tattoos. Grav, if you don't mind translating, I just want to know the story behind that and just how he's feeling after that game and going into Championship Sunday.
Obviamente la emoción de los penaltis y de los últimos...
No he entendido, que explique por...
Igualmente tengo que decírtelo. Besaste el tatuaje, ¿qué significaba el tatuaje y qué significaba esa acción?
Bueno, este tatuaje de aquí es el tatuaje, lo llevo por mi madre y por mi abuela, por el lazo del cáncer. Y es la espinita que tengo clavada, que mi abuela murió hace 4 años y nunca me ha podido ver siendo jugador profesional de FIFA. He tenido momentos muy malos en los que yo creo que sobre todo hace tiempo estuvo conmigo y se lo quería dedicar porque creo que es el mejor torneo de mi carrera hasta ahora y obviamente me estaba acordando de ella.
Sorry if I get emotional. The thing is, he got that tattoo because it's the cancer ribbon for both his mother and his grandmother. His mother is still here, but his grandmother passed away 4 years ago. And he would love to see his grandmother, obviously, seeing him perform at this biggest stage. And obviously, he just thought of her in that moment. So he thought of his mother, grandmother, and that's just it.
A beautiful tribute and a great performance from yourself as well. Going back to the FIFA 22 action, I think we can have a look at the penalties because it was nerve-wracking for us watching. I can't imagine how it was actually for you guys playing in the penalties just there. Now, when we are talking about those penalties, when we're talking about the thoughts and feelings that you're going through, Grav, you said something really interesting. You don't make any decisions in that one. You just leave it up to the main man here.
Yeah, it's pretty easy for me because I just go all forward and I just try to concentrate on hitting the ball as best as possible. So obviously I had that Ronaldo chance when they kind of saved it with Van der Sar, but it was good enough for it to be green time to the bottom left. And yeah, it's basically Danny. Like I think it's the best decision here because I have to concentrate on just hitting it as best as possible. And I think this is the best one out there because I just have to concentrate on hitting it as best as I can, and I hit it on the left corner, and it's a green time, so it obviously goes in. And this is the main thing. And obviously, I think this was down the middle. I'm not sure. Or down the right, I don't even know, but yeah, Dan is a beast. Dan is just a beast.
Unbelievable performance from both of you. The celebrations were amazing just there. I'm loving these cameras and the shots that they're managing to get just there. Graf, we've already mentioned it, Rachel mentioned it, but obviously we worked together last week. We had a conversation. I hope you don't mind me revealing this conversation, but you said that you feel confident enough that you can go on to win this entire tournament. I love that confidence, but the job isn't done just yet. So going into Championship Sunday, you know you have still got your backs against the ropes, but you've got it all to play for. You must be feeling confident still.
Yeah, I'm feeling confident because it's my first time playing a Championship Sunday, and obviously Danny's as well. And I think we're matching Dire Wolves, so they're obviously really good. We watched their gameplay against Fnatic from yesterday. It was an amazing match that went to PKs. I feel confident. Obviously, I feel confident. I think we can win it all. And I told you last week, and I'm telling you again, I feel we can win it all. But obviously, we've seen Team Heretics. They're playing amazing FIFA. We've seen Fnatic. They haven't lost a game yet. So we just have to make a run in the lower bracket. And I think we can do it because I trust Danny. He trusts myself. We trust Legend, Carlos, our coach. And I think we can do it. I think we can be champions.
I'm looking forward to Championship Sunday indeed. Look, I'm going to let you guys head off. I know you wanted to go and speak to Team Neo just there and go and say GG's to them. So congratulations, you can make your way back there, okay? And I'm going to make my way to Rachel and Mike just here. What a day it's been, guys. Unbelievable. What a great interview as well. The celebrations, they have been amazing. 2 days, but it's nice. I've been doing the interviews. I'm back with you guys. That's what it's all about.
Well, you're back with us because this is exactly how it's going to look for day 3, of course, yesterday. Carlo, that interview was something quite special there. Obviously, Danny has got his grandmother to think of and his mum, so it's really special to see that FIFA means so much more than just what's on the virtual pitch. It really does translate to their entire lives. And I kind of mentioned that, didn't I, with how Gravison said when he made it to the World Cup. He just loves this game. He loves this community. He's so passionate about it, as is Danny, of course, and all the guys that are here. But yeah, just your thought on the boys' performances. We've been kind of living and breathing it for the last 2 days of them, and just sum up Ducks for you.
I mean, incredible. It's been so great to be back, and we've talked about it so much, how nice it is hearing the reactions. But when you see the emotion as well, when you're up close and personal, when you're standing there, when you can hear the voice cracks, and it's very different to when you're in the 4 box and you're on the screens. We're here, we're next to them, and what performances they put in, the pressure to be there, to be in that lower bracket, and to be able to turn it round and to be able to take it to penalties and to keep your bottle in a way as well. Unbelievable. What a day it's been for them. And like you said, so emotional, just so brilliant.
Yeah, totally. Obviously, I'm going to stick with the lower bracket as well, because we talk about the upper bracket guys so much. Mike, I want to go to Dire Wolves, because I just noted all the teams they've actually won against, and it's incredible. Obviously, they lost on penalties to Fnatic. It was super tight. That was yesterday. Then they went and defeated MG, CF Esports, then Ajax, then Falcons, and then Guild. That's a list of who's who. And they just said, well, it's just because it's 2 guys with a controller.
I mean, you want to downplay things as it is, but early on, I mean, coming into this tournament, if you, like I said, talked to a lot of the pro players, they said that they were on their watch list. But they did a lot more than that. They should be really proud to get to this point. They had to battle through the lower bracket as well, because that can be very discouraging. You take a loss, you go down, and now you get rewarded with playing the likes of an Ajax or a Guild, and you say, wow, where is the break that I'm looking to catch? And they didn't have that at all, and they battled through. Now they're into the top 6, which is, I think,
$25,000?
Guaranteed $25,000, and of course, they can move on from there.
Totally. Well, guys, that's it for day 3. Kyle, thank you. Mike, thank you. Let's look at exactly what's coming up then. Tomorrow, Championship Sunday, day 3. May as well. It's May Day tomorrow, May the 1st. It all kicks off 2 p.m. British summertime here, guys. You are definitely want to come back and watch what we have in store. 6 teams are left. We started day 1 yesterday on Friday with 32 teams. Today, we lost 26 teams. 6 are remaining. They are Makers Sweden, Atlanta United, Heretics, Fanatics, Dire Wolves, and Ducks Gaming. They're your 6. $25,000 is what they have already got in their pockets. Guys, we're going to come back and do it again tomorrow, day 3, Championship Sunday. It's the race to $100,000 and to see who is going to be crowned the best 2v2 FIFA pairing on the planet. 32 teams came. They all tried to conquer. Only one can be victorious tomorrow. Come back and join us. Good night, all. At the end of today, 16 more go home, and we have our final 8.
Oh no! It looks to be an goal. That's how clinical they can be.
There's a long, long road to Championship Sunday and to crowning our Team of the Season Cup final winner tomorrow.
Look at the reaction there from the Germans. Oh, hello! That's beautiful! It's a goal they have been waiting for.
We can see how ruthless FIFA esports is.
Oh! Cristiano Ronaldo! Doing Cristiano Ronaldo things. Mr. Sari out of the tournament. That is the headline. The ultimate turnaround in the biggest of games. They're into Championship Sunday.